With Patrick Bryan's chanting, the bones around the black casket were gradually stained with a dark green layer. They blended with the white, bringing out an extremely scary sensation. As the spirit dance became more and more intense, as though the voices from the underworld were constantly reverberating, the bones floated up one by one, as though they possessed lives of their own. Then, they were cast towards the heavy and pitch-black casket in what could be described as orderly chaos. They passed through the lid and entered as though they were incorporeal. The casket immediately transformed into a deep whirlpool that seemed like it couldn't be filled. It expanded on the spot, emitting a cold aura that was high and mighty. This made Patrick Bryan instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was an angel, the aura of a death consul. At that moment, the believers of death, the ones who were dancing spirit dance, all collapsed to the ground with their bodies left convulsing. Their consciousness became muddled, as though they were touring the underworld. And above the gray fog, with the help of his marionette's prayer points of light, the fool Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief because the leader of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction, the angel who was sleeping in the mausoleum, the high priest haters test, didn't exceed his expectations. Using the enslavement and control higher sequence beyonders of the death pathway had on lower sequence beyonders, he could directly obtain information from Patrick Bryan. From a certain point of view, this was an interrogation at the psyche level, something that Klein was rather proficient at dealing with. Nas. He immediately let the red priest card fly into his hand and enter his body. All of a sudden, Klein had a dark red robe draped over him. This appearance seemed to look like rust and settled gunpowder. As for his face, it was covered by a dark gold mask. The patterns on it were ancient and set off a contrasting appearance with the crown he wore that was embedded with gems that sparkled red, blue, and green. Following that, he mobilized all the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog that he could, turning them into invisible torrents that surrounded the paper figurines he had prepared in advance. Through the prayer lights, it shot towards undying Patrick Bryan. At this moment, Patrick's body trembled slightly due to the feeling of submission he felt towards his teacher's aura, as though he could see layers of holy wings. Klein had hidden the exact appearance of the flaming angel, allowing a portion of it to be revealed. This also meant that he had interfered with the special effects. One holy wing after another enveloped Patrick before vanishing, causing him to hallucinate in confusion. As a Sequence 4 demigod, he quickly came to his senses. He realized that he no longer yearned to submit and not be able to disobey his teacher's orders. His consciousness seemed to have been pulled out of his body as he stared calmly at everything above the mind world. At the same time, as a zealot, Patrick Bryan didn't hesitate to view Angel's embrace as a gift from death. There was no doubt about it. At that moment, in the deep vortex formed from the black casket, an old and cold voice sounded out, one that could rip out a person's soul from their bodies. Not bad. Any progress in awakening God recently? Patrick Bryan followed the instructions given by the blessed, and he described his efforts and intentions in a half-truthful manner. After a series of questions and answers, the death domain angel on the other side of the vortex, Hater, didn't suspect anything. He calmly said, "Very good. Continue doing it. I will support you." He paused for a moment and nonchalantly said, "I'll send you an assistant first, a Sequence 5 gatekeeper to help you in completing the corresponding tasks to relieve your stress." Is this what His Excellency mentioned about not being at ease with me? Teacher is indeed unwilling to see me gain the favor of God and threaten his position. Having been slowly influenced by Klein through his daily communications with him, Patrick Bryan, who had slowly changed his mindset, had no way of rejecting such kind intentions. He could only answer politely, "Yes, teacher." Just as he said that, the pitch-black vortex suddenly opened up. It transformed into a mysterious pattern, conjuring up a pair of indescribable double bronze doors. With a creaking sound, the door opened and a crack widened. There was still darkness behind the rift, and there seemed to be eyes hidden in the depths of the darkness, quietly watching the outside. At that moment, a palm stretched out and rested on the door crack. Its skin was rather pale, allowing one to see the blue blood veins underneath. With a tug, a figure leaped out of the door. This was a young, tall man wearing a black robe with red linings with his hood pulled up. His facial features were gentle, and his skin was slightly brown. It was obvious at a glance that he was from a southern continent bloodline. He was rather handsome, but he looked anemic. Stepping on the solid ground beneath his feet, the young man didn't even glance at Patrick Bryan. He raised his head and looked into the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up as he narrowed his eyes and sighed. This intoxicating atmosphere, as a beyonder of the death pathway, to be ignored by someone whose sequence was lower than his. There was no doubt that Patrick Bryan was a little angry, but in front of his teacher, he had no choice but to follow the flow and end the ritual. During this process, the fool's response above the gray fog was even more intense than Patrick's, because through the gray fog's true vision, he could see the abnormality of the new gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's internal underworld expanded in an odd manner, covering every part of his body. And there was only one soul in the underworld, a young and handsome soul with red hair, signs of rotting on its face, and a flag mark on its glabella. It wore black blood-stained armor. Klein wasn't unfamiliar with this soul, for he immediately recognized it. The Red Angel evil spirit Sauron Einhorn Medici. This fellow has returned to Backlund again, and had a certain working relationship with the Angel of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction. Klein instinctively took out the Red Priest card and accommodated the Tyrant card before summoning the Sea God Scepter. He planned on giving the Red Angel evil spirit a zap of lightning storm, but as his thoughts raced, he restrained this impulse and gave up on the corresponding thoughts. This would expose Patrick Bryan's problem and let the angel from the death domain guess that something had happened to artificial death. This wasn't beneficial to the Evernight goddess's control and digestion of the death pathway's uniqueness. Amidst his thoughts, he quickly left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. He made his marionette secretly leave the clothing factory and teleport away with his body. He had originally planned on creating a shocking experience for Patrick Bryan after the ritual. He had even made some preparations beforehand. Now, he could only give up to prevent the Red Angel evil spirit from discovering him. Inside the clothing factory, the young gatekeeper, who had been possessed by Sauron Einhorn Medici, pulled his hood even lower before turning his head slightly and looking in a particular direction outside. That was the spot where Klein's marionette, Konas Kilgore, had been hiding, nearly a kilometer away from the factory. After staring at it for a few seconds, the young gatekeeper revealed an obvious smile. Just as Patrick Bryan was about to say something, planning to use his identity of the person in charge of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction to haze the envoy of his teacher, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned around in a bizarre manner, casting his gaze on another building in the factory. On the second floor of the building, behind a glass window in a room, there was a pair of emotionless black eyes staring at them. Patrick Bryan's eyelids twitched, and his body suddenly vanished. Woo! A cold wind blew, causing the glass window to rot silently. Without any movement, it crumbled into countless snowflakes. In the corresponding room, a skinny Patrick in a black robe and a thin face emerged. He saw that the master of that pair of cold, black eyes was a rough mud doll. Who made the doll? Who moved it here? Patrick Bryan looked around cautiously, not missing any corners. Just as he turned his gaze towards the corridor and faced the glass window with his body slanted, the crude, black eyes of the mud doll suddenly turned. Then, it raised its hands and grabbed Patrick's neck. Halfway through the action, the mud doll seemed to lose its support and lost all mobility. Many cracks appeared on its surface as it instantly shattered into pieces. Patrick Bryan's figure disappeared first before he appeared in the corridor, staring at the collapsed doll, as if he was facing a most powerful enemy. At that moment he had really jumped in fright. Although there were all sorts of bizarre and harrowing matters related to spirits, it was still quite scary for a puppet to suddenly come alive without the influence of an external spirit body. The mud doll lay there quietly in fragments without so much as a stir. Patrick Bryan waited patiently for a while before finally confirming that there were no more abnormalities. He shuttled through the spirit world once again and returned to the place where the ritual had been held. At that moment, the heavy, pitch-black casket had completely decayed. It was as if it had been buried in the ground for centuries, if not millennia. And the surrounding underworld believers were slowly recovering from their semi-conscious state. Patrick Bryan looked around but could not find the young gatekeeper sent by his teacher. He didn't know when he had left. Isn't he here to spy on me? The demigod of the death pathway was at a loss. Taking into consideration the abnormal discovery he had made, the living mud doll Patrick Bryan didn't delay any further. He quickly snapped his followers awake and cleaned up the scene and removed all traces. After he was done, he suddenly heard a voice. "Is this clothing factory yours?" Patrick Bryan's figure instantly disappeared and appeared again, now facing the person who spoke. That was the young gatekeeper who had gone somewhere. No, Patrick frowned slightly. How could he do such a thing in his own factory? If he was exposed, wouldn't there be no way out? Not too stupid. The young gatekeeper nodded gently. Patrick narrowed his eyes and suppressed his anger. "Where did you go?" The young gatekeeper chuckled and said, "I visited some familiar spots and met a friend." After teleporting back, Klein didn't delay at all. He immediately set up an altar and held a ritual to pray to death. "You are the essence of death. You are the Lord of the dead. You are the final home to all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray that you will know how to resolve the problem of the Red Angel evil spirit. He has possessed the body of a gatekeeper and is cooperating with the numinous episcopate's high priest, Hater. He has come to Backlund and been made an assistant to Patrick Bryan. With regard to this matter, there was really no choice but to seek help from the Evernight goddess. Ignoring the possibility of seeking out the ascetic leader, Ariana, in a cooperation effort, or whether he had the ability to finish off Sauron Einhorn Medici, even if he could, once the Red Angel evil spirit disappeared, the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction's high priest would immediately understand that something major had happened here. He could then connect it to other abnormalities and determined that there was something wrong with artificial death's condition. Then, using his own level and status, possible sealed artifacts, and his familiarity with the pathway, he might be able to create mutually harmful acts of destruction. And if he ignored the Red Angel, this evil spirit who was a conspirer wouldn't take long to detect something abnormal with Patrick Bryan. With his knowledge and intelligence, it wasn't difficult to guess the nature of the problem. No matter how I deal with it, it'll be a problem, as expected of an angel in the war domain. Even if he is a 3-in-1 spirit body, he can still create unresolvable problems for others. This must have actually been an idea that he gave Hater. Actually, I do have an extreme idea. That is to let the Red Angel evil spirit be killed by other churches, official organizations, or secret organizations for another whole different matter. In short, anything related to the goddess cannot come center stage. Things must be made very clear. The difficulty with this approach is how to let an extremely experienced, high-ranking member of the conspiring domain fall into a trap. If I don't handle it well, it might backfire on me. After the prayer ended, Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he waited patiently for the Evernight goddess to give him a response. After more than 10 seconds, the herbal dregs that pleased the deity were swept up by an invisible wind. They flew out and landed on the table, forming words. His coming spells the raising of arms. What does that mean? Looking at the sentence that gave him a sense of déjà vu, he frowned slightly. As a seer, he habitually interpreted it. Due to the king's problem, Lone has fallen into the shadows of war. Hence, the Red Angel that symbolizes war came. This means that it might no longer be possible to stop the war. Upon reaching sequence 1, one would become a symbol of certain phenomena. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, the invisible wind came to a stop. The altar, which was completely isolated by the wall of spirituality, turned extremely silent. There are no other revelations? After waiting for a while, Klein confirmed that this was all, so he ended the ritual and cleared the altar. He then walked to the sofa in the room and sat down to see if anything else would happen. After a full 15 minutes, he didn't usher in the arrival of the matron of the Evernight cloister. the leader of the 13 archbishops, angel of concealment, Ariana. I don't have to deal with the red angel evil spirit, and I should just leave him be? Or, there's another solution but my involvement isn't needed? In essence, he wasn't a devout believer of Evernight. Since the goddess said that he didn't need to bother about it, he naturally couldn't be bothered to do so. After all, this matter was not only extremely troublesome for him, but it was also extremely dangerous. Shaking his head, Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and began a dream divination. What had happened tonight made him feel that he couldn't waste any time. He had to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion as soon as possible. Above the fog sea, inside a steam-powered merchant ship that was extremely close to a pirate ship. One by one, the men and older women were tied up and pushed to the edge of the deck. Then, the pirates either used their hands or legs to throw them into the sea. The splashing sounds didn't affect the pirates at all, guffawing over this bloodless massacre. After clearing the captives, they carried their guns and lanterns to the shipboard, preparing to enjoy the pitiful bugs struggling. However, under the light, the dark blue sea beside the boat quietly undulated. No one was there. They sank so quickly, a pirate blurted out in surprise. The leader of this pirate crew frowned. After looking at it for a while, he said, "Perhaps some sea monsters passed by and treated those who dared resist us as food bestowed by the gods. Perfect timing. If we feed it, it won't attack us." Upon saying this, the leader waved his hand. "Everyone, enjoy yourselves." As a fairly experienced pirate, he knew that there were many strange things at sea. It was best not to seek out the reason and try to figure out the truth. Since it didn't harm him or his crew, he would thank the Lord of Storms for his blessings, doing so as though nothing had happened. After making sure that there were people on duty, the pirates began gulping down copious amounts of alcohol, ate huge chunks of meat, and sang loudly, and fought for the rights to the young female captives. In the noisy and lively atmosphere, the pirate leader led a beautiful passenger that he had long taken a liking to into the captain's room. He eagerly began the final process for that night of revelry. In the middle of the night, the tired pirate leader stretched out his right hand and touched something cold. He jolted awake. Through the crimson moonlight shining through the window, he saw a piece of coarse wood in his arms. A series of branches with green leaves grew out from the wooden block, hugging him like a human's limbs. Pa! The pirate leader's pupils rapidly dilated, as he pushed away the wood, jumped off the bed, and stumbled back. Was I with such a thing previously? His mind was filled with terror. He couldn't care less about his clothes, picking up a flintlock and cutlass before leaving the room immediately. Outside there was a pirate on duty. "How can I be happy to steal your ear?" When the pirate saw his leader open the door, he quickly asked. The pirate leader had originally wanted to chide the other party for secretly drinking, resulting in his incoherence. However, when he looked up, he saw that his subordinate's mouth and his surroundings were filled with golden grains. Even the surface of his tongue was covered in dense clusters. The pirate leader's scalp tightened as he felt a numbing chill run down his spine. At this moment, the door across the corridor opened as well. A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone, "Oh no, boss! I have a lot of mushrooms growing there." As he spoke, the pirate ran out. At the same time, he felt his eyes itch. He raised his hand and rubbed his right eye. As he rubbed his eyes, a green vine slowly grew out from the gaps between his eye socket and his eyeball. There was a dark red grape at the end of it. The flesh around the grape was a blur. The pirate leader's body froze when he saw this. He asked in a voice that didn't belong to him, "What did you guys encounter?" While rubbing his eye, the pirates who didn't notice the problem said without any recollection, "A pole-like shadow struck me. W.E.U." The pirate whose tongue was covered in golden wheat echoed. He was blocked by his leader and didn't see his fellow crew members' terrifying appearance. The pirate leader's legs began to shake uncontrollably. He instinctively turned around and ran out of the cabin. At this moment, he saw a long wall that looked like a shadow from a pole rapidly sweep towards him before lashing out at him. The shadow flashed and soon disappeared. It was as though it was a surreal nightmare. The pirate leader was just a beat slower before he subconsciously raised his hand to block. This was obviously not effective. Then, he looked at himself in panic and didn't find anything unusual. Thankfully, the pirate leader couldn't help but let out a sigh. Before he could finish, he suddenly heard a slightly muffled voice. Thankfully. This voice seemed to come from his body. The pirate leader's pupils dilated to the extreme as he involuntarily lifted up his clothes. He then saw 3 cracks appear between his chest, 1 big, 2 small. 2 rows of white teeth were neatly arranged in the large crack, and in the middle of the small crack were 2 lively and nimble eyeballs embedded in them. It was a mouth and 2 eyes. The pirate leader had a mouth and 2 eyes on his chest. No! A scream rang out from the boat, filled with indescribable terror. In the next 15 minutes, some of the pirates went mad and killed their companions. Some successfully escaped back to their own ship, only to discover that the people on it had also turned mutated. Hence, they jumped into the sea in despair. By the time everything calmed down, there were only about 10 normal pirates slumped on the deck and hiding in their rooms. There was a stench around them. After a while, passengers came out of the cabin one after another. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They either thanked the gods or stood there in a daze. It was early in the morning. Klein got out of bed and began to wash up. Just as he was changing his clothes with the help of his valet, Anuni, he saw butler Walter, who had just returned from a leave of absence, walk to the door and say, "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to pay a visit. Let him wait for me in the activity room where he can enjoy a cigar." Klein hesitated for a moment before saying. He suspected that this was a late response from the goddess. Walter immediately turned around and went downstairs to make the arrangements. Before long, he returned and said, "Sir, Bishop Electra has already bade farewell and left. He wanted me to tell you that you must go to St. Samuel Cathedral in the morning. He said that the church and the government are going to hold an air raid drill together." Air raid drill? Klein frowned. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned around and looked out the window. In the air, there were rows of dark brown-colored airships approaching. These airships had slanted patterns of red, white, and yellow emblems. This was the flag of Fasak. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly understood what he had overlooked. War might not be initiated by the Lone Kingdom. An ancient and hidden organization definitely had very high-ranking members in other countries. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to affect the world's situation. Although the Sonia Sea wasn't like the Fog Sea, with it often being filled with fog, the northern regions would occasionally fill up with a rather thick fog every autumn and winter morning. Alger Wilson's Blue Avenger was sailing in such an environment, following the borders of the Sonia Island back to the lone coast. He had already spent too long in the North Sonia Sea, so he needed to return for a routine report. Within the pale white fog, the ghost ship quietly proceeded forward, occasionally appearing like a dream that didn't leave any traces. Alger was wrapped by the wind as he stood in midair in front of the window, admiring the white world outside. He allowed his thoughts to wander in different directions. Suddenly, his eyes focused as some silvery white light flashed in his pupils. He saw a large sail through the fog in the distance, and a massive ship silently cruised past. This ship wasn't alone. Behind it were several similar ships. 1, 2, 3. They formed a fleet that spanned a great distance. Fasak's Sonia Sea Fleet. They've all been mobilized. Where are they heading to? Alger's feet landed on the deck. His gaze immediately turned to the other side, where Sonia Island was located. After the various exchanges at the Tarot Club, Alger was already certain that the world situation was tense, with war about to break out at any moment. At that moment, he made some connections and made a guess. To the Fasak Empire and the Lone Kingdom, Sonia Island was extremely important. If it were occupied by the Lone Kingdom, Fasak's Eastern Naval Fleet would be completely blocked off in the cold north, unable to vie for any of the various colonies in the Sonia Sea or head to East Balam. Meanwhile, after waging war, if they wanted to threaten the Lone Kingdom's hinterlands, they would have to cross the Amantha mountain range or cross the Mitsi Shear, passing through the defenses of several counties. That would be extremely difficult. And if Sonia Island was conquered by the Fasak Empire, then they could use that as a base to attack all the ports in the north and central regions of Lone, including but not limited to Inmat Harbor or Pritz Harbor. If the Fasak commander was more daring and unfazed by the losses, he could even be able to directly target the capital of the Lone Kingdom, Backlund, which was not far from the port. It was precisely because of this that the two countries had waged the 20-year war. The Fasak Empire clinched victory, and they had obtained the crucial southern path. In the Battle of the Violated Oath, Lone had won the war but had failed to regain this territory. Its strategic goals for the war were only half achieved. Alger stared at this scene for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. Is war about to erupt? In Backlund, a large number of airships from Fasak had entered from Northborough and arrived above the huge city. As soon as they drew near, the Holy Wind Cathedral seemed to have made certain precautions. The howling of the wind intensified, turning into several giant bluish-black blades that whistled towards the target like surface-to-air missiles. Seeing that the huge blades were about to hit the airbags of the airship, an invisible layer of defense appeared and shielded it from all the attacks. Under the violent strike, the transparent wall shook, but ultimately managed to hold on. At the same time, the compartment for guns, projectile launchers, and cannons of the airship opened up and aimed downwards. Boom! As a hurricane around the Holy Wind Cathedral took form, a loud explosive boom emanated in every direction. In such a terrifying storm, the airships were like boats sailing through the sea where they met mountain-like waves and were about to be tossed into the distance. At that moment, the blood and rust-like beams of light flashed on the leading airship. They enveloped all the other accompanying airships and connected them together. Suddenly, Fasak's airship fleet had stabilized in the hurricane and was no longer a puny boat in the gigantic waves. The power of the high-level Red Priest pathway belonged to war, and war was the art of gathering the masses. This was the authority of a war bishop. After the Phasacians blocked this wave of attacks, they took advantage of the gap in between the wave of attacks to deliver their bombs through the hatches and allow them to drop beneath them. And in the hurricane, the trajectories of the bombs became unpredictable. Boom! Boom! The cannon hatches also lit up and showed off their prowess that would honor the god of war. This airship fleet didn't attempt to travel through Backlund. After entering Northborough, it immediately turned to Westborough, the center of politics for the Lone Kingdom. Northborough, Backlund University of Technology. The withered Intis parasol tree leaves swayed in the wind. Students were either carrying books or bags as they walked around the campus. As a member of an institute of higher education, as the first batch of students of this reorganized university, these young adults were full of vigor. They looked forward to their future and would gather together every day to discuss their ideals, recite poems, and research technology. They were pure and happy. Melissa Moretti walked amidst them as she raised her head to look at the wall clock at the top of the main teaching building and involuntarily hastened her pace. She had to go to Chancellor Moment's office today to prepare for the upcoming mechanical laboratory that was to be officially launched. This was something that she enjoyed greatly, something which made her feel happy every day. She felt that life on campus was so wonderful and that her classmates were so adorable. Subconsciously, Melissa looked at the steam locomotive in the middle of the square. Its massive, complicated body was displaying its infinite charm in the machinery industry. Quite a number of students liked to gather there, knocking, hitting, and analyzing its structure. As for the school, it didn't encourage or forbid it. The corners of Melissa's lips curled into a smile as she moved to look away. Suddenly, a metallic gray object descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the square. Boom! The ground shook violently as all the windows of the main teaching building shattered. If not for the distance, Melissa might have been thrown up by the blast of air. Countless screams rang out, and like the other students, Melissa fled in panic, not knowing what had happened. She was only 16 years old after all. She had never experienced such a scene before. The billowing dust and smoke gradually fell. After hiding behind a tree, Melissa subconsciously looked at the spot where the explosion had just occurred. Her expression instantly froze, and her eyes glazed over. The steam locomotive's head was already in pieces. Its components and fragments were scattered everywhere. The students around it and those passing by had already collapsed to the ground, their bodies no longer intact. They were no longer breathing. Some of them were covered in blood, others charred. There were some moaning in pain. This scene was like an oil painting that wasn't realistic enough. Melissa stared at it in a daze, momentarily at a loss for a reaction. Carter, she knew that male student who had a great spirit for research. Every time everyone was in discussion, he would confidently say that he was going to be a ship engineer. Now, he only had half his lower body left, and his intestines were all over the ground. Eudora, she was a student from the same faculty as her. Despite studying machinery, she loved poetry very much and was rather talented in this aspect. She was loved by the people around her. Sometimes, Melissa would also attend their gatherings and quietly listen to Eudora's recital. She felt that this girl was really attractive, but now her leg was badly mutilated, and she was moaning half-consciously in pain. In just a few seconds, these people's future had been cruelly changed. It was only when many teachers rushed out of the teaching block and started to rescue the injured and evacuate the students that Melissa woke up from her trance and hurriedly moved closer to the teachers. Listen to me. All of you are to split up into two groups. One batch will head to the laboratories, and the other to Tiffany Cathedral. They all have an underground area that you can hide in. One of the teachers wore a look of terror, but he still held his breath and made arrangements with his clear voice as though he had been specially trained. He looked around and saw that the students didn't dare to leave the teachers. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry. The enemy's airship has already turned and gone to Westboro. There's no danger here." His words were accompanied by a rumbling explosion that came from the southwest. Westboro. The kingdom's parliament, various departments, and municipal halls are there. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Melissa immediately thought of many things. As the light in her eyes flickered, she suddenly pursed her lips tightly and ran towards the school gate, ignoring her teacher calling from behind. As she moved along a sheltered area, Melissa quickly arrived on the streets. She panted heavily and looked around, trying to get her bearings. At that moment, she saw the subway entrance nearby. Although she was flustered, she still remembered what the teacher had just said. Underground area that you can hide in. Isn't the subway underground? The bombing has just started, and the subway probably hadn't stopped moving. As her thoughts raced, Melissa rushed towards the entrance that showed signs of bombardment. Upon going underground, she realized that the people here weren't as many as she had expected. Most ordinary people who had never been trained wouldn't think of hiding in here immediately. The subway had indeed not stopped moving, but no one was checking the tickets. After a short wait, Melissa ran over, her lips tightly pursed and her face filled with anxiety. After 3 stops, the subway stopped at Kings Avenue. Melissa squeezed through the crowd and rushed out of the carriage. She had already recovered her stamina. She ran along the stairs, her speed increasing ever so slightly before she quickly reached the surface. At this moment, whatever she could see was in a state of chaos. Many buildings had collapsed as they were burning in scarlet flames. Broken limbs, blood, and the dead were everywhere. She could hear cries, screams, and orders. Upon seeing this scene, Melissa became even more anxious as she tried to run towards the 4-story building where the kingdom's Ministry of Finance was located. However, the area had already been sealed. She could see that many window panes had shattered. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, and there were still traces of an explosion. Melissa tried to enter the perimeter but was stopped by the soldiers who were maintaining order. This only served to increase her anxiety as her eyes reddened. At this moment she saw a familiar figure. It was the black-haired, brown-eyed Benson who wasn't wearing a hat. Upon seeing Melissa, Benson immediately rushed over. He looked anxious and angry as he shouted, "Why are you here? Why aren't you hiding underground? I'm very safe here. Quick, follow me there." "Didn't you not go underground either?" Melissa, who had never been shouted at by her brother, wanted to instinctively retort, but her vision was already blurry. "Phew! after he shouted. He let out a breath and softened his tone. It's good that you're okay. Quick, don't wander around on the streets. Upon hearing his words, the panic and concern in Melissa's heart calmed down. At this moment, she felt that even if she were to die, it wouldn't be that scary anymore. At least, she wouldn't be the only one left at home. At this moment, a bomb was blown over by a hurricane and was landing towards the area. But suddenly, the bomb changed directions abruptly and flew off horizontally. Boom! It exploded in midair, only stirring up a blast of air. Boom! Boom! In the building at Sherwood Borough 17, Minsk Street, the female owner of the building, Stellan Sammer, and her maidservants heard a loud explosion from afar. She fearfully hid in a corner of the room, feeling as though the ground beneath her feet was trembling. Only after the constant, terrifying commotion started to fade away did she straighten her body and look left and right with an unusually strained mind. What exactly happened? The two maidservants simultaneously shook their heads. They were both at a loss and also afraid. As soon as she left the corner of the room, she instinctively wanted to walk out of the room and talk to her neighbors to figure out what had just happened. However, she was worried that another attack would happen again, so she had no choice but to pace around in the living room. After a few minutes, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She quickly turned her head and realized that her husband, Luke Sammer, had returned with his valet. "Aren't you working?" Stellan asked subconsciously. The stout Luke replied solemnly, "I happened to pass by the vicinity and came back immediately. Quick, put on your coat. Let's go to the cathedral now." "What happened? What happened?" Stellan asked again. Luke took 2 steps forward and said, "Faceax airships are bombarding Backlund." How? How could this be?" Stellan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Now is not the time to discuss this. Whatever it is, it has already happened. We have to go to the cathedral immediately." Luke gave his wife a hug. "Don't worry too much. I think those airships aren't heading over." All right, Stellan replied in a panic. As she wore the coat the maidservant had brought over, she instinctively said with concern, "What about the children?" "They're at the church's school, so there will be people who will arrange for them to take shelter. We don't have the time to reach them," Luke said calmly. "All right." Stellan made a prayer gesture, hoping that the deity she believed in would provide them with protection. The two of them, along with their male and female servants, quickly exited their house and walked towards the other end of the street. As she passed by Unit 58, Stellan took a glance and whispered, "Previously, I had laughed at Lawyer Jurgen, saying that he gave up a lot of opportunities in Backlund for moving to the south just because of Mrs. Doris's ailments. Now, I'm starting to envy him." Luke shot her a look and said, "Don't worry too much. It'll be fine." While walking quickly, Stellan couldn't help but ask, "Luke, are we fleeing Backlund?" "No, there's no need," Luke Sammer answered firmly. "This was just an accident." Seeing that his wife was clearly confused, he added, "Backlund is the capital of the kingdom, so it has to be the most well-defended area. This time it was just an oversight that no one expected. The next time, the Phasacians won't have another chance. The kingdom has the strongest military in the northern and southern continents. The Phasacians will definitely be taught a lesson. There's no way they can invade Backlund again. After this, Backlund will definitely be the safest place to be." "I see." Stellan felt that her husband's words made sense, and she was willing to believe him. After the explanation, Luke fell silent for a few seconds. "However, we still have to make some preparations. Once the church announces that we can move freely, we'll immediately fetch the children back and buy more food. We'll buy as much as we can." Inside a public school in the Backlund Bridge area. Due to the distance, Daisy and her classmates didn't realize what had happened in the North and West boroughs, nor did they sense the chaos that had spread from Hillston Borough to Sherwood Borough. However, teachers still came to their classrooms and arranged for them to line up to head to the nearest cathedral. This made Daisy recall the great smog of Backlund last year. Back then, they had also been asked to hide in the cathedral beside the school. Did something similar happen again? The trauma in Daisy's heart made her tremble slightly as she felt intense sadness and anger. When she passed by the door, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at the teacher in charge and ask, "Is it another disaster? Maybe?" The teacher didn't know the details and had only followed the orders sent by a telegram. "Is there a disaster like this every year? Or maybe even more than one?" Daisy asked with a slightly ethereal voice with a tinge of innocence. The teacher looked at her with pity and shook his head. "All difficulties will pass. God will protect everyone." Daisy didn't waste his time and followed the crowd to the nearest cathedral in a somewhat blank manner. Northborough, 22 Phelps Street. After hearing the explosion inside the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, the first thing Audrey did was to conceal her dragon scales before rushing to the window. Seeing the airships with the FASAC flag appearing in the air and the bombs being carried away by a hurricane and being thrown into the distance, either landing on the ground and exploding or disappearing as though they had entered the spirit world, a thought flashed across her mind, the words that the world Mr. Gehrman Sparrow had said, as well as the mission of the psychology alchemists. She came to a realization. War had truly erupted. She immediately turned her head and said to the huge golden retriever, "Susie." Her personal lady's maid, Annie, and the others, "Quick, hide in St. Samuel Cathedral." Although Audrey didn't know how to deal with an air raid, the education she received from a young age told her to go to a cathedral as soon as possible if she ever encountered danger. In fact, she instinctively wanted to rush back to Empress Borough to protect her mother. However, considering that Annie, the other servants, and staff were ordinary people who lacked experience and the ability to deal with Sue Carrot crisis, she had no choice but to take care of them and accompany them to St. Samuel Cathedral. In order to resolve any dangers that she might encounter along the way, she planned to put on hand of horror and lie. On the one hand, she could distort the trajectory of bullets, while on the other hand, she could control flames and trigger the bombs in advance. In the face of long-range attacks, the beyonder powers of the spectator pathway were indeed not effective. While secretly protecting her servants and the Foundation staff, she successfully entered St. Samuel Cathedral and saw a few bishops and priests approaching her. "Miss Audrey, you don't have to worry about the Earl and his wife as well as Lord Hibbert. They have people to protect them. An air raid like this won't harm them. Besides, you also know how grand your family basement is and how strong it is." One of the bishops quickly brought her to the side to console her. After taking off her fishnet gloves, she nodded and acknowledged the words of the bishop. She was no longer in a hurry to return home and instead asked, "What's the current situation like?" "The Phasacians have lost 2 airships and have moved towards Westborough. Don't worry, all the defenses have been mustered. They won't cause any further damage." After a simple exchange of words, the bishop led Audrey's group towards the underground area of the cathedral, and further below was where the Nighthawks were active. 160 Buckland Street. Butler Walter and a group of servants hid in an underground area which was used as a wine cellar. This was done under Dwayne Dantes' orders, and this gentleman had headed out to find Bishop Electra with his valet. After an unknown period of time, Walter and company heard a knock on the door. Through the peephole, they confirmed that their employer had returned. "There aren't any more raids now, but it's best you hide at St. Samuel Cathedral for a while," Klein said as he surveyed the area. "Yes, sir," Walter replied on behalf of the servants before asking, "And after that?" As a qualified butler, he often read the papers and understood that the situation was tense. It wasn't difficult to guess that a war would break out after the explosions. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Once the church has verified the situation, we'll head to Mager Manor. You can bring your family along. No matter what, the capital of the kingdom is definitely a relatively safe place. And the manor at the periphery of the capital definitely wouldn't be a target of air raids, as it's of no value. Yes, there's enough food in Mager Manor, and there's a large supply of wine. Even if the war were to be extended for a long time, we won't have to worry about starving to death." Upon hearing the employer's words, the servants who had already formed a family immediately revealed looks of delight, wiping away their pale looks of fear. Walter expressed his gratitude directly. He said with some deliberation, "You can buy more food. Under such circumstances, no one will find it excessive." Also, there might not be any more attacks near Backland, but I can't say the same for security. The manor outside the city must be on guard. Klein nodded. I've also considered this. I'll discuss this with Member of Parliament Mocked and military personnel about purchasing a batch of decommissioned weapons and bullets. You must practice more. Anyway, during this period of time, Enuni and I will return to Backland to handle certain matters according to the situation. If there's anything I haven't considered, I'll make up for it later. As for the food, he didn't forbid Butler Walter from buying it. This way, if a famine really happened, he would have the ability to save them. After discussing the follow-up procedures, everyone in the residence of Dwayne Dantes packed up their luggage and brought their valuables. They followed their employer into St. Samuel Cathedral and arrived underground. With a single glance, he saw Audrey walking amidst the people, placating their moods. He smiled and nodded at her. Upon seeing Dwayne Dantes, Audrey smiled back and confirmed that nothing major had happened from his attitude. Furs and Zio had moved again, but they were still at the borders of East Borough, and they were even closer to the Backland Bridge area. After waking up naturally, Furs rubbed her hair and walked out of the bedroom to prepare lunch. As she looked around, she saw Zio, who had gone out early, sitting on a chair and flipping through the newspapers. "What's wrong?" Furs asked blankly. Zio frowned and said, "The Phasacians' air raids bombed North and West Borough." "What?" Furs first blurted out before recalling the matters that had been discussed at the Tarot Club. At that moment, a paperboy's voice came from outside. "Extra, extra. The kingdom declares war on Phasac. Extra, extra. The kingdom declares war on Phasac. Extra, extra. The kingdom declares war on Phasac." On the way from Mager Manor to Backland, Klein heard the paperboy shouting on the streets with brisk steps while on a horse carriage. Although he had already made preparations, he still sighed after confirming that the war had truly erupted. He couldn't help but feel depressed again. The grudge from having Sonia Island, a key territory, taken away, the conflict over the rights of the colonies, the defeat from the previous war, the political corruption leading to a recession. Ever since the repeal of the Grain Act, many farmers of the kingdom have gone bankrupt due to the importing of foreign food products. The lower class live in abject conditions. The rich-poor divide only grew deeper. The middle class's blind confidence in the lone kingdom's might, and the eager desire to raise their own positions, the intensifying conflict between different political factions in high society leading to a fracture. The king and his faction wish for a large-scale war. With all these factors combined just from an objective standpoint, and considering this from the angle of materialism, it's almost inevitable for Lone to start a war. Reality is the best author. Jumping out from his experience from the past, Klein scrutinized the Lone Kingdom situation from a fresh point of view. He realized that the tides of the times had already formed and were surging over. Without a true deity's descent, it was completely unstoppable. In comparison, what puzzled him more was why the Phasac Empire would be willing to initiate a war. Even if the members of an ancient secret organization were indeed members of the upper echelons of Phasac or the Church of the God of Combat, key figures who had the right to make the decision, there was no way they could be alone in deciding such an important matter. How could the others agree to a world war? Could it be that the conflict between the various classes in the Phasac Empire has also completely escalated to the point that it urgently needs a war? With his lack of understanding of the Empire of the North, it was difficult for Klein to make an accurate judgment. But they just won the East Balam War and reaped more of the rights to the colonies. There's no reason for its situation to be more serious than Lone's. Yes, the royal family, the Einhorn family, is in control of the Red Priest pathway. It's understandable that they crave war, but the Church of the God of Combat has no reason not to stop it. As a member of the Orthodox Deity Alliance, they lacked the motivation to help Amon's brother advance to Sequence 0. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly came up with a theory. Did that brother of Amon realize that the goddess has already acquired the uniqueness of the death pathway and is in a critical stage, so he revealed this information to the Church of the God of Combat? And the God of Combat is in a neighboring pathway with the goddess, so there's no way he can ignore this matter. he will definitely make an intense response. Of course, it might not be done by the brother of Amon. It might also be because of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction's angel, Hater. After being warned by Einham Saron Medici, this conspirer expert, he discovered the abnormalities ahead of time. On the one hand, he pretends not to notice anything and continues to set up a probe. On the other hand, he pulled in the Church of the God of Combat to worsen the situation and make it more chaotic. The Red Angel evil spirit is truly a symbol of war. If this is really the case, then it's inevitable for Fasak to wage this war. Furthermore, the matter regarding the uniqueness of the death pathway has no room for compromise. At the critical moment, the God of Combat might descend, causing a battle of gods that hasn't happened since the end of the fourth epoch to happen. This time, for the airship fleet from Fasak could stealthily to travel from the coast for nearly 100 kilometers without being detected, it would definitely have a weather warlock providing protection. Otherwise, even if they were to take a detour across places with few people, they'll still be seen ahead of time and definitely be stopped by the lone airships. A weather warlock is an angel. Since the fifth epoch, the number of wars that have Beyonders at this level are few and far between. After Emperor Rosel's death, most soldiers don't even know of Beyonders. Even in the colonial wars, to have a weather warlock be involved in this means this is really a battle that will sweep through the entire world. It involves battles at all levels. Is this what Amon's brother wants? When the time comes, the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, the Earth Mother, the God of steam and machinery, the God of knowledge and wisdom will have to take their respective stances. Would the conflicts that they have temporarily suppressed for almost 2,000 years be escalated? Earth Mother likes the giants, and even amongst her blessed, they are Phasacians. And because of the splitting of Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger, these made the Phaenopotter kingdom bear a bone-deep grudge with the Lone Kingdom and Intis. The king's powers and the divine powers are highly likely to be unified, and they might form an alliance with Fasak. From the south to the north, they will attack Lone and Intis. Of course, countries like Lenberg and the Church of Knowledge, who are in the crossfire, will definitely try to stop it. As for Desi Bay, Phaenopotter, and the Lone Kingdom are directly connected, the south wouldn't be peaceful either. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the situation in the northern continent would become abnormally chaotic. And no matter what direction it developed into, he couldn't stop it. Even if he were a sequence for demigod under the tide of the times, there was no way for him to cause any major impact in this battle of gods, or exert any key influence. It would be pretty good if he could protect himself and the people he cared about. Previously, when the Fasak air fleet attacked, the first thing he did was arrange for Butler Walter and company to hide in the underground area that was used as a wine cellar. Then, he teleported to Backlund University of Technology. At that time, a bomb had already hit the ground. Some had died and others were injured. The only thing he was thankful for was that his sister, Melissa, wasn't within the vicinity of the explosion. By the time Melissa and Benson met, the airships from Fasak didn't stay for long and quickly retreated from Backlund. Only then did he return to Dwayne Dantes' residence. Phew, Klein let out a slow sigh of relief. He turned his head to look out the window and saw that, after hearing that the kingdom was declaring war on Fasak, a small number of pedestrians on the street wore a look of horror as though they had recalled the air raid in the morning. Most of them wore blank expressions with a look of panic. They had no idea what they could do even if they wanted to. They might not have truly understood what this war would bring, but they instinctively felt that peace had been broken. The future was a chaotic mess, fraught with danger. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at his valet, Anuni, who was sitting opposite him. From his eyes, he realized that he was somewhat at a loss. He gave a half-smile and sighed. He raised his hand to rub his temples and wiped away his depressed and helpless feelings. He thought about what he could do and what he needed to take note of. No matter what, with this experience and lesson, the King's faction has had a war spark out as they wished. Before all of Lone collapses, it's nearly impossible for Fasak to invade Backlund again. It would be safer for Benson and Melissa to stay here. What's most worrisome is the lack of food and various assassinations. The latter is nothing. The place where Melissa and Benson live in is decided by their own levels. They aren't anywhere close to coming into contact with someone important who is a target for assassination, so they won't be implicated. Fortunately, Portland Moments Research Laboratory has just been established, and there are no results from it yet. It won't become a target that must be destroyed. As for the former, I can provide some help through Miss Audrey. The Winter County at the Holy Cathedral is located in the far north reaches of the kingdom, next to Fasak. It's always the front line of every war. Ma'am Ariana might have returned to help the military. Oh, she might also be sent elsewhere to protect the coast. After all, the defenses of Backlund are sufficient. The royal family definitely has grade 0 sealed artifacts and also angels. The 3 churches most likely have hidden tricks up their sleeves. In that case, my greatest pillar of support is gone. At most, I can get some help from the church and use some sealed artifacts. In the past, I wasn't too worried about the effects the Red Angel Evil Spirit's return has on me. Now, I have to raise my guard for this matter. Patrick Bryan knows very well that Dwayne Dantes is equivalent to Gehrman Sparrow, who is equivalent to the Blessed of Death. I had intentionally revealed this information, hoping that it would direct the points of suspicion to Mr. Azek, the Death Consul. And now, this also means that the Red Angel Evil Spirit would be able to grasp this information in no time. The Red Angel Evil Spirit currently only has a high level, but his actual standard shouldn't have recovered to the level of an angel. There's no irreconcilable feud between him and me, nor do I have what he wants. Even if he knows that Dantes is equivalent to Gehrman Sparrow, it would be very unlikely for him to deal with me directly. Other than attacking me directly, what harm will it bring after he grasps this situation? Is he using this to set up a conspiracy or sell the intelligence to someone who needs it? What conspiracy? Who would want it? Many thoughts and names surfaced in his mind, but they were quickly eliminated by him. This included Amon's brother and the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. From the Red Angel Evil Spirit's past actions, for the time being, he wouldn't make contact with Rose Redemption, and Amon's brother is a sworn enemy of Medici and company. Suddenly, a name appeared in his mind. Zeradal. The leader of the Secret Order, the Sequence 1 Seer Pathway Angel, Zeradal, who had returned to normalcy after becoming mad. According to Rhodes's feedback, this powerful and concealed existence had already left his original location, and his whereabouts were unknown. Previously, Klein had been wondering if he would come to Backlund due to the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. Medici and the Zeradal and Zoroast families were serving under the Solomon Empire. Even if they weren't friendly with each other, they must be very familiar with each other. In the foggy town, Zeradal had met Gehrman Sparrow. If he really wants to pursue something, he would definitely chase after the crazy adventurer. With a thought in his mind, Klein instinctively began to assume that Zeradal was in Backlund in search of Gehrman Sparrow, and with that, he began to analyze the situation for other abnormalities. At almost the same instant that he thought of something, Klein recalled the failure of the joint operation between Sharon and the Sanguine. The Rose School of Thought is also looking for Gehrman Sparrow, so would Zeradal, who received the corresponding news, work with them? Back then, the operation was on the brink of success. The Rose School of Thought's person in charge in Backlund had left in a hurry. Clearly, he had only noticed the problem at the last moment. With the Sanguine preparing the corresponding sealed artifact, it's rather impossible for such a failure to happen. Even the Sanguine Duke was puzzled and confused. But what if it was thanks to the perceptive intuition of a Sequence 1 Angel of the Seer Pathway? This would explain it perfectly. Back then, Zeradal was sitting opposite the Rose School of Thought's Backlund person in charge. The Rose School of Thought retreated in a panic and had even deliberately left behind a doll to create moonlight and cleanse everything so as to cover up the existence of Zeradal. Also, the fact that Gehrman Sparrow has a certain relationship with the Death Consul isn't a secret. Will Zeradal spread out all his marionettes and sense if there's the power of death in Backlund? Previously, when Patrick Bryan was holding rituals, there was actually Zeradal's marionette watching him. If the Red Angel Evil Spirit has already sold the intelligence to Zeradal, then wouldn't my returning to Backlund Street in such a chaotic situation be giving myself up? His pupils constricted, and he immediately said to the coachman in front, "Just stop here. I suddenly thought of something else I need to settle." After he said that, he felt extremely tense, afraid that the coachman wouldn't answer him and continue driving. Fortunately, none of this happened. The horse carriage stopped by the side of the road, and with his valet, Enuni, Klein walked towards a small alley nearby. Immediately following that, he snapped his fingers and allowed the scarlet flames to emerge from his pocket, covering both himself and his marionette. He had to rush to St. Samuel Cathedral as soon as possible in a concealed manner. With a flash of flames, their two figures disappeared. However, after completing a leap, the flames within his senses suddenly disappeared. All of them. A spacious living room appeared in front of him. On an ordinary reclining chair was a tall and thin man. He was young and had southern continent blood in him. He looked rather handsome and appeared a little anemic. The Red Angel Evil Spirit Sauron Einham Medici. This Red Angel played with a ball of scarlet red flames in his hand as the corners of his mouth curled up. "You actually sensed it earlier than I expected." "Heh!" Using flaming jump in front of me. The moment he saw the Red Angel Evil Spirit, Klein's pupils dilated. The human-skinned glove on his left hand suddenly turned transparent. He didn't listen to what the other party had to say. His instinctive reaction was to immediately teleport away, but at this moment, the spirit world that entered his eyes was different from usual. Countless transparent creatures in indescribable forms were all dyed in a color that was a mixture of iron and blood. The surrounding area was filled with thick smoke, and there were 7 rays of light that contained infinite knowledge hidden above them. It was almost impossible to see them. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He didn't rashly teleport. Upon seeing this, the Red Angel Evil Spirit chuckled. "What are you afraid of, Zeradal?" Upon hearing this, Klein subconsciously looked around, but he didn't discover anything unusual. The Red Angel Evil Spirit maintained that annoying smile and pointed to the sofa opposite the reclining chair. "If I had already informed him that Dwayne Dantes is Gehrman Sparrow, and that you will return to 160 Buckland Street in the morning, then the person waiting in the wine cellar wouldn't be a living person. Instead, it would be your hung-up butler and servants, looking as though they were left to dry age. Of course, they would similarly welcome you warmly. Sit. Under such circumstances, listening to my thoughts and intentions first isn't a bad thing." He imagined the scene described by the Red Angel Evil Spirit. Although Klein had done similar things himself, his hair stood on end, and he was horrified. He kept his guard up, allowing the marionette, Konas Kilgore, in the form of Dwayne Dantes to sit on the sofa while he waited by the side as though he was his personal servant, Enuni. He had unknowingly swapped places with his marionette and instantly changed their appearances. "Perhaps it's because you just learned of this information from Patrick Bryan, and you haven't even informed Zeradal yet?" Klein retorted through his marionette. At the same time, he determined from the words of the Red Angel Evil Spirit that Zeradal had really come to Backland. This was a complete and unrestricted, terrifying, and bizarre sequence. One angel. It was enough to be called a hidden existence. The Red Angel Evil Spirit's gaze swept across the valet and his master before smiling. "I'll be able to get something I want to know in 15 minutes from a fool like Patrick Bryan. Furthermore, an entire night and a morning has passed since the ritual. You and Miss Messenger might have something in common." Klein made the marionette raise his eyebrows. "And so?" The Red Angel Evil Spirit gently rocked the reclining chair it was in. "I'm not sure if you've heard of such a saying. When you choose a beyonder pathway, your corresponding friends and enemies will be determined. As for us, we aren't friends, but we aren't enemies either. Of course, you did have some conflicts with me, but no one suffered any great losses. The matter has passed. To me, your growth will bring great trouble to a few people I hate, so I don't want to kill you in advance. I'm happy to see you continue your advancement." The Emperor had said similar words. A few people he hates. Klein deliberated and asked, "Blasphemer Amon?" "Not that ignorant and not that stupid either." The Red Angel Evil Spirit laughed and stroked his chin. "Be it his words or actions, he gave people the urge to hit him." After some thought, Klein calmly pointed out a question. Then you can definitely choose Zeradal. If he can rise up because of this, he will similarly bring about extreme trouble for blasphemer Amon. Compared to him, I'm still too weak. I'll still need a long time to grow. There are too many possible accidents from this point forth. The Red Angel evil spirit nodded seriously. Indeed, that's what I thought in the beginning as well. A fellow like you, who isn't much stronger than a wild dog, what are you going to use to compete with the already sequence 1 Zeradal? Die faster than anyone else. At this point, the Red Angel evil spirit changed the topic and sighed. However, if one can choose the most ideal proposal in this world, that would be too wonderful. Before he could finish his sentence, a bloody gash appeared on his left bloody cheek. The wound opened up in a wide manner, opening and closing like a mouth, and revealed 2 rows of illusory white teeth. I've investigated. The collapse of the Sauron family was caused by Zeradal and Roselle. Is this the spirit left behind by the ancestor of the Sauron family? The dissociation of the Red Angel is worse than I imagined. No, this isn't considered a normal split personality, but 3 people being stuffed into one body. No matter what they do, they have to first come to a unanimous decision, or there will be internal strife. Klein believed that the Red Angel evil spirit wasn't setting up a trap, but that he had no way of informing Zeradal of the relevant information. This is his weakness. I can use it in the future. Klein muttered silently before asking, "Then why did you come to me? Just to say those words?" The Red Angel evil spirit raised its hand to rub his left cheek, causing the mouth that appeared to slowly disappear. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Aren't you investigating the lone royal family? It seems to involve a high-ranking demoness named Katarina. If you have any tracks from her, inform me before you carry out any operation." Saintess of White Katarina, why is the Red Angel evil spirit looking for her? The Hunter Pathway Sequence 4 can cause women to become men. The Sequence 7 of the Demoness Pathway can make men into women. This should be 2 separate Beyonder pathways that can be interchanged. The Red Angel evil spirit can't find a suitable Hunter Pathway Beyonder characteristic, so it plans to jump to the Demoness Pathway? That's right. As an evil spirit, as long as he resolves his issue of survival, he can still advance using potions and characteristics. Klein was first taken aback before he used the secrets he knew of to come up with a guess. He suddenly had a strange idea. When there are both high-sequence Beyonder characteristics of the Hunter and Demoness pathways within a body, would the Red Angel evil spirit display a male form or a female form? Whoever has a higher level and is in charge decides. At that moment, the Red Angel evil spirit looked at Dwayne Dantes and his valet and scoffed. "You have a great talent for provoking others." "I haven't said anything," Klein inwardly replied in a daze. The Red Angel evil spirit curled his lips and said, "I can guess what you're thinking, unless you admit that you're ignorant. However, this might be a good thing for them." "Shut up." A bloody mouth appeared on both sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's cheeks. Looking at the dissociative identity disorder happening before him, Klein rationally gave up on the idea of going deeper into the topic and said, "It's not impossible to inform you in advance, but the problem is how should I inform you?" From his point of view, the demoness of unaging Katarina was a vile person. It was the same with the Red Angel evil spirit. It wasn't a bad thing to have them clash. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled and said, "Of course it's by reciting my honorific name, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife." "Pooey!" The mouth on both sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's cheeks let out a disdainful sound, as though they didn't approve of it. This is a standard deity's honorific name. After gaining control of the uniqueness, to a certain extent Medici had already become a quasi-god. And as long as no one can accommodate the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, this evil spirit's level will not drop. The honorific name will always point towards him. Klein nodded thoughtfully and probed, "What do you know about the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alistitutor?" Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel's facial muscles twitched slightly before sneering. "Are you asking what the secret of the lone royal family is?" You might not know this, but you might be familiar with the Blood Emperor's secret ruins, Klein said deliberately. The Red Angel evil spirit suddenly laughed out loud and slapped the armrest of the reclining chair. Your tricks are so childish that they look like a 3-year-old's. Haha, the secret hidden by the lone royal family is very simple. I could guess it just by reading the newspapers. TSK, you only have a smart-looking face. Your brain is filled with squirming worms. You can guess it just by reading the newspapers? Klein frowned and asked. The Red Angel evil spirit finished laughing and curled his lips. Of course, it needs some basic knowledge. I believe you should have it. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions and you'll understand how simple the answer is. Is that Blood Emperor secret ruins the kind known by the churches? No, Klein shook his head firmly. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled and continued asking, do you know which sequence the Blood Emperor, Alista Tudor, was in before he advanced to Sequence 0? The Black Emperor Pathway, Sequence 1 Prince of Abolition, Klein calmly replied. The Red Angel evil spirit nodded slightly. Did you know that before Alista Trunsoist became Blood Emperor, he was one of the 2 consuls of the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire, and that the ones supporting him were 6 of the 7 present deities, including Evernight and Storm? Klein nodded and gave an affirmative answer. The half-slumped Red Angel evil spirit crossed one leg over the other. Then do you know that, after Alista became Blood Emperor, he had truly gone mad and even died during the Battle of the Gods? Kind of. Klein didn't dare to be too sure, because this was something he had read from Roselle's diary, and the Emperor had learned it from Mr. Dorr. The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled and said, then do you think that Alista Tudor would have the rationality and opportunity to leave behind secret ruins after he became Blood Emperor? No, Klein slowly shook his head. The Red Angel evil spirit spread its hands and said, since it's a ruin left behind by Alista before he became Blood Emperor, and if the 6 deities who supported him aren't aware of it, what could it be? If you had a choice, would you take a path destined to go mad? This Klein instantly thought of the 9 mausoleums that the Black Emperor needed in the ritual needed to become a god. To a Prince of Abolition, before the return of the former Black Emperor, secretly seeking out a way to advance to Black Emperor was something he wanted to do. Is that ruin related to the Black Emperor? Klein asked in a deep voice. The Red Angel evil spirit rubbed his chin and chuckled. You seem to know the Black Emperor's ritual. Isn't that simple? What has the King of Lone been doing in the past 2 to 3 years? The Grain Act was abolished. There's the Civil Servant Unified Examination, a restructuring of the military. The House of Lords and Nobles are struck down a notch, strengthening the authority of the House of Commons. Isn't this something that was published in the newspapers? Besides, isn't it common knowledge that the Justiciar pathway can be switched to the Black Emperor pathway? As many of these things were the trends of the times to Klein, with one of them being pushed by him, he had never considered them from a mysticism perspective in the past. Now that they were connected, he immediately understood. Soon, he recalled something else. The last person who wanted to become Black Emperor was Roselle. He happened to be related to Amon's brother. The Grain Act was abolished. The Civil Servant Unified Examination, a concession was made, bringing the church's forces into the military. These seem to be in line with the trends of the times, but in essence they're oppressive, weakening the nobles and supporting a new class. Compared to the previous 1,000-year rule, this can really be considered to be against the norm. It's the order needed to become Black Emperor. In the past decade or so, the changes in architecture style have been very drastic as well. For Roselle to be able to obtain the uniqueness and obtain the corresponding sequence 1 beyond her characteristic, that ancient secret organization must have put in quite a bit of effort. It might have even provided part of it directly. When this emperor perished, who took away those characteristics? Also, Bernadette has been in Backlund for the past few months and has been coming here frequently. The main issue is that the asymmetrical aesthetics of the empires in the 4th epoch had affected my understanding, making me believe that rules that violate normal circumstances are odd and against the order that humans would strive for. Now that I think about it again, what does it mean by normal circumstances? Isn't it just something that everyone has already gotten used to and therefore, won't have an instinctive sense of resistance towards it? From the tribes to the countries, from feudalism to republicanism, don't they all violate the normal circumstances of the period they were in, with countless people wishing to return to the past? The phrase old fogies and leftovers from the old dynasties encompasses this problem. From the looks of it, as long as a deity doesn't intervene, the revolution that the Black Emperor needs will definitely happen. It's just a matter of time. With the tides of the times surging over, it's really hard to stop it. That brother of Amon is indeed a powerful and terrifying author. In the depths of the Blood Emperor's ruins, there should be a mausoleum similar to a pyramid. And according to the ritual requirements, one has to drive one's citizens to build it. Therefore, there are cases of people going missing in the East Borough and overseas slave trade. When the war develops to a certain stage, using the excuse of praying for victory, or the nation's mourning for soldiers, a huge gathering with a large number of citizens can be convened to participate in the sacrificial ritual in the various cities in the royal capital. Yes. Many years ago, the lone royal family obtained the crown of the Balam Empire, and they connected the king's name to the title of emperor. What a great plan! When he was alerted by the Red Angel evil spirit's questions, Klein's mind tensed up. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and at the same time he had another question. He looked at the tall, thin, young gatekeeper who didn't look rosy. He said after some deliberation, "George III wishes to directly become Black Emperor? But he isn't even at sequence 4. Even if George III could act ahead of time to make himself more talented, and reduce the impact caused by the mental imprint in the potion, Klein didn't believe that a sequence 5 Beyonder could become a god directly, unless he was lucky enough with that very slim chance of success. And such luck wasn't something that could be described simply as being sufficient. The snake of Mercury who represents fate, Wolosepton, didn't even dare to directly devour the die of probability, and he had to seriously find a way to accommodate it. The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed when he heard that. How do you know that George III is only sequence 5? How are you so sure that the George III under investigation is the real George III? Could it be that he was imagined into existence, or could it be a faceless at the angel level? These are truly very difficult things to accomplish, but to a certain zealot, these are all within the scope of one's ability and the resources in one's grasp. I suspect that George III is an official member of the secret organization that was created to mimic our Rose redemption. His true level might already be at the angel level. Heh. I wouldn't be surprised if he is already at sequence 1. This Emperor Roselle once said that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures that he couldn't imagine. When they combine forces other than dealing with the 7 churches, there's nothing that can't be done. This actually includes the king of a country? That's right, later on the emperor also became the ruler of Intis. Zealot, is this what the Red Angel evil spirit thinks of Amon's brother? Although this is clearly a little extreme with a strong bias, there's a certain reason for it. A nickname isn't given randomly. Klein made his marionette frown slightly. You seem to be able to see through the truth of this matter easily. But why hasn't the Church of Evernight, Storm, and Steam realized this problem? Their understanding of the Black Emperor is no less than yours. After all, the 2 churches of the Evernight and the Storm had supported the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire. The Red Angel evil spirit wore an amused expression again as he sized up Dwayne Dantes and his valet. How old are you? Why are you still so naive and childish? The 6 deities and the 6 churches are not necessarily equivalent at times. The things the 6 deities know might not be told to the angels and saints beneath them. The Red Angel evil spirit let out a chortle again when he saw that Dwayne Dantes was still frowning in confusion. Trust me, what I said and what I'll be saying next is undoubtedly a form of provocation to ruin the image of the 6 deities, but you can consider whether it's the truth. Let's put it this way. In regards to someone wanting to become the Black Emperor, the attitude of the 6 deities, the 7 deities is rather ambiguous. They often have conflicts of their own. More precisely, they are happy to see a mentally sound Black Emperor be born, but they also wish that it's one they support. Therefore, They will not give any detailed revelations to the various churches. They will only follow the normal procedure and deliver punishment if there are results to the investigation. Otherwise, they will tacitly approve of its development. Of course, during this process we cannot eliminate the possibility that a certain existence might want to do some damage, but it will not be so direct and obvious, because it will definitely be stopped by the other deities. If it wasn't because he knew of them taking such attitudes, how could George III dare take the risk? Alright, now that the war has broken out, he has overcome the crisis. He can wait for the next opportunity. At that moment, Klein thought of the news that had been leaked out during the operation launched at the Blood Emperor ruins. He was momentarily unsure if he should suspect that the upper echelons of the three churches had a member of the ancient secret organization, or that a certain deity had personally reminded Amon's brother. And if it were the latter, the suspect was undoubtedly not the Lord of Storms. After a moment of silence, Klein hesitantly asked, "So, as long as nothing goes wrong, George III will carry out the ritual to become a god, despite everything that he has done? And if everything goes smoothly and he survives the backlash from the potion, will he ascend to the throne of Black Emperor?" The Red Angel Evil Spirit replied in a relaxed tone, "Is there a problem? Why would the 7 deities?" Klein couldn't help but ask. The Red Angel Evil Spirit sked and said, "Do you want to know? If you want to know, I can tell you now." Just as he was about to say, "Of course," Klein suddenly recalled the warning that Ma'am Ariana had given him. There are some things that make it easier to be infected the more you know. Both your body and soul will be infected. Once you become an angel, you can seek out the exact answer. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein made his marionette smile. "Forget it then." "Very good. You nearly died out of curiosity and foolishness." The Red Angel Evil Spirit shook his head regretfully. He then looked out the window and said, "If there's nothing else, you may leave." "All right." Klein made the marionette stand up and raise his right hand. At this moment, the half-slumped Red Angel Evil Spirit suddenly asked, "I have this nagging feeling that if I had attacked you just now, you wouldn't be completely helpless, am I right?" "Of course. Why do you think I chose Flaming Jump instead of teleporting?" "That was to hide the burning of the paper crane in my wallet. This way, Snake of Fate will Osepton's gaze would silently land on me. If anything happens, he would use the yesterday once more charm. To deal with an existence at your level, one can't be too careful. How could one not be careful and keep a trump card hidden?" Klein didn't directly answer the Red Angel Evil Spirit's question. He smiled and expressed his tacit agreement. "Pa!" He snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to surge out of his pocket and envelop him. As the scarlet streams dispersed, Klein's figure disappeared in front of the Red Angel Evil Spirit. Backlund, at Dr. Aaron Sirius's home, in a black pram. The chubby baby rubbed his eyes and muttered silently, "Backlund really isn't suitable for children to live in." 39 Backlund Street. Having done a divination, Klein saw Member of Parliament Mocht, who was about to head to Westborough. "Didn't you go to Mager Manor?" "I'm planning on letting Rihanna and Hazel hide in Moose Manor." Mocht pinched the sockets of his eyes. "I wonder when this side effect will disappear." Klein retracted his gaze from this action and sighed. "I have to prepare some weapons for the manor, so I came to seek your help. Also, if you have the means to get food, you can help me buy some." In his opinion, the low-level citizens weren't able to stock up on food because they didn't have any money at all. At most, they would stock up a few days' worths of food. Therefore, his purchase wouldn't affect them for the time being. Once the food situation worsened, he could donate more of it through Miss Audrey. Before food rationing was implemented, if Klein didn't stockpile, other rich people would do so. Furthermore, they might not donate it. "No problem," Mocht agreed without any hesitation. Klein didn't ask about the price, because he had given housekeeper Tanaja a total of £5,000 for such matters. Of course, after confirming that Zeradal was in Backlund and that Dwayne Dante's being equivalent to Gairman Sparrow was known to the Red Angel Evil Spirit, he decided not to return to Mager Manor. He planned on changing his identity so as not to affect the innocent. As for the excuse, It had been arranged by the Church of Evernight that he would perform certain tasks, and that he was unable to return for a long period of time. If there was a charity event that required his help, he gave Miss Audrey the authority to stand in his place. On the way to St. Samuel Cathedral from Buckland Street, Klein passed by the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. He was surprised to find that the door was still open. As the initiator and current director, he placed quite a bit of concern over this matter. He temporarily slowed down and walked over. Just as he entered the door, he saw Miss Audrey walking down from the second floor with her personal maidservant, a big golden retriever, and a few staff members beside her. Good afternoon. In this situation, there doesn't seem to be a need to insist on doing anything. Klein went forward and voiced out his doubts. Audrey held the newspaper in her hand as she looked at Dwayne Dantes. Some of our beneficiaries were injured in the air raid. I just went to visit them and arranged for follow-up treatment. The noble lady's eyes were slightly red, as though she had seen all sorts of heart-wrenching scenes in the hospital. May the goddess bless them. Klein came to a realization and drew a crimson moon on his chest. He took the opportunity to say the idea that he had come up with long ago. I plan to donate some more money to buy food, medicine, and medical equipment for the foundation. In this man-made disaster, we can do more things. A brilliant idea. Those who are suffering will be grateful to you from the bottom of their hearts, Mr. Dantes. Audrey tapped her chest 4 times in a fluid motion. There was obvious joy and pity in her eyes. I will do my best as well. She didn't want to just donate money, but to spearhead certain matters. Klein nodded. You don't have to praise me. At times like these, I only did what I should do. Apart from donating funds, I will also donate food. All of you can discuss this directly with my butler, Walter. Yes, Miss Audrey. I can write a letter of authorization to you now, so that you can use my name to transfer the resources of Mager Manor. What about you, Mr. Dantes? Audrey asked with a vague guess. This was the most normal response in such a conversation. I received a notice from the church that I need to help them perform certain tasks. As for what they are, I haven't gone to St. Samuel Cathedral yet, so I'm not sure either. The only thing I can confirm is that I have to travel around. I won't be able to return to Mager Manor for a long time. Klein gave the reason he had come up with previously. Miss Audrey, during this period of time at the foundation, I have come to understand your character and ability. Your background and standing also determine your visions and style. Handing these matters to you is the best solution I can come up with. Klein didn't expect his lies to fool a senior spectator. He only wanted to deceive the people around justice. Oh, these people didn't include the dog. Does Mr. World want to temporarily give up on his identity as Dwayne Dantes so that he can perform certain matters in secret? Feeling enlightened, Audrey pretended to think. After a few seconds of silence, she said, with the current situation, I can't refuse such a request. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately got his personal servant, Anuni, to go upstairs to get a piece of paper and a pen. Then, while being witnessed by the staff, he personally drafted a letter of authorization, signed his name, printed his thumbprint, and stamped the seal. After doing all of this, Klein cast his gaze at the newspaper in Audrey's hand. Is there anything else? I just came back from outside the city. I only heard the paperboy shout that the kingdom has declared war on Faysac. Audrey pursed her lips and said with a slightly gloomy expression, not long after the airship fleet from Faysac attacked Backland, their Sonia Sea Fleet took advantage of the thick fog to attack the Imperial Navy's base at Pritz Harbor's Oak Island and the shipyards in the surrounding area. Fortunately, the Church of the Lord of Storms received a warning beforehand and sent a telegram in advance. Pritz Harbor wasn't lost, but it lost quite a number of ships and factories. It said that many people died and were seriously injured. This is war, Klein sighed. Can I see how the king declared war? Audrey knew that there was something wrong with King George III, so she could tell that Mr. World was hiding his contempt. She didn't refuse and handed the newspaper over. It was the Tussock Times. Without needing to spread it open, he directly saw the king's declaration on the headlines. 708 years ago, the Phasacians took away Sonia Island from us. A year ago, the Phasacians stole half of our interests in East Balam. Today, they bombarded Backland and attacked Pritz Harbor. Many Loanese were killed and injured, and their blood has stained the ground. There's no way for us to back down any further. We can only be bullied again and again by the Phasacians if we back off. If we continue retreating, we will lose all our interests overseas. Large amounts of our products will not be sold. Countless workers will lose their jobs, and even more peasants will go bankrupt. Everything from the past and now states that justice is in our hands, and we have enough strength to seize complete victory. Everyone, I, your Emperor, George III, represent the Parliament and the Kingdom's government to declare war on Phasak. Unless they raise the white flag and surrender, we will never stop advancing. Advance, we shall take back Sonia Island. Advance, we shall conquer St. Milam. Victory will definitely belong to us. The gods will be with us. Klein quickly browsed through it and used his clown ability to stop his lips from curling up. He then returned the tussock times to Audrey. He took off his hat and bowed. I'll leave the rest to you. I will, please rest assured. Audrey held the letter of authorization and newspapers and bowed. Without any further delay, Klein left the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation with his valet, Anuni, and arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral. At that moment, the church no longer had many believers present. Most of them had returned to their homes, busy preparing for their life with war having been declared. In the dark and quiet environment, Klein found a seat and sat down. He took off his hat, clasped his hands, and placed them in front of his mouth and nose. He softly recited the honorific name of the Evernight goddess, then said, I received news from the Red Angel Evil Spirit that it's very likely that Zeradal has already arrived in Backland. As for the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor, there's a high chance that it's the mausoleum needed for the Black Emperor ritual. After the prayer, Klein waited patiently for a while. He saw the Archbishop, Anthony Stevenson, enter from the side door and walk towards him. This saint was clean-shaven. He wore a black robe that had the Crimson Moon's emblem on it. He walked without making a sound, as though he was the night that slowly descended. Anthony didn't say a word after he approached Dwayne Dantes. He only signaled with his eyes before turning towards the library. With that, Klein got up, put on his hat, and followed silently behind. As for his personal servant, Anuni, he held his cane and walked to the entrance of the cathedral to wait. Outside the library, Archbishop Anthony turned around and revealed a smile. He said to Dwayne Dantes, War has erupted. There are too many things that need to be done. As a devout believer of the goddess, are you willing to provide some help? Indeed, from the looks of it, Ma'am Ariana has left Backland. As Klein sighed, he drew the crimson moon on his chest. It's my honor. Praise the lady. After responding, he immediately asked, What do you need me to do? I'll inform you when needed. Try not to go home during this period of time, St. Anthony said in an illogical tone. And in an instant, he understood what the other party meant. He had to hide for now. They had no time to deal with Zeradal. At most, they could provide him protection within a certain range. Just as I thought, the goddess is digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She will not be able to do a divine descent for a long period of time. The upper echelons of the church have to deal with the war, while the negative effects of Grade 0 sealed artifacts are more terrifying than the last. Klein nodded gently. Yes, Your Grace. May the goddess bless you. St. Anthony drew the crimson moon. Praise the lady. The only escape is tranquility. Klein responded with a familiar gesture. Then, he left St. Samuel Cathedral and headed to another street with his valet. After walking for a while, both of them disappeared at some point in time. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Wearing an ordinary face, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew at it. Soon, Rionette Tynker walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. She wasn't surprised by her contractor's appearance. Without giving a letter, he directly said, Tell Miss Sharon and Marie that Zeradal has come to Backlund and is very likely to be in contact with the Rose School of Thought. They must be careful. It's best not to go to the Bravehearts bar in the near future. Zeradal? This time, Rionette Tinker's four heads spoke at the same time, as though they had spent a great deal of effort to recall who it was. Leader of the Secret Order. A Sequence 1 angel who once lost his mind before becoming normal again. Klein took out a gold coin and handed it to Miss Messenger. He didn't mention that Zeradal was very interested in Gehrman Sparrow. He believed that, as a high-level spirit world creature, Miss Messenger would be able to sense his uniqueness to a certain extent. Otherwise, there was no need for this angel to lower her status to be his messenger. If it was for yesterday once more charms, she could provide him help in a more decent manner. As for why Zeradal didn't discover the Grey Fog's aura in the Foggy Town but now shows interest in Gehrman Sparrow, Klein believed that there were three reasons. The first reason was that the Grey Fog's Beyonder convergence had compelled this powerful seer to come to Backlund, and he predicted something. The second reason was that Gehrman Sparrow was able to leave the Foggy Town despite receiving the wrong symbol and return to the real world. The third reason was that Gehrman Sparrow was likely related to the organization that believed in the Fool. By the time Zeradal came into contact with the Rose School of Thought and realized that the Mother Tree of Desire was somewhat interested in Gehrman Sparrow, even if he didn't have a guess, the importance he placed on Gehrman Sparrow would still rise exponentially. Rionette Tinker didn't say anything else. One of the heads tilted forward and bit the gold coin. After watching Miss Messenger leave, he pulled a chair and sat down. He sized up the sky outside the window across a wooden desk. The layout of the rental apartment was the same as the one he used to live in Tingen City. There was a bedroom inside, and outside of it was a living room, dining room, and study room. There was also a bunk bed. At that moment, in the room, other than him, there were only his marionettes, Konas and Inuni. After sitting for a while, Klein raised his hand to rub his temples. He then stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He then conjured Gehrman Sparrow. By praying to Mr. Fool, he sent messages to Danitz and the hermit Katlia. The message for the former was to remind him to be careful of the secret order. Although he didn't believe that Zeradal would directly seek out Danitz, a person who had crossed paths with Gehrman Sparrow on the surface, there was nothing wrong with reminding him regardless. As a bizarro sorcerer, Klein had a certain level of understanding of the beyonders of the seer pathway. He believed that those who could truly advance to such a state were sufficiently cautious and careful. This didn't exclude certain oddities and exceptions, but it definitely didn't exclude Zeradal, who was at Sequence 1. And in this situation, in the eyes of an angel who was in control of enough secrets, Danitz was more like bait that was deliberately thrown out to fish for certain targets. Therefore, it was highly likely that Zeradal would very carefully and cautiously avoid him. At most, he would send members of the secret order to do some direct or indirect investigations. By the same logic, the message that Klein gave the hermit Katlia had the same content. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was for her to immediately contact Queen Mystic Bernadette, saying that Gehrman Sparrow wanted to meet her as soon as possible. In addition, he also informed the Admiral of Stars, something he wanted to delay till the next tarot gathering, that she was to decide if she wanted to purchase the Sequence 5 Druid and Sequence 4 Classical Metallurgist of the Planter Pathway, west of the Berserk Sea, Theros Island. Danitz, who was gathering clues about Vice Admiral Ailment, held a cup filled with golden beer when his expression suddenly became extremely complicated. "What's wrong? You saw someone and recalled an indescribable encounter." Anderson shook the Lanty-proof distilled liquor in his hand as he teased the abnormal Danitz. Danitz gulped down a mouthful of beer and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand before saying with a somewhat depressed expression, "We have to be careful of secret order members from now on." Ever since he met Gehrman Sparrow, such words were a common occurrence for him. His initial reaction had gone from the point of panic to numbness and depression. He suspected that one day, he would be listed as being wanted by all organizations of different sizes, except Mr. Fool's organization. Anderson sized up Danitz when he heard that as he chuckled. "Sometimes, I feel that Gehrman Sparrow is more like a hunter than me." "Heh, so the two of you have a special method of communication." You don't even need to summon a messenger. Danitz was just about to say a few perfunctory words when a person from Intis rushed into the tavern. He held a telegram and shouted, "Fasak launched an air raid on Backlund. Lone has officially declared war." Declared war? Anderson and Danitz looked at each other. By relying on their pathway's characteristics, they acutely caught the scent of a large-scale war. Fasak attacked Backlund and Pritz Harbor, and in return, Lone has officially declared war. The 3 ironclad warship fleets weren't at the harbor, so there wasn't many losses. They're heading back to the Lone Coast. Catlia's crew happened to pass through Orvie Island, and they had gathered all sorts of information from the telegrams. Just as she was thinking about how the pirate crew would react in this situation, she suddenly saw an endless gray fog and heard the word Gehrman Sparrow. "Be careful of the Secret Order members. Be careful of Zeratul." As someone from Intis to a certain extent, what caught Catlia's attention was something that with the least importance. And it was precisely because of this that she had no doubts about the word Gehrman Sparrow's request to meet the Queen as soon as possible. She believed that this was related to the Secret Order and Zeratul. Finally, she said the 2 potion names softly. Druid, Classical Metallurgist. This Sequence 4's modern name should be the Ancient Metallurgist. It was previously called Human Metallurgist. Catlia subconsciously walked to the window and cast her gaze down. On these seas, which had a time difference between it and Backlund, Frank Lee and Artisan Sealf were leaning on the side of the ship sunbathing. The former carried a relaxed expression and looked very pleased, but there was a pensive look in his eyes. It was as though there were still some problems that couldn't be resolved. The latter's face was pale, and his lips were quivering. Scattered over his clothes were mushrooms. Druid, Ancient Metallurgist, Admiral of Stars. Catlia repeated the 2 terms again, feeling as though something was pressing down on her. After about 10 seconds, Catlia adjusted the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and consoled herself. Mr. Fool didn't give any warnings. It means it's not a big deal. With this thought in mind, specks of bright light floated down, forming a staircase of light between the captain's cabin window and the deck. Catlia went down the stairs and walked to Frank Lee and Sealf's side. After a few seconds of silence, Catlia asked, "Frank, what are your dreams?" Only then did Frank Lee realize that his captain had arrived. With a push of his palm, he flipped to his feet. "Dreams?" This biologist thought about it seriously and said, "I wish to be able to study the soil, the creation of objects, and crossbreeding techniques without restrictions, so as to ensure that humans will no longer be hungry anymore. Equality between people will be achieved. What you can do, I can do. What you can grow, I can also grow." Upon hearing this, Artisan Sealf slowly got up and silently crouched to the side, opening his mouth and vomiting. Frank Lee continued without being affected. "In order to have such a world, one has to have sufficient food and resources, so I hope to create all kinds of creatures that can deal with different environments and conditions. Heh, everyone has their own tendencies. I prefer fish, beef, and spores." Catlia finished listening to Frank's description with a deadpan expression. However, during this process, she repeatedly nudged the thick glasses on her nose thrice. After a moment of silence, Catlia asked, "There's only one step left to your research now?" "That's right. I'm just short of a DMID's ability for catalyzing it. If I can get the formula, help me make the druid beyond her characteristic I have into a mystical item." Frank answered frankly. "No, I won't help you. You devil!" The silently vomiting Artisan Sealf raised his head and shouted anxiously. Catlia watched this scene quietly. With a flip of her hand, she produced a gold coin. Ding! The gold coin flipped up before landing in Catlia's palm, heads facing up. "I have the Druid Potion formula. It's from Gehrman Sparrow, 5,000 pounds. Catlia explained in detail, as though she was deliberately telling Artisan Sealf, informing him who the true murderer was. A look of pure joy immediately appeared in Frank Lee's eyes. "He really is a swell guy. Captain, I've only saved up to 3,000 pounds. Can you lend me 2,000 pounds? Most of his previous savings had been used to buy the druid beyond her characteristic, and he had even sold some of his items. Katlia fell silent once again. A few seconds later, she nodded while Frank Lee's expectant eyes were on her. Okay. Northborough, Backlund Medical University's affiliated hospital. Eudora lay on the bed with a blank expression, lacking the vibrancy a young girl should have. She had woken up from her coma some time ago, but she hadn't opened her eyes. Thus, she heard the doctor tell her parents that the injury she received to her right leg from the air raid likely couldn't be saved. They had to be prepared for an amputation procedure. After that, she lay down in a daze, feeling as though there were many people coming and going one after another. Among them, the person who had originally only visited the student next door, the lone Charity Bursary Foundation director, Audrey, indicated that she was willing to pay for the subsequent treatments after hearing about her. The school's chancellor, Mr. Portland Moment, had promised to create the most advanced and most convenient robotic limb for her to walk like a normal person. However, none of this dispelled the gloominess, heaviness, sorrow, and despair in Eudora's heart. She wasn't even 18, and she had yet to enjoy the beauty of life. But now, she was about to lose a leg and lose her dreams. Her family wasn't considered wealthy. Her father was the owner of a grocery store that believed in the Lord of Storms. He was violent, barbaric, and unwilling to reason with women. Her mother was timid and weak, and she relied on her father to survive. If not for the fact that her family didn't have a second child at home, Eudora wouldn't have been able to study at all. But even so, her father had chosen a place like the Backlund Technical School where results could be quickly seen. Previously, she had commented on how lucky she was that the Backlund Technical School had been turned into the Backlund University of Technology. Furthermore, she had passed the examinations and become a real university student. This made her smile every day as she passed the joy to the people around her while having the time to indulge in her hobby for poetry. Eudora's dream was to remain in the university and be a university teacher, finding a husband who loved her as she loved him. At the same time, she could constantly keep true to her pursuit of poetry, hoping that they would one day be published in magazines and newspapers. Now, all of this had been destroyed by a bomb that fell from the sky. It had been mercilessly and cruelly destroyed. After an unknown period of time, Eudora silently pulled up the blanket and covered her face. She let out a soft whimper that sounded like a baby beast. The crying didn't stop for a while. After a while, Eudora suddenly lifted the blanket and saw a black figure standing by her bed. Half of the black figure's face was covered by mushrooms, while the other half was covered in weeds. In the black figure's hand was a wooden cane. Eudora couldn't even scream. She felt like her heart was about to burst out of her chest. The black figure touched her with the tip of the cane. Eudora felt her heart return to normal while her right leg felt cold, as though she could feel her leg again. When she looked at the bedside again, the black figure wasn't there anymore. In her daze, Eudora moved her right leg and realized that it wasn't painful at all. It was as if she had never been hurt before. She pulled up the blanket again and covered her face. A few seconds later, there was a sound of disbelief under the blanket. It was filled with fear, but it was also mixed with crying that were tears of joy. Nighttime, Pritz Harbor, in a cemetery in the suburbs. The people who died in the airship bombings had been brought here. The priests and bishops of the three churches were busy comforting the souls of the dead to prevent any anomalies from happening. In that short day, many wives lost their husbands, many children lost their mothers, and many families were down to a single person. Some of them loitered in the cemetery, some silent, others sobbing. Some even wept until they fainted. Wearing an ordinary-looking face, Klein stood among them and watched everything without saying a word. It was as if he had recalled the funeral he had attended before. While it was dark, he had just used life's cane to treat the injured in Backlund and Pritz Harbor's various hospitals, victims of the air raid. He had also left behind a strange and horrifying urban myth to help him further digest the bizarro sorcerer potion. And he knew that, once such haunted tales spread like wildfire, Zeradal, who was in Backlund, would immediately be able to understand what was going on. He would send his marionettes to monitor the corresponding areas. Hence, before the news spread, He relied on teleporting to travel to all the hospitals in Backland and Pritz Harbor, leaving behind all sorts of horror stories to treat patients with severe illnesses. When this matter spread, he believed that he would receive a great deal of feedback, allowing him to take a firm and huge step in the direction of completely digesting the potion. However, Klein didn't stop there. The existence of a conspiracy created by the Red Angel evil spirit, and the fact that Zeradal was in Backland, was like a guillotine hanging above his head, urging him to continue searching for opportunities. Hence, he came here to witness the grief of the ordinary citizens. After a moment of silence, Klein retracted his gaze and turned to leave the cemetery. After arriving at an empty spot, his left glove quickly turned dark blue, and slippery fish scales grew out. With a whoosh, the wind swept over, and Klein flew up into the air towards the harbor. In the sea beyond the land, the Sonya Sea Fleet from the Fasak Empire was quietly waiting. It was as if they were prepared to launch another bombardment after daybreak, destroying the rest of the shipyards. Soon, Klein arrived above the harbor ruins and looked at the faint flames in the dark night. At the same time, his two marionettes had used flaming jump to rush over from the ground, splitting up into different hidden locations. From what he had heard and seen, Klein didn't have any doubts or feelings towards what he was about to do. However, he was still confused. Taking revenge on the invaders was a legitimate matter, but if he were to seriously injure the Fasak fleet, the happiest person would be the lone king, George III, the true mastermind behind all of this, one of the culprits who had pushed for war. There are too many principles in this world, but only those who have truly experienced it will realize that there are times when doing nothing is the correct path. It will fill one's heart with conflict. With a sigh, Klein turned his attention to the information he had received from the Hanged Man. The commander of the Sonya Sea Fleet from the Fasak Empire was Admiral Igor Einhorn. He was a demigod from the royal family, currently a Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight of the Red Priest pathway. Through this information, together with the contents of the Red Priest card, more key points surfaced in Klein's mind. Iron-Blooded Knight can make women turn into men, and also make them have courage that is comparable to steel. Not only can they control multiple types of flames, but they're also masters in this domain. They can even turn their own flames into steel. On the Nepos, the flagship of the Fasak Empire's Sonya Sea Fleet, a burly man with a thick beard more than 2 meters tall, Igor Einhorn, was sitting behind a desk. As he drank Sonya blood wine, he pondered over what to do next. After daybreak, Lone's airship crew will definitely attack. Their Pritz ironclad warship and the corresponding fleet will return soon. If they continue staying here, I'll be left in a passive situation. Although I'm an iron-blooded knight, allowing the entire fleet's power to gather onto me while distributing the damage, the commanding officer of the ironclad warship is most likely a demigod of the Arbiter pathway, or they have the corresponding Grade 1 sealed artifact, so it won't be easy to deal with them. If I'm not careful, they might be able to make use of the advantage of their fleet's speed and armaments. Retreating is the best option. After that, we'll continue attacking the coastal ports while the lone navy is damaged. This war is indeed a good opportunity to digest potions. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to become a war bishop before this. Otherwise, I might have a chance to advance to the level of an angel after the war. Only a war bishop can truly unleash the strength of an army. It's not like how I am right now, only able to focus power on myself. In the midst of Igor Einhorn's thoughts, he planned on using the hidden connection between an iron-blooded knight and the soldiers that were under his command to inform his adjutant to pay him a visit, so that he could give the orders of performing a retreat overnight. Suddenly, he looked up at the door. Thump! There was a knock on the door, and it instantly reverberated in the quiet room. An advance warning before an attack. This thought flashed across Igor's mind and he became extremely tense. In a battle between demigods, setting up an environment, sudden attacks, and catching enemies by surprise was a good way to seize the initiative. It was a combination that could effectively defeat or even kill an enemy of the same level. On the contrary, it was very difficult to accomplish it successfully. Therefore, giving an advance notice before an attack was either a warning without any follow-ups, or it meant that the attacker's level and strength far exceeded the target. As a senior iron-blooded knight, Igor instinctively considered the worst situation. He immediately woke up every sailor and soldier on the Nepos to establish a connection with him. At that moment, the noise sounded again. Boom! This time, the knocking sound on the door was comparable to the loud boom of a salvo. It made Igor feel like a bomb had exploded in his ears. Under his high-strung nerves, he carefully listened to the commotion. This wasn't much different from the roar of a cataclysmic terror. In an instant, Igor's ears buzzed and he felt dizzy. He quickly spread out the damage and let every member of the Nepos hear a faint buzz. Then, Igor grabbed the fountain pen on the table and threw it at the door. This dark red fountain pen left afterimages along the way, like a cannonball that had been fired. To an iron-blooded knight, no matter how ordinary it was, it could become a terrifying murderous weapon through his augmentation. Boom! The door that was hit by the fountain pen cracked open, revealing the person in the corridor who had knocked on the door. It was a man in a black trench coat. His body was as thin as paper, and his face had no facial features. At that moment, the fountain pen had already exploded. The tiny fragments were like storms brought about by the sweeping of a machine gun. It embroiled the person who knocked on the door, tearing him into pieces of flesh and blood. Igor didn't relax. Instead, he stood up and looked around warily. He clearly knew that the person who had knocked on the door hadn't appeared. At this moment, the adjutant, whose bunk was diagonally across from him, opened the door and ran out. When he saw the flesh and blood on the ground, he said in surprise, "Admiral, what happened? There's an intruder." Before Igor could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly froze on the adjutant. The adjutant retracted his gaze from the flesh and blood on the ground and slowly raised his head. There were no eyebrows, eyes, nose, or mouth on his face. It was the same as the person who had knocked just now, a featureless surface. Igor's heart palpitated, and his entire body ignited, transforming into flames that shot out in all directions. After the scarlet flames dispersed, they swept forward and surrounded the adjutant. The fire quickly spread, revealing the already charred adjutant. When the cold wind blew past, the adjutant collapsed into a pile of ashes. The flames didn't stop as they flew out of the room, one after another, forming a tall and burly Igor in midair. At that moment he saw seagulls flying around him. All of them had a human head without any facial features, their heads bare. Igor let out a secret grunt as a blazing flame surrounded him before he sent towards the strange seagulls at high speeds. At that moment, he heard the sound of metal rubbing against each other and immediately looked over with the help of the soldiers. When he saw this, his body suddenly turned cold. He couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. On one of the ships on the other sail-powered battleship of the Sonia Sea Fleet, the cannons seemed to come alive and had a life of their own. They turned around and aimed into the air. As for the cannonballs, they actively leaped into the cannons. Boom! 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 The moment these shells were fired, they were struck by fireballs that followed different trajectories, exploding prematurely mid-flight. Seizing this opportunity, Igor quickly recited the honorific name of the highest commander in the Sonia Sea Theater, a weather warlock from the royal family. The ruler of the fog of the battlefield, the symbol of weather flux, the totem of the storm and lightning, the great Awatoma Einhorn. This was also the reason why it was difficult to kill a demigod of the same level when an advanced warning was given. They could always find an opportunity to seek help. Of course, the main goal of the attacker, Klein, was to create a bizarre scene to scare a demigod and help him digest his potion. He had no intention of completing the hunt. Upon seeing this, he hid beneath the water. Having achieved his goal, he immediately got Konas and Enuni to swap locations over to him and teleport away with them. As for Igor, he didn't let his guard down. He remained extremely tense and guarded against any possible attacks. Only when the angel responded did he truly heave a sigh of relief. Following that, Igor didn't let the fleet stay any longer. He abandoned the sail-powered battleship that had turned into an urban myth, and he left those waters. After a while, a seagull flew over and landed on the sail-powered battleship that had regained its silence. The seagull had obvious dark eye circles. It looked around and said in the language of humans, "I can smell the aura of a seer demigod." Backlund, East Borough, in a cramped rental apartment. Wearing a rather thick jacket, Klein stood behind a desk and looked at the glass window in front of him. He carefully sensed the speed at which the Bizarro Sorcerer potion was being digested. "It's really fast. It's even more than the first 3 months of my digestion combined. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Before I received Life's Cane, I couldn't provide sufficient treatment. I have to make sure that the heart of the target can withstand the fright they experience, so as a result, I wasn't able to go to the hospital to create an urban. Similarly, if it wasn't for the fact that a war broke out, it would be rather difficult to find other demigods. Those whose whereabouts that I can confirm are mostly on their own home ground. To secretly invade and create a bizarre sense of horror will involve turning innocents into marionettes. Even if there's no other choice, I wouldn't have considered it." Klein shifted his attention away from himself and sighed silently. He then repeated a word in his mind. "Or." At this moment, the street lamps in the distance were lit up. East Borough was pitch black with the occasional policeman patrolling the streets with lanterns. In the past, these policemen wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. Now that the war had broken out, they had to carry out the corresponding curfew orders to ensure that there was order and security. "War?" Klein repeated the word softly again, and in a daze he saw a part of the ending. The lone king, George III, has finally broken through the shackles. He's no longer worried that any of the 7 deities will strongly object to his apotheosis. He can officially push for the various rituals needed of Black Emperor. What follows will depend on himself, or should I say himself. As long as he can withstand the impact of the potion, and as long as he can maintain his rationality, he would be able to ascend to the divine throne and advance to sequence 0. The Einhorn family of Faceak used this war that can embroil the entire world to allow its key members to significantly digest their potions, and without much difficulty, they can prepare the corresponding rituals and allow their family's overall strength to be enhanced. As for Amon's brother, he can consume the potion during these tumultuous times and experience a transformation to become a visionary, allowing this world to have another true god. As Klein's thoughts drifted, a question suddenly popped up in his mind. Can I accept such an outcome? Can I accept such an outcome? Klein opened his mouth and slowly closed it. Everything he saw seemed to pass through the limitations of time and space before returning to another place. It was the extremely thick, slightly pungent, cold, and moist smog which was yellow and slightly iron-black in color which had permeated through the entirety of Backlund. It was the tramps who were suffering from ailments, hunger, pain, and cold before being pushed to the brink of death. He was also struggling to survive. For the sake of food, he pushed himself with all his might, not daring to slack off at all. Finally, he saw the light of life. He bought his long-awaited ham, but in the hazy smog, he fell to the ground and never got up again. She was a hard-working widow. In order to survive, and to provide for her 2 children, she had abandoned all her dignity and made herself a shrew that spewed vulgarities. With pain-ridden joints that suffered repeatedly from the invasion of the humidity on a daily basis, she supported a roof that could block out the elements. However, the roof had collapsed in the great smog. The child she wanted to protect had died in her arms. It was a young girl who yearned to study and fantasized about a bright future. She doted on her mother and her younger sister, working hard in the room that was filled with moisture, always carrying that tiny bit of hope. However, after the great smog, she was no longer able to see the future she longed for. It was a girl who desperately took in knowledge under the care of her mother and elder sister. She had gone through too much suffering, and she walked out of her predicament one step at a time, hoping to improve herself. She hoped that her mother and sister wouldn't tire themselves out anymore, and that she would have a chance to let her family of 3 to live an ideal life. However, all of this ultimately shattered. In that terrifying smog, this girl was left alone. No matter how much pain or joy she felt, she was no longer able to share it with her mother and sister. That fantasy of her family life never appeared, nor would it ever appear again. They were living beings that fell to the ground like straw, one family after another, one human after another. They would never be able to erase the pain in their bones. It was a student who clearly had a bright future, but only half of his body was left. His intestines splattered all over the ground. They were children who returned home from school, only to suddenly realize that they had lost their parents and had become orphans. It was the pain of writhing on the ground while crawling with great difficulty. He was an ordinary person who wanted to approach the future, but was powerless to swallow his last breath. It was the people in the cemetery who were so silent that it made one's heart ache, or those who cried until they fainted several times. It was a land stained with blood. It was the air filled with gunpowder. They were cold and ruthless shells. And for the mastermind behind all of this, the greatest murderer, he would step up to the divine throne over piles of corpses, only to receive cheers and escape his mortal coils. Can you accept such a development? Can you accept such an arrangement? Can you accept such an outcome? After a moment of silence, Klein suddenly spoke with a deep voice. No, I can't. This voice immediately echoed in the room. It was layered and interlinked. No, I don't accept it. There were still lingering echoes in his ears as the corners of his mouth curled up. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. The 7 deities already tacitly accepted it. What meaning is there even if you don't accept it? Once again he fell silent. After a long while, he finally exhaled and said to himself with a calm expression, even if it's meaningless, some things still ought to be done. In this world, how could there be many things that were guaranteed to succeed? That they were of value and be of use? The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He looked away, turned around, and entered the room inside the rental flat. Although he had already made up his mind, he had no intention of doing it rashly. With his current level and status, no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult for him to affect George Ill's matters. Other than throwing away his life, there wouldn't be any other outcome. Furthermore, if this resulted in chaos in the Lone Kingdom during a critical period of the war, resulting in the invasion of the Fasak army, then the deaths and injuries of the innocent would only be 10 times or even 100 times worse than the Great Smog of Backlund. All I can do now is make preparations. On the one hand, I have to improve myself. On the other hand, I have to make more preparations and patiently wait for an opportunity. Klein muttered silently to himself. He found a black sticky blob and split it into 2 before smearing one half uniformly on a mirror. This was a way to contact Demoness Trissy. However, when all the black objects disappeared, there was still no abnormality in the mirror. There's no response. After being frightened by an angel like Miss Messenger, Trissy has already decided not to have any contact with Gehrman Sparrow. Klein sighed and walked to the bed to sit down. His thoughts quickly shifted to the reason why the Demoness sect had helped King George III. One of them is that the demonesses need a catastrophe to digest the potion and hold a ritual. The other is that George III has made a promise to them. He promised them that they could openly spread their religion. No, this should be something that the 7 deities wouldn't allow. Even if the Black Emperor is a sequence 0, and with the primordial demoness and the true creator, they wouldn't be able to fight against the 7 deity alliance. Of course, after this war, the existence of an alliance between the 7 deities is itself a question. In that case, the 7 deities that know that George III is working with the Demoness sect shouldn't let him become the Black Emperor. The promise is for something else? The Demoness pathway has a true god, and there are very few valuable items left outside. Similar pathways. Isn't that the Red Priest pathway? George III, no. Amon's brother doesn't only know of the secret mausoleum needed by the Black Emperor from Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, but he also obtained the angel-level Beyonder characteristics or Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Red Priest pathway. With the condition that having a sequence 0 means no sequence 1, this is probably the greatest hope for the upper echelons of the Demoness sect to advance further. Yes, the primordial Demoness should also be very interested. This can explain why the Demoness sect is providing help. The Red Angel Evil Spirit is searching for Saintess of White Katarina, and it doesn't seem to be as simple as he said. No. He didn't say anything else besides using common knowledge and reactions to guide me into thinking that way. Klein's train of thought gradually became clear. He decided to use Saintess of White Katarina as a breakthrough point, making her his next target. However, before that, he had to listen to what Queen Mystic had predicted. He wanted to know what she was planning to do in Backland from her mouth. Only by understanding the situation could he find and seize the opportunity. The next morning, the hermit Catlia conveyed the words of Queen Mystic Bernadette. Today between 12 to 12:30 p.m. at Srenzo Restaurant, Golden Theater. It was the name of a private room. When Klein arrived at 11:55 a.m., he used an illusion to deceive the waiter, and he walked all the way to the room and waited patiently. After a while, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. With that, he put away his pocket watch and counted down to 10 silently. Then, he raised his hand and knocked on the door of the Golden Theater. At that moment, his marionette, Konas, was sitting on a bench across the restaurant and reading the newspapers leisurely. Enuni was with a group of students, giving off a flyer that promoted the evilness of Fasak. Of course, the three of them would switch positions from time to time, making it impossible for anyone to make an accurate judgment. "Come in." Bernadette's voice came from the room. "Very impressive. I didn't notice anyone inside. Nor did I notice anyone entering. Well, it's also because I didn't activate my spirit-body thread's vision." Klein mumbled to himself before turning the doorknob and pushing the door open. The first thing he saw was large swaths of gold before noticing the chestnut-haired woman sitting at the head of the table. Bernadette was wearing an into-styled blouse and was sitting there quietly. Her chestnut-colored hair was naturally draped over her shoulders, and her straight brows were spread out perfectly. She actually had the aura of a female professional from Earth, one that had been in a high position for a long period of time. The Emperor's sense of aesthetics still has quite the influence over Queen Mystic. However, it's limited by the environment around her, and it cannot be fully manifested. Klein took off his hat and pressed it to his chest. He bowed slightly before casually pulling out a chair and sitting down. With a sweep of her blue eyes that resembled the deep blue sea, Bernadette's gentle and calm voice rang out. "Why did you contact me so urgently this time? Aren't you a clairvoyant? Didn't you receive a hint of a revelation?" Klein subconsciously replied in his mind before he felt that he was being too arrogant. This should be the aftereffects of interacting with the Red Angel evil spirit for too long. With his level, it would naturally affect the people around him. If he was willing, this effect would definitely turn into a form of corruption. Klein quickly did a self-analysis and made a judgment. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you attained what you wanted to achieve in Backland?" Bernadette slowly shook her head. "No. You can even say that I failed." "Oh." Klein used a tone to express his surprise and puzzlement. Bernadette glanced at him and said unhurriedly, "There's a strange name for the Sequence 2 potion of the Mystery Prior pathway. It's called the Sage. To advance to this level, one has to prevent a disaster that involves a higher level of power. Sage. So that's where Sage of the Hidden Sage comes from." Klein was momentarily enlightened. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Queen Mystic continue. "I anticipated such an opportunity in Backland, so I came here a few years in advance to make preparations. I've recently been waiting for it for a long time. Unfortunately, I predicted that it would happen in the second half of this year. Last year, I wasn't in Backland at the end of the year, so I wasn't able to stop the Great Smog. And in this war, I tried my best to do something, and I achieved something. But to my surprise, Fasak directly attacked Backland with an air raid, and the disaster ultimately erupted. That's why you said you failed." Klein nodded indiscernibly and said with a sigh, "I didn't expect the ones to start the war to be the Fasations either." As he spoke, he sighed inwardly. The difficulty of Queen Mystic's advancement ritual was controversial. It all depended on one's luck. One had to know that before he became a demigod, Klein had already stopped the true creator from descending. He had saved Tingen and Backland, which were feats that could definitely satisfy the ritual requirements of becoming a sage. But under normal circumstances, there weren't as many disasters like these, and they weren't things that could easily be stopped. Just like the present situation, Amon's brother had planned for 1 to 2,000 years. Even if something went awry with King George III, war would erupt as he had expected. This was because the root cause of the uniqueness of the death pathway hadn't been resolved. This made him suspect that Mr. Azek's life in the northern continent had always been under the arrangement of Amon's brother. If not, how did he, who had lost his memories, escape from the sites of the various major churches without a shape-shifting mask? More importantly, it was unknown why Azek had used his real name in this life, and this wasn't something that was suspected by anyone, nor did it incur any investigations. Is this all part of your plan? Amon's brother. Upon thinking of this, Klein felt a certain trauma, a result of post-traumatic stress disorder. His body nearly trembled. He silently took a deep breath and looked at Queen Mystic and added, "This war involves the son of the Creator, King of Angels, and the true deities. It's not something you can stop." With Bernadette's knowledge and experience, she still had some changes to her facial expression when she heard the sentence. She repeated a few keywords in a low voice. The son of the Creator, King of Angels, deities. She wasn't too surprised by this, as if she had already made a prediction. However, even if she was a clairvoyant, she wasn't able to pry into the script composed by Amon's brother. After repeating it again, Bernadette fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds before sighing to herself. So that's the reason. Klein adjusted his posture and thought, "Actually, to you, this war is also an opportunity. Next, there will be many disasters, including the clashing of powers at the angel level. I believe that you should at least be in control of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. You can stop certain matters from happening at the critical moment. Of course, you have to choose a good time and method." Bernadette nodded gently and agreed with what he said. She also tacitly acknowledged that she possessed at least one Grade 0 sealed artifact. Of course, as the daughter of the protagonist of the previous era, as the child Emperor Roselle doted on the most, it would be unbelievable if her father didn't leave her 1 or 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts. What was more important was that Bernadette was already preparing the ritual needed to advance to Sage. This meant that she definitely had the corresponding sequence 2 beyond her characteristic in her hands. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to a Grade 0 sealed artifact. After tacitly agreeing, Queen Mystic Bernadette's gentle but emotionless voice changed slightly. "However, I still don't like war, even though it will give me a chance. I once hated him and couldn't understand him. That's why I didn't call him father for many years. It's because he did too many things against the trend of the times and hurt the innocent. I couldn't accept my heroic father turning into a crazy tyrant. And now, through the answers from the entity behind you and my own investigations, I somewhat understand his situation. I understand that he was suffering from despair, pain, and loneliness. I understand him as a drowning person, only struggling on instinct." When Klein heard that, he sighed and felt his emotions in turmoil. In this world, the only people who understood Huang Tao Roselle Gustave the most were probably the 2 people sitting here. Of course, this feeling didn't stop him from sensing that Queen Mystic Bernadette's condition was a little different today. In the past few times they had met, this king's daughter had never said so much, nor had she opened her heart so directly. At most, she would play the tune of music, subtly expressing her sadness. After some thought, Klein pretended not to notice, and he asked, "When did he start changing? Do you think there was any prior warning, or something worth paying attention to?" Queen Mystic Bernadette's deep blue eyes moved slightly, as though she had sunken into her trove of memories. After a while, she slowly said, "Not long ago," he proudly said to me. "Haven't you always wanted to know what's surrounding our moon and other planets? In the future, our journey might be towards the Sea of Stars." 1. The Sea of Stars. What's on the moon and other planets? As Klein pondered over Queen Mystic's words, he suddenly recalled a key phrase and something. The key word was cosmos. That matter was. Mr. Dorr had once told Emperor Roselle that once he had the ability, he could take a look at the moon. That would resolve many of his doubts. The Emperor finally went, That hysterical diary page was written after this exploration attempt. He had unknowingly changed his personality, becoming extreme. Klein recalled the corresponding content. Under Queen Mystic Bernadette's gaze, he deliberated and said, "At your level, you should more or less know that there's corruption coming from the cosmos." Bernadette nodded and didn't pursue the matter. It was as though she knew that Gairman Sparrow wasn't sure either. She knew that only an angel-level demigod could detect and resist the corruption. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the topic was directed towards Klein's reason for being here. One of the reasons for this war is because the lone king, George III, discovered the 9 secret mausoleums left behind by the Blood Emperor, doing so with the intention of switching to the Black Emperor pathway and becoming a Sequence Zero. As such, he abolished the Grain Act. Klein didn't care if Queen Mystic knew anything about these matters. He followed his own pace and roughly told her everything without missing out any key matters. Finally, he said, "The Black Emperor does have the ability to revive, but once a new Black Emperor appears, the original entity would perish completely." The original entity here referred to Emperor Roselle, who might have succeeded before being assassinated. Sometimes, Klein even suspected that Roselle had intentionally given others a chance, which resulted in him perishing on the spot. This way, when he revived from the astral world and regained his uniqueness and absorbed the 3 Sequence 1 characteristics, he would no longer absorb the characteristics of Knowledge Emperor, Arcane Scholar, and the characteristics of another pathway. He could make himself pure, thus free from madness. This was a way to live through death, but the prerequisite was that Roselle's ritual had succeeded. He had died during or after the ritual and not before the ritual. Queen Mystic Bernadette took it all in before slowly saying, "You want to stop George III?" "Yes." Klein nodded frankly. "Why?" Bernadette pressed in an unperturbed tone. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he smiled. "Some ridiculous reasons that aren't worth mentioning." Bernadette's gaze landed on his face for a moment before she said, "That's enough. I'm also doing such things for something that has slim chances, one that's almost impossible to happen. We can cooperate on stopping George III. We're all ridiculous people." Klein sighed and said, "I'll give you the method to summon my messenger." "All right." Bernadette reached out her right hand and lightly tapped the table. The fountain pen that was originally placed diagonally in front of her suddenly jumped up, as if it was held by an invisible elf before writing fluidly on the paper. "This is the method needed for summoning my messenger," said Bernadette calmly. "Queen Mystic's powers are all very fantastical, no, fairy tale-like." Klein glanced at the fountain pen that was writing on its own. He took out a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote the incantation to summon his messenger. He also indicated that each letter delivery needed the payment of a gold coin. Right on the heels of that, he handed the piece of paper to Bernadette and took the other party's piece of paper. He quickly scanned through it. An invisible creature that roams the upper realms. A strange spiritual body that is friendly to humans. A messenger that belongs solely to Bernadette Gustave. There's a certain difference between this and a standard incantation, but it's essentially the same. Queen Mystic must have deliberately changed it to this to prevent others from trying out the summoning incantation and using the connection between the messenger and the contractor to lock onto her. For me, it doesn't matter. My messenger is an angel. Only she can threaten others, and no one can threaten her. Even if she were to meet Zeradol, she should have the ability to protect herself and escape. Klein mumbled inwardly and shook the piece of paper, igniting a scarlet-red flame. As she looked at the piece of paper turning into dark ashes amidst the flames, Queen Mystic Bernadette said without emotion, "What are your thoughts regarding the preventing of George Ill's matter?" Having already made some considerations, Klein deliberately spoke slowly. "First, don't be rash. Don't take risks that we can't bear. Don't hurt the innocent." If not for the fact that Queen Mystic Bernadette had mentioned earlier that she hated wars and hated harming the innocent, Klein wouldn't have said so directly to prevent exposing his weaknesses. He would have used a milder and more roundabout method to achieve his goal. Upon hearing this, Bernadette nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Then there are only 3 possibilities. One is to destroy the ritual at the critical moment and let George Ill's advancement fail. The second is to attempt an assassination in advance so that he won't be able to hold the ritual. Klein deliberately didn't give his third idea as he first analyzed the viability of the first two possibilities. Assassination has an extremely slim chance of success. George III, or should I say, the one who will become Black Emperor, should be a sequence one, so it's not someone we can deal with. Even if he one has yet to advance to sequence one, he will definitely have acted ahead of time. Once he completes the preparations for the ritual and consumes the potion, he will be able to quickly digest it and build a foundation for the future. Of course, even if this situation has a very slim chance of happening, that person must be at least at the sequence 2 level. Furthermore, the Augustus family definitely has no lack of grade 0 sealed artifacts. Together with the protection bestowed to him, it's impossible for us to succeed. Here, he changed the way he addressed George III from him to him. After calmly listening to everything, Bernadette seemed to do an assessment. As long as we can create a good opportunity, a sequence 2 can also be assassinated, but at least one of us will die, or perhaps both of us. What she meant was that the grade 0 sealed artifact she wielded was sufficiently powerful, magical, and terrifying. However, if she wanted to fully utilize it, the price paid would be very high. In that case, there really is a chance. That's because I lied just now. If I really had to give it my all, I could still find Will Osepton, Pallas Zoroast, and Miss Messenger to help me. I can let them use the yesterday once more charm to recover their normal states for a short period of time. The problem is that I don't know how much of a price needs to be paid, or what kind of effects it would have on the situation. I also need to consider if it would end up involving kings of angels like Ouroboros and Amon. It would be great if Mr. Azik woke up. With 4 angels and Queen Mystic's grade 0 sealed artifact, as long as we create an opportunity, we can even place our sights on a sequence 1. Of course, the chances of failure are extremely high, since there's no way to sustain it for long. Klein's heart was stirred when he heard that, but he didn't discuss it further. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to be honest during the cooperation effort, nor was it that he didn't trust Queen Mystic. Instead, Will Osepton and Pallas Zoroast were being pursued, so once their whereabouts were exposed, it was very likely that it would lead to their deaths. This was something that Klein absolutely didn't want to see happen. He vaguely said, "If assassination attempt is the only solution left, I can invite at least 2 angels to help." This was referring to Death Consul Azik Eggers and Snake of Fate Will Osepton, who Bernadette already knew of. She could guess the latter through the drop of mythical creature's blood. Bernadette was extremely surprised. This is that entity's will? Without the consent of the fool, how could his blessed seek the help of an angel? He has tacitly agreed to it. Klein spoke the absolute truth. Queen Mystic's blue eyes turned darker. She didn't say another word and only nodded slowly. As for Klein, he brought the topic back on track. The destruction of the ritual might be relatively simple, but it has to be done at the most critical moment. Otherwise, it will only be delaying George Ill's apotheosis. He has already received the tacit consent of the deities, so he isn't concerned about that. Even if the mausoleum is destroyed, it wouldn't take long for him to rebuild it. And it being destroyed at the critical moment will cause him to fail at the advancement and lose control to become a monster. No deity would allow such a creature to roam the world freely. A deity's descent will definitely happen to kill it off. The problem is that, with a king of angels as reminder and help, George III won't take it lightly. He will definitely arrange for the most secure protective measures. The difficulty might only be lower than directly killing him. This requires us to gather intelligence as soon as possible and find an incisive angle to be used. And be it the first line of thought or the second line of thought, it's best that you advance to sequence 2 in advance and become a sage. Bernadette nodded slightly to show that she understood. She then said, "What about the third line of thought?" Klein was silent for a few seconds before saying, "If the ritual was successful back then and the Emperor had already advanced to sequence 0, then he would still have a chance to revive. As long as we could find the arrangements left behind by the Emperor before George Ill's apotheosis and allow him to return, the plot of George III will fail. He didn't use the word him to refer to Roselle as Bernadette did, to avoid exposing his identity. Queen Mystic's eyes clearly flickered before they turned dark and reserved. She opened her mouth slightly and said, "I'll hand over selected diary entries to Catlia." Klein didn't discuss the matter deeply. Instead, he smiled and said, "Actually, there's still a fourth line of thought." Bernadette's eyebrows twitched as she expressed her doubts. "That's to do nothing. Let George III hold the ritual and attempt to become a god while we wait for him to fail." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. The higher the sequence is, the greater the chance of failure. This was actually the truth. Even if there was the script written by Amon's brother with the road to success completely paved, and even if George III had perfectly digested the previous potions, the odds of him successfully advancing to become a god didn't exceed 50%. Of course, what Klein said was just a self-deprecating remark. Queen Mystic didn't immediately respond. She looked seriously at Gehrman Sparrow for a few seconds before saying, "The feeling you give off to me now is different from the previous few meetings. I'm taking advice from my psychiatrist." Klein smiled, describing himself as a very serious mental patient. Without another word, Bernadette retracted her gaze and looked at the fountain pen lying on the table. "Then, let's gather the corresponding information and maintain communication through letters." At this point, she paused for a moment before speaking again. Her gaze remained unchanged. "Actually, I'm wondering if he might have already been resurrected. It's just that he's still finding his past self. I'm not sure what details the Black Emperor's resurrection entails. I wonder if he really chose to be the Black Emperor in the end." Bernadette's voice gradually became ethereal and carried an indescribable feeling. As Klein listened, he suddenly understood what Queen Mystic was thinking or expecting. She suspected that the fool was the resurrected Roselle, suspecting that the Emperor had fooled everyone in the past. In fact, he had never thought of switching to the Black Emperor pathway. Instead, he had chosen another path. As such, he needed to find himself by seeking out his past diary pages and cards of blasphemy. "Unfortunately, I'm just Uncle Joe from next door." Klein originally wanted to say something cheeky, but his emotions gradually turned staid, making it difficult for him to force himself to relax. Without saying anything, he stood up, bowed, put on his hat and left the room. After closing the door to the Golden Theater room and taking 2 steps forward, he suddenly heard a tranquil and melodious tune. This melody was ethereal and carried with it a faint sense of melancholy. After pausing for a few seconds, Klein turned towards the hall and left with flaming jump. City of Silver. A team gathered at the city gate and was about to set off. This was the team that was headed for Afternoon Town to prepare the exploration of the giant King's Court. Derek Berg was standing in the middle and was the second shortest person. In his hand was a bronze cross with sharp spikes. To his sides were Joshua and Chaim. They were prepared to receive the unshadowed crucifix at any time to prevent Derek's Beyonder characteristic from being purged. This sealed artifact required 3 people to take turns to resist the negative effects. As he looked down at the creator's relic, he suddenly felt someone looking at him. He subconsciously looked up and saw that it was a member of the 6-member council, Shepherd Elder Lovia. The woman, who was shortest in the group, had long silver and slightly curled hair. She was looking at the ancient, mottled, unshadowed crucifix with her pale gray eyes. Her gaze seemed to be blazing hot. Upon sensing Derek's gaze, this shepherd elder's lips twitched, revealing an indescribable smile. "This is the Lord's item." For some reason, Derek shivered. Then he heard the chief, Colin Iliad, say, "Let's set off." In a small alley in the Backland Bridge area, Zio once again met the MI9 staff responsible for contacting her. "This is your reward from exchanging your merit points. A total of £2,500. Heh. I helped you get another £500. The golden-masked man threw a bulging envelope at Zio. Zio caught it accurately and didn't count. She instinctively pressed down and sincerely said, "Thank you." The golden-masked man waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. This is also a good thing for me. If you continue to harp on past matters without letting go, I'm very worried that I'll go to military court one day. Are you still going to stay in Backland? Yes, I'm already used to living in a big city. When the war stops, I'll bring my family here, Zio said, having already made up her mind. Wait for the war to stop. The golden-masked man repeated Zio's words with a slightly odd tone. He smiled and said, May the Lord bless us to live until the end of the war. Here, the Lord referred to the Lord of Storms. I believe in the goddess, Zio replied seriously. You understand what I mean. The golden-masked man waved his hand and said, Are you still planning to take on missions from MI9? I won't reject an opportunity to earn money. Zio scratched her slightly coarse hair and said half-truths. Yes. The golden-masked man nodded and said, The main thing to take note of during the war is to deal with spies from all over the world. If there's a suitable mission for you, I'll look for you. All right, Zio replied without staying any longer. She cautiously and carefully retreated out of the dark alley. After watching her figure disappear, the golden-masked man looked at the shadow in the corner and said, She was likely used by some particular faction. She was abandoned after she stopped investigating the matter. In the shadows in the corner, a deep voice sounded. On the surface it looks like that, but there's no need to pursue or worry about the truth. Even if she can figure out the truth and spread it, it will not affect His Majesty's matters. Heh. The Church of Evernight has already tacitly agreed. That's for the best. The golden-masked man silently exhaled. After returning to her residence at the edge of Eastborough, Zio said to Furs, who was sitting by the bed and reading the newspapers, I received £2,500. Furs put down the newspaper, her eyes moving slightly as she focused on making calculations. That's enough. Zio had savings of more than £600, and with the £2,500, other than her necessary expenses, she had £3,100 to spend freely. And her purchase of the Judge Potion formula was £2,000, and the Beyonder characteristic was £3,500. In other words, she was still short of £2,400, something that Furs could lend her. After borrowing this sum of money, Furs's savings would be reduced to £780. However, this didn't affect her at all. She had the subsequent potion formula and main ingredients, so she didn't have many expenditures for a long period of time into the future. Occasionally, she could even earn a little from renting out Lamino's travels. Yes, Zio nodded. I'll complete the transaction as soon as possible and strive to advance to Sequence 6 as soon as possible. Seeing that her friend's matter was settled, Furs turned to worry about herself. I don't know when my scribe potion will be completely digested. Now that the war has broken out, it will be much safer with the ability to travel. The crux of a scribe is definitely recording. When I become a judge, you'll have new Beyonder powers to repeatedly record. This should be able to speed up the digestion of the potion. Zio pulled a chair over and sat down. Furs sighed. I suspect that, other than the recording of Beyonder powers, I need to record down the sites and customs of different places. Only then can it be matched with the subsequent traveler sequence. But with war having broken out now, it's fine if I go further inland, but it will be difficult and dangerous if I go somewhere else. The price of bread is rising. The price of 1 pound of bread has risen by a farthing. It's even more expensive than before the Grain Act was abolished. Indeed, Zio thought seriously and agreed with Furs's conclusion. The two fell silent. After about 10 seconds, Zio suddenly had an idea. Actually, there's a very simple solution. What? Furs sat up slightly and asked. You can spend money to hire that person to take you traveling. Zio was very careful not to mention specific code names and actual names. You can be thrown somewhere unfamiliar each time for 3 to 4 days, or even a week. Then, you wouldn't take long to record all kinds of customs and traditions. Besides, you can rent some mystical items from them to record Beyonder powers. This can both improve your strength and help your digestion. That's right. Furs's eyes lit up when she heard that. Only then did she realize that her usage of the tarot gathering was very superficial. After the pleasant surprise, Furs gradually frowned. This method meant that she had to frequently deal with the world Gehrman Sparrow, and the thought of the crazy adventurer left her trembling. Indeed, there's nothing that doesn't require a price. To digest the potion, I can only take the risk. Finally, Furs made up her mind to make the request next week at the tarot gathering, in an apartment several streets away from where Zio and Furs stayed. After returning from the Srenzo restaurant, Klein was sitting in front of a table. He quickly flipped through today's newspaper and summarized the important information he had received. The Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea Fleet has retreated from Pritz Harbor. Their whereabouts are unknown. The Ministry of Defense, Admiral Amirius, has indicated that he will strengthen the coastal defenses and allow the 3 ironclad warship fleet to not return too hastily, and will take detours to avoid being ambushed. Fasak's 2-headed giant army invaded the Winter County's Amantha mountain range and suffered intense resistance. They failed to pass through the few strongholds. Fasak's subjugation fleet attacked Constant and other large-scale industrial cities along the Midseashire's eastern coast. There was a large-scale sea battle with the kingdom's Midseashire fleet. Both sides suffered losses. East Balam's Fasak and the lone colonial armies are fighting in multiple locations. The rest of the countries have yet to make their stance clear. In the corresponding capitals, the ambassadors are running around to contact each other to have emergency diplomatic meetings. The electrical transmission waves contain all kinds of important news and are intertwining with each other in the different cities of the northern and southern continents. We are still in the early stages of the war. Klein didn't believe that the diplomats were able to avert the war. He put down the newspaper and thought about how he could gather information regarding George Ill's Black Emperor ritual. According to normal logic, before Blood Emperor Alista went crazy, he did things in a reasonable manner. That is to say, he couldn't build all 9 mausoleums in the same hidden area. This would have been easy for others to wipe them out all at once, causing his resurrection to fail. Therefore, in the surrounding areas of Backlund, in other parts of the kingdom, there should be 8 other mausoleums that are similar. They haven't been exposed yet, so they might not be as heavily guarded as Ruins Number 1. This might give us an opportunity. Perhaps the Red Angel evil spirit might know something. But I can't contact him now. Ignoring the question of whether chanting his honorific name will be dangerous. Just this act alone will expose my intention to prevent George III from becoming the Black Emperor. To a terrifying conspirer, there are too many points that can be exploited. Queen Mystic might have some channels and clues, but I can't just rely on her. At the moment, the Church doesn't know how many of the Blood Emperor's secret ruins there are, or where they are. Attacking a key figure beside the king, such as a demigod from the royal family who is deeply involved in this matter. They must be on their guard. Furthermore, the angel of the Augustus family and that ancient secret organization would most likely be watching everything, one in the open and one in the dark. In addition, as long as the royal family's demigod ends up in an accident, George III would definitely guess that someone is trying to stop him from becoming a god. Yes, Demoness of White Katarina will be easier to deal with than the demigods of the royal family. It would attract much less attention. Theoretically speaking, George III, who has been tacitly accepted by the few major churches, no longer needs to work with the Demoness sect. Not that there is a need for that. If not for some particular reason, the two sides would have been completely tied together in this matter. The first thing he needs to do now is to cut off ties with the Demoness sect. Of course, he would most likely not betray the Demoness sect directly. On the one hand, the demonesses are also adept at ploys, so they wouldn't be unwary. On the other hand, if they anger the upper echelons of the Demoness sect, George Ill's Black Emperor ritual might not be that safe. This is a secret organization with a true deity, Grade 0 sealed artifacts, and angels. As long as George III is still rational, the correct method is to follow the agreement and give everything that needs to be given. Then, he will send the members of the Demoness sect away. During this process, he will use the help of angels from the mind domain or even a king of angels to erase the key memories of the demon sect participating in the matter. If that's the case, even if Demoness of White Katarina goes missing for some time, it wouldn't alert George III. He might not even know. And from the perspective of the Demoness sect, the matter has come to an end. The various churches have also tacitly agreed to it. They no longer need to hide like they did in the past and can move about freely. This gives me and Queen Mystic a chance. Yes, Vice Admiral Ailment will likely appear again. From her appearance and the attitude of Demoness of White from back then, it can be determined that she and Katerina are related by blood. With this in mind, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He cast his gaze out the window and silently muttered, "I hope Anderson and Danitz can find that pirate admiral as soon as possible. I hope that the City of Miracles in Grozel's travels can effectively destroy the influence of the mind domain." And all he could do now was to wait patiently. Berserk Sea, Theros Island. Danitz said to Anderson in delight, "I just learned that the southwest region of this place isn't a normal sea route. There's an island with no resources but is hidden enough." "You suspect that Vice Admiral Ailment's fleet is hidden there?" Anderson asked in thought when he heard Danitz's words. Danitz replied in excitement, "It's very likely. Didn't the Black Death vanish after steering towards the west and after leaving Theros Island?" Anderson curled his lips and chuckled. "If Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts were so easily discovered by you, why would she need to hide? How can islands that you can find out about be considered hidden enough?" "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Danitz felt like he had been mocked. Anderson shrugged. "I don't mean anything. I'm just using my brain to analyze it. That island should exist, but it either belongs to the type that many people here know about or it's intel that someone deliberately released. If it's the former, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's fleet definitely wouldn't be hiding there. If it's the latter, that would be interesting. Who would release this intel?" Danitz was still a little angry at first, but later, he began analyzing Anderson's line of thought. A trap set up by some pirates or adventurers. However, an island without any resources isn't enough to lure others into exploring it. Vice Admiral Ailment herself? To figure out who's investigating her whereabouts. Anderson smiled. "That's right. After my teachings, you've improved quite a bit. Otherwise, I suspect that even if you drink the Conspirer potion, you wouldn't be able to enhance your brain. You'll only mutate and turn your enemy stupid, bringing him down to a level at which you're familiar with, and then defeat him with experience." "I didn't say that. It was Emperor Roselle." After this period of searching, Anderson had already helped Danitz obtain one of the main ingredients of the Conspirer potion and nearly all the supplementary ingredients. He was just one step away from success. "I suspect that you have such an ability." Danitz muttered softly in response. Anderson ignored him and continued, "If Vice Admiral Ailment got someone to release the news herself, the secret island must be a trap. Perhaps there's nothing other than a mirror that monitors the ships and humans that approach the island. Or perhaps it might be an important gathering base of the Demoness sect that Gehrman Sparrow mentioned." "Then what should we do next?" Danitz subconsciously asked. Anderson chuckled when he heard that. "You can't even figure out such a simple matter? Naturally, we'll seek out the person you heard this intel from. After finding the source of his information, we can trace it back, and we'll eventually find something." "That's right." Danitz wanted to nod in agreement, but the words that reached his mouth turned into a heh. Nearing dawn, on the second floor of a casino, Bartz, with his brown hair, yawned and walked into his room. Before he could use the moonlight outside the window to light the candle, he suddenly saw a bright white flame light up in front of him, momentarily blinding him. Bartz's heart tightened as he pounced to the side and rolled. After rolling twice, he suddenly stopped his actions, as though he had been petrified. This was because there was a bone-chilling coldness and a slight pain around his neck. This made him have no doubt that if he proceeded any further, blood would definitely spray onto the roof. "What do you want?" At that moment, Bartz's vision had recovered. He saw a blond man with one hand in his pocket and a black short sword in the other. Beside him was a man wearing a black cloak that covered half of his face with a hood. Danitz didn't answer Bartz's question as he looked at Anderson in surprise. "Why didn't you disguise yourself? If you disguise yourself, how can you let others know who to hate?" Anderson replied with a nonchalant look. Danitz exhaled. "Thankfully, I haven't been infected by this crappy habit of yours. It's fine, Anderson said with a smile. Any random person on the island can know who I've been hanging out with. Dogs hit. Danitz cursed. Bartz, who had Anderson's sword at his neck, didn't dare to move. All he could do was listen quietly. He felt as though he had returned to Trier and was watching a comical scene. What are the two of them here for? The intelligence peddler was deeply puzzled. At that moment, Anderson retracted his gaze and looked down at Bartz. Who told you about the secret island to the southwest that deviates from the main sea route? Bartz suddenly came to a realization as he looked at Danitz. It's you. In the past few days, this information had only been sold to one person. I was recognized so quickly? Danitz was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Anderson slightly lowered the pitch-black short sword in his hand, making the stabbing pain even more obvious. Please respect the order of what is to come and follow. Bartz immediately felt as though his life was rapidly slipping away. He hurriedly replied, It was Vice Admiral Ailment. When did she tell you? Why did she tell you? Anderson asked without any surprise. The night before the Black Death left Theros Island. Bartz replied quickly, afraid that he would die from excessive blood loss. I didn't ask her why. Back then, I was only focused on admiring her beauty. She lives up to being the infamous ailment maiden of the 5 seas. Even after a long time, Bartz couldn't hide his admiration of her, even when he recalled her while being in extreme danger. Is this the charm of a demoness? Anderson muttered to himself before asking, Do you have a way to contact her? No, Bartz quickly shook his head and said, She told me to take note of everyone who asked about her whereabouts. I'll tell her when she returns to Theros Island. And if anyone leaves the port after obtaining the information on that secret island, they shall be left alone to leave freely. Is that so? Very reasonable. Anderson nodded and withdrew the short pitch-black sword. Is there a trap? I don't know either, Bartz replied frankly. Anderson didn't say a word as he searched for the money on Bartz's person and in the room. Then, he pointed at the intelligence peddler with his short sword. I wanted to kill you, but no one will hate me if that's the case. Live well. Curse me a few more times every day. He then turned around, walked to Danitz's side, and jumped down the window with him, disappearing into the dark, unlit night. Bartz touched his bleeding neck and stood up in fear. He ran to the window and confirmed that the two of them had disappeared. Thankfully, I met a guy with mental problems. If not, I would be dead today. He closed the window and locked the wooden door. After carefully inspecting the room, he finally sat down and gulped down half a bottle of Lanti-Proof. In his tipsy state, Bartz collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Time ticked by slowly until it was 3 in the morning. Suddenly, Bartz flipped over and sat up. His eyes were bright and spirited, and he didn't even feel the slightest bit drunk. He found a dagger and pried open a wooden floor in the room. He took out a thumb-sized ball of paper. After the white paper unfolded layer by layer, there was a sticky black object in the middle. After taking a quarter of the blob, Bartz walked to the mirror in the room and was about to smear it. At this moment, he saw 2 figures reflected in the mirror. One of them was wearing a white shirt and a black vest with one of his hands in his pocket and the other carrying a short sword. The other wore a black cloak that didn't reveal his face. Just as Bartz's pupils dilated, Danitz punched the back of his head, causing him to faint. And his final memory was a voice with a smiling tone. He really didn't disappoint. After dealing with Bartz, Danitz bent down to pick up the sticky substance that had fallen to the ground. He chuckled and said, This fellow actually believed you. He believed that you didn't kill him because you wanted him to hate you. The conversation he had with Anderson was actually a rehearsed play. It was to make it reasonable for Anderson to let Bartz go without being suspected. This means that you acted sufficiently well, Anderson said with a smile. It's truly different when you're acting as yourself. Dogs hit. Danitz cursed without any qualms. He then sighed. I didn't expect him to be so patient. He waited past midnight before he took action. But we were more patient. If a hunter wants to capture his prey, he has to be patient. Sometimes he can wait a few days, Anderson replied. To the two of them, there was actually nothing they could do. Be it a hunter and provoker or pyromaniac and reaper, none of them were good at mediumship, much less having the ability to hypnotize others. In order to obtain information, other than interrogating and threatening others, they had to work hard on scheming. This is very reasonable, but in the future, it will be done with the words I use to school others. Danitz looked at the black sticky blob in his hand and said, "It seems like it should be applied on the surface of the mirror before contacting Vice Admiral Ailment? That should be the case. However, what's the point even if we contact her? Are we going to ask her out on a date to join us for breakfast at Theros Island?" Anderson mocked. Danitz knew that he and Anderson were unable to influence the person in the mirror. All he instinctively wanted to do was to do something more, so as to better complete the task that Gehrman Sparrow assigned him. He frowned slightly and said, "Then what should we do next?" "Of course it's to contact Gehrman Sparrow. Let him handle the aftermath. This fellow is very mysterious in every aspect, so he should have a way to resolve it," Anderson said with a TSK. "Besides, the mission he gave us is to seek out Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts. And there are results already now." Danitz acknowledged and began taking out the candles and other items for the ritual. "What are you doing?" Anderson asked with an odd expression. Danitz set up the altar without looking back. "Summoning Gehrman Sparrow's messenger." Anderson fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'll go out for a smoke first." At just past 6 in the morning, the entirety of Backlund remained dark. It was very quiet, with most areas being illuminated only by the street lamps. Wearing his pajamas, Klein sat on the bed and looked at Miss Messenger, who was carrying 4 heads. He rubbed his temples and asked helplessly, "Who sent the letter? Why couldn't he have a good night's rest?" The 3 heads in Inauthentic's hands replied one by one, "That particular brainless servant of yours, Danitz. He prayed in the middle of the night in the past, and now he's sending letters in the morning." Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Following that, he received the letter from Miss Messenger. When he opened it, his expression gradually turned solemn. This was because Danitz and Anderson's discovery of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's location was extremely untimely. According to Klein's deductions, it wouldn't take long for the pirate admiral and demoness of White Katarina to regain their freedom. They wouldn't be hiding much, making it easier to find them. Now that they had dealt with the intelligence peddler, Bartz, and obtained the items to contact Tracy from him, the greatest possibility was that they had frightened the target and made her continue hiding. Of course, Klein could seek the help of Queen Mystic Bernadette to find a way to lock onto Vice Admiral Ailment through the mirror. However, the problem was that he suspected that the target's hiding place was an important stronghold of the Demoness sect. It might even be the headquarters where there were Grade 0 sealed artifacts. This way, even if he had confirmed the whereabouts of Tracy, he wouldn't dare to teleport over to capture her. Hence, any contact would alert the pirate admiral. And if he didn't take the opportunity to contact her, regardless of whether Bartz was dead or alive, the news would spread after daybreak. Similarly, Tracy would be on guard. Seriously, however, this is also because Anderson and Danitz don't know the truth. They don't know the changes in the situation of the Lone Kingdom. After some thought, he said to Miss Messenger, who was waiting by the side, "Wait for me. I'll write a reply." He had originally planned to teleport over directly to decide what to do next, but after some consideration, he still chose to write a letter. Although he believed that Zeradal wouldn't waste time on an obvious bait like Danitz, he still felt that he had to be more careful. If Zeradal didn't do so, it didn't mean that the members of the secret order under him would do the same. Such a huge secret organization definitely had a few demigods at the saint level. Once he got entangled by the other party, it would be a huge problem. All right. The head carried by Inauthentic that had failed to speak previously rushed to answer first. Klein got out of bed, walked out of the bedroom, and came to the room outside. He took out a pen and paper and wrote fluidly, "Think of a way to make Bartz faint until dawn. Then, leave his room immediately and stay far away. There is a great danger lurking there. Monitor Bart's again when daybreak arrives, but don't alarm him. The so-called danger was a half-truth, and his main goal was to get Anderson and Danitz to leave the scene, so as to draw away any possible spying. Putting down the pen and looking through it again, he folded the letter and handed it to his messenger, Reinette Tynker, who had followed him out. At 3:10 a.m. in the Berserk Sea, Theros Island, Bartz's room. Danitz had just finished clearing the altar and wiping away the traces when he saw the terrifying messenger with 4 heads return. Gehrman Sparrow actually didn't come. Danitz reached out to receive the letter in surprise. Then he took out a gold coin for the messenger. After the figure with 4 heads and dark, complicated long dress disappeared into the void, he opened the letter and quickly read through it. To there's danger. Danitz's pupils dilated as he rushed towards the door, as if he had been burned in the ass. After leaving the room, he said to Anderson, who was standing in the corridor with his back against the wall with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. "Quick, let's go. It's very dangerous here." "Did Gehrman Sparrow say that?" Anderson was taken aback as he asked thoughtfully. "Yes, how do you know? Couldn't it be that I discovered something?" Danitz replied instinctively. "You? Eh." Anderson chuckled and asked rather relaxed, "What else did he say? Aren't you nervous?" Gehrman Sparrow is very reliable on such matters. Danitz's focus was completely off. Anderson fell silent for a moment before saying, "His messenger is more reliable. At least, within the few minutes of his messenger's return trip, there won't be any danger here. If there really was any danger lurking here, they would silently shrink back when they saw the messenger." Danitz originally wanted to reply that it may seem so in terms of her image, but for some reason, he instinctively gave up on that sentence. He switched to saying, "Gehrman Sparrow also said to let Bartz pass out until dawn, so that we can monitor him again when the sun rises without exposing ourselves." Anderson frowned. "What does he want to do? There won't be any latent dangers anymore once the sun rises." Without waiting for Danitz to respond, the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea turned around and entered the room. He took out a small metal bottle he carried with him and pulled out the stopper. He placed it at the tip of Bartz's nose and moved it back and forth. "It's done. Let's go." Anderson didn't hide his curiosity as he surveyed the area before leading Danitz out of Bartz's room and walked far into the distance. Backlund, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. At 7:25 a.m., Audrey suddenly woke up from her dream. She dreamed of the boundless gray fog and dreamed of the world Gehrman Sparrow asking her to help hypnotize someone, making the target forget everything that had happened in the past 6 hours, as well as all the people who asked about a particular secret island. This is something that can be used as contributions needed for the manipulator potion formula and beyonder characteristic. Also, Mr. World said that he would donate £7,000 for the war efforts. Audrey got off the bed very lightly and put a teal cloak over her white nightgown. Following that, she followed Gehrman Sparrow's instructions and set up a ritual, praying for Mr. Fool's bestowment. The illusory door quickly took shape and opened, sending 3 items flying out and landing on the altar. One of them was a thin human-skinned glove, the other was the instruction manual on a piece of paper, and the other was a neat stack of cash that wasn't tied up. "This is creeping hunger?" Audrey scrutinized the altar and thanked Mr. Fool. Then, she put on the glove and, according to the instruction manual, activated the spirit of the traveler. When the glove turned transparent, the 12 sacred angels with fiery wings suddenly appeared in front of her. "This is the angel's embrace that Mr. World has requested. Its effect is to interfere with divination and prophecy powers at the scene, so as to ensure that my identity won't be exposed." Audrey's eyes darted around as she changed the lie accessory, which she had already prepared, into a silver mask, and she wore it on her face. Following that, she followed the coordinates given by the world Gehrman Sparrow and began the teleportation step. During this process, the strange scenery of the spirit world and all kinds of strange creatures left a deep impression on her. However, before she could carefully observe them, she arrived at her destination. She saw that the colors were saturated, and the stacked scenes rapidly faded away, becoming normal. It was still late at night outside, It feels like I've recovered my feelings and mood from when I first entered the mysterious world. Audrey analyzed her mental state and focused her attention on the target lying on the floor in the room she was in. It was an unconscious man. The door to his body of heart and mind was rather weak, meaning that he was someone who could easily be charmed, even if it didn't involve beyond her powers. Hypnotizing such a target wasn't difficult for Audrey. However, in order to digest the potion, she decided to use dreams to help with the hypnosis. The unconscious Bartz had a dream. He dreamed of a blurry female figure. In his dream, he believed that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, a perfect state that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy could achieve. Bartz wildly chased her as he ran back and forth in the wilderness, hills, and mountains. However, he couldn't catch up to her, as though he had left behind something very important. After an unknown period of time, he woke up from exhaustion and slowly recalled what had happened last night. He was in a bad mood because of him losing money. He had fallen drunk after drinking only half a bottle of Lanti-proof. Up to now, his temples were still throbbing in pain. I even knocked the back of my head. Bartz rubbed the swollen area and lumbered back to the bed. He fell into it and continued sleeping. And for Audrey, who had completed a milder form of hypnosis with the Dreamwalker's powers, she had long followed the World Gairman Sparrow's instructions and restored the scene completely, leaving nothing suspicious behind. This was the ability of a senior spectator. Then, she teleported back to Backlund and sacrificed creeping hunger to Mr. Fool. The entire process didn't cause much of a stir. The Church of Evernight Beyonders in charge of protecting the Hall family were completely unaware. After dealing with all kinds of traces, Audrey pulled a bell and let the maidservants waiting outside enter. Her personal maidservant, Annie, gestured for the other maidservants to get busy as she said to Audrey, "Miss, there's a piece of news from the Bursary Foundation." "What news?" Audrey interpreted the shock, confusion, disbelief, joy, and curiosity in Annie's tone. Annie replied quickly, "That Miss Eudora who needed to have her leg amputated has completely recovered. It's as though she was never injured. This is a medical miracle." Audrey was similarly stunned. She had some guesses, but she didn't dare to confirm them. She lacked sufficient clues and evidence. Also, all the patients with serious medical conditions have fully recovered. At this point, Annie couldn't control herself. She lowered her voice and said, "I heard that there was a ghost wandering around. Half of its face had mushrooms growing all over, and the other half was covered in weeds. It ate illnesses, trauma, and grief. I don't know if it's true, but it's scary." "Mushroom, weeds?" Audrey repeated the two words, momentarily at a loss. Seeing that her mistress was clearly interested in ghost tales, Annie glanced at the other maids who were preparing hot water, combs, and other items. She continued, "The doctors and nurses wish to invite the church's bishop to host a mass, but the remaining patients strongly objected to it. They look forward to meeting that ghost. They all call it the Clown Angel. They say that its terrifying appearance resembles a specially dressed clown, but in actual fact, it's an angel who can resolve pain and torment." "This title is very interesting," Audrey said with a faint smile. If it were in the past, she would definitely be very interested in this, perhaps eager to make a trip to the hospital via dream traversal to figure out what was going on with the so-called Clown Angel. However, the sudden eruption of the war made her feel rather depressed. She felt that there were too many important things that she needed to do, so she wasn't in the mood to probe further. In fact, if she hadn't experienced the air raid herself and seen those who were injured because of it, she would definitely feel like a war had never happened over the past few days and that Backlund was still very peaceful. This was because, after that air raid, the airship fleet of the Lone Kingdom had been roped into the war effort. The air defenses of the coastal cities had all been raised, and Backlund didn't suffer another attack again. Currently, the battle between Fasak and Lone was mainly focused in three places: the Winter County's Amantha Mountain Range, the heavy industry metropolitan area along the Mid-Seashires east coast, and the few harbors along the Sonia Sea coast. Furthermore, they were in a deadlock with no side gaining an advantage over the other. Even if there were casualties, it didn't have any material impact on Backlund. Other than the rise in prices with several editorial pieces in the newspapers, this city seemed to restore its peace in a few short days. However, Audrey didn't think so. Her father and brother have been busy with work recently, often returning late at night or convening a private gathering with a group of nobles, members of parliament, and clergymen. Through the other charity organizations in the Church of Evernight, she learned of the exact number of casualties at the front lines of Pritz Harbor and Amantha. She even saw some photos of the battlefield. She was working hard to gather funds, contacting various pharmaceutical companies and hospitals, hoping that she could organize help and treatment needed in the war effort. Who would have thought that the crazy adventurer has not only offered the excess food in his manor, but he has even donated £7,000 in cash. Audrey sighed secretly and began letting the maidservant help doll her up. South of the bridge, Rose Street. Emlyn White casually donated £10 to a charity organization's solicitor. He pressed his top hat and walked up the stairs, entering the Harvest Church. At this moment, there were no believers in the cathedral. Father Utravsky, who looked like a half-giant, sat at the front and prayed sincerely. Emlyn was in no hurry to change into his priest robes. He sat beside the priest and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he ended up scoffing. It must be your typical Fasak appearance and figure that made those believers fearful of coming over, Emlyn said casually as he looked at the altar in front of him. Bishop Utravsky put down his hands and opened his eyes. I can understand them. What's the point of understanding them? If the war gets more intense and the number of soldiers who die in the battle increase a bit more, the believers might rush in here and bum the cathedral and hang you to death. Emlyn continued to look at the sacred emblem of life. Father Utravsky shook his head slightly. No, they won't. They sincerely believe in the Earth Mother. They won't bum the cathedral. At most, they will banish me. If I express that I've given up on my Fasak nationality, there will always be people who will understand and accept me. Emlyn sked and said without moving his gaze, what if Fainapotter joins in the war and attacks Desi Bay? Lone territory? What if the Church of Earth Mother calls all clergymen to arms and become enemies with Lone? Are you going to obey the orders of the Church and abandon the believers here? Or are you going to pretend that you don't know anything? Continuing promoting how precious life is, how joyous the harvest is as you are now? Or will you directly organize those believers to make them become enemies with their own kind, using blood and sacrifices to prove their faith? Bishop Utravsky slowly looked at the sacred emblems of life up and above the altar, not saying anything for a long time. Emlyn didn't bring up any more questions as he fell silent like the priest. The entire Harvest Church was silent. On a colonial island, Alger Wilson, who hadn't had the chance to return to Pasu Island, didn't leave the Blue Avenger due to his principles of being cautious. He only sent his sailors to take turns to gather information. Captain, there still isn't any news about mustering us. A sailor reported to Alger of his findings of the day while reeking of alcohol. Alger waved his hand and dismissed his subordinate to leave the room. Then, he frowned slightly and muttered silently to himself. The Church doesn't seem to care much about this war. From what Alger knew, this was likely an intense war that would cover a huge scale. As the victim of an invasion, the Church of the Lord of Storms would definitely mobilize all its strength to defeat the enemy, including the captains who were scattered across the sea by giving them corresponding missions. However, at this moment in time, Alger had yet to receive orders from Pasu Island. This didn't mean that the Church of the Lord of Storms was slacking off. The activity of the Church's forces amongst the Lone Army and the air raid drills it was involved in the various major cities, and the activities of the demigods implied that the Church of the Lord of Storms was seriously resisting the invasion of the Fasak Empire. It was just that it wasn't going all out. Could it be that it's because we're still in the early stages of the war? The Church wishes to preserve a portion of its strength for the critical moment? Alger held back the stirrings in his heart and waited for further information. At night, another group of sailors returned with news that had nothing to do with the war. Captain, there seems to be some kind of monster hiding on this island. Many pirates say that they encountered a terrifying situation when they head out to pee after drinking too much. Some of them were violently slapped by the branches of trees, while others saw fruits growing on their bodies. ones filled with blood and flesh in them. Some of them encountered skinny, ghostly figures with wheat faces. A rather sober sailor described the rumors he had heard. Tales about ghosts and monsters. Alger didn't have the intention to probe into the truth of the matter. He nodded and sternly warned, "Don't go out at night." After such paranormal tales started in Backlund and Pritz Harbor, Klein never went to those hospitals again, afraid that he would directly meet Zaratl's marionettes. With the creeping hunger and the ability to travel, he expanded his range for creating terrifying tales. Sometimes he would be in the Sonia Sea, at other times in the Fog Sea. He would go to Lenberg, sometimes to Fainapotter, and sometimes appear in places like East and West Balham, the Highlands and Valley. He didn't abide by any rules, and he relied solely on his momentary inspiration. He would visit some cities 2 or 3 times while not stepping foot into others even once. During this process, Klein felt an inexplicable strange feeling. In the terrifying darkness, invisible tentacles extended out, either searching for his whereabouts or attempting to predict his movements so as to intercept him ahead of time. They were silent and cold, and once they entangled him, the consequences were unimaginable. Klein knew that this might be the result of Zaratl's search. His best solution was to temporarily stop acting and to lay low in wait. However, it was also this subtle feeling that made him wish to digest the potion as soon as possible. Hence, he made use of the Grey Fog's powers. Every time he randomly chose a target location, he would go above the Grey Fog to divine the danger level and use paper angels to interfere. At this moment, with the huge progress in his digestion, he teleported to Kukawa, which was in the northern state of West Balham. This was where he had killed Zangwil to avenge himself and the captain. The moment his figure appeared in the White Feather Square, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The residence that belonged to May Sanchez was too quiet. It was so quiet that it sent chills down his spine. May Sanchez was a native general who had previously bought arms from Dwayne Dantes. He was a beyonder of the death pathway, and he was backed by the Church of Knowledge. What happened? Klein frowned slightly as he considered whether he should enter to confirm the situation. After all, that was his collaboration partner. Furthermore, if he were to encounter an enemy that wasn't weak, it would be a very good opportunity for him to act. After doing a self-analysis of the situation, he believed that if he could use a saint-level demigod as the main lead and create a few more horror tales, then his Bizarro Sorcerer potion would be digested for the most part. Of course, the prerequisite for everything is to be safe. I have to be careful and cautious. As he made his marionette, Konas Kilgore, transform into the appearance of Dwayne Dantes, he took out a gold coin. This time, the revelation he received was that there wasn't any danger. Strange. Klein didn't let his guard down as his body turned incorporeal before becoming a shadow that disappeared into the darkness of the night. As for his marionette, Konas Kilgore walked slowly towards Masonchez's mansion with his face facing down. This was the ability to hide in the shadows that creeping hunger provided itself. As for the other marionette, Anuni, he was waiting about 1,000 meters away. As for the few rats that belonged to the marionette, they were spaced out nearly 1,000 meters away from each other, but they were unable to do anything. Soon, Dwayne Dantes arrived in front of the general's residence and activated his spirit body thread's vision. What entered his vision were black illusory threads that were grown in a messy fashion. They seemed to come from different people, but they also had an obviously similar aura. And normal spirit body threads didn't exist at all. After a few seconds of silence, Dwayne Dantes extended his right hand and pushed open the closed door. The scene inside was completely different from what he remembered. The pillars that were covered with golden foils, the golden sculptures on the walls, and gorgeous stairs were now rolled into a bunch like a huge porcupine with golden spikes growing out of it. On the ground, there were sharp stone pillars and shattered glass everywhere. Apart from these, there were more illusory bookshelves in the hall that didn't appear real. There were pools of black shadows hidden in different spots on the bookshelf as they curled and stretched like eyes from time to time. As the door opened, the pool of liquid-like shadows suddenly came alive and produced the same sound. "It's you. My prediction was right. You're the one who can help me out of my conundrum." Upon hearing the words of the pools of black shadows, a figure suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. It was the elder in a white robe with inlaid brass lines. His hair was completely white and neatly combed. His pair of gray-green eyes left a deep impression on him. He claimed to be a member of the Church of Knowledge and that he was in charge of matters in Westballam and had a close relationship with May Sanchez. Back then, he had suddenly paid a visit to Dwayne Dantes, giving the excuse for his visit as him having predicted that he would be in a very troublesome situation in the future, and that someone he met during that time period would help him resolve the problem. After some thought, he slowly said, "Luca Brewster? Yes, it's me. You actually still remember me." In the different parts of the illusory bookshelves, the pool of liquid-like shadows rushed to answer. Their voices were no longer uniform. They were layered over each other, echoing endlessly. Even though he was separated by his marionette, Klein's ears still rang, and he felt a sense of dizziness. This isn't a normal sound. It contains a certain inclination towards losing control or experiencing mental corruption. The illusory bookshelves themselves are just for show. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he heard the black shadows curling and extending at the same time. "Sorry. I was too agitated just now and couldn't control myself." Hiding in the shadows outside the mansion, Klein controlled his marionette, Konas Kilgore, and said, "What did you encounter? How did you end up like this?" The black figure sighed and said, "The adjudicator of the Phaenopotter military, Bella Costa, and the Church of Earth Mother's Archbishop, Martina, jointly attacked this place, with their main target being me. I had no choice but to activate my mythical creature form and make them temporarily retreat. Seeing as you entered without noticing anything, you must have teleported here. You're also a demigod. You should know that once you reveal your mythical creature form, it won't be easy for you to return to normal. I was also affected by inclinations towards going insane, and I nearly lost control. Fortunately, I was once a mysticism magister and had mastered many strange but effective mystic arts. Hence, I sealed myself to a certain extent at the critical moment and ended up like this. This can only last for some time. The madness is still eating at me. I've already contacted the sea, and it wouldn't be long before a helper comes. However, I don't know if I can last that long. I was just thinking that this should be that very troublesome conundrum in the prophecy, and I was wondering if the person who could help me solve this problem would appear. I'm so happy that you're here. This proves that my prediction and interpretation wasn't wrong. This has improved my mental state. He really is a demigod who's determined to see his predictions succeed. If I were to turn around and leave at this moment, would you just break down and lose control on the spot?" After lampooning silently in his heart, Klein began thinking about the key information that was revealed by Luca Brewster. The Phaenopotter military and the Church of Earth Mother had begun taking action. He then got his marionette, Konas Kilgore, to take out a gold coin and flick it before reaching out to catch it. From what he knew, the clergymen of the 7 churches were focused on maintaining order and ensuring the safety of their believers, regardless of the situation. From this angle, it was impossible for Luca Brewster to be a devil or a demon. As for the impression that Vice Admiral Iceberg and Detective Isengard Stanton gave him, it made him feel that the Church of Knowledge wasn't too bad. He felt that, other than their habitual discrimination against people with low intelligence and those who were not fond of studying, there was nothing wrong with their actions and style. This is also the reason why they're unable to develop and expand. They can only stay in a few small countries. Klein didn't look at the result from flipping the gold coin. He mumbled a few words before saying, "How can I help you?" The excited black shadows fell silent. A few seconds later, they said, "I don't know either." Klein looked at them, and they looked back at him in silence. Instantly, there was a mutual silence. "Why don't I suggest turning you into my marionette?" Nearly 10 seconds later, Klein lampooned inwardly. His thoughts raced as he began to think of a way to resolve the Luca Brewster's problem of not being able to recover from his mythical creature form. To be honest, his seriousness towards helping Luca out wasn't just because of his good impression of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, but also because of interests that could benefit him. Firstly, there was the inkling of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's existence in the matter of Grozel's travels. At present, he was unable to determine the true god's goal. He felt that showing some goodwill might lead to pleasant surprises. Secondly, if Roselle's return really happened, the attitude of the god of knowledge and wisdom was rather important. From the Red Angel evil spirit's tone and manner of speech, Klein could make a preliminary judgment. Compared to the fourth epoch, the 7 deities of the present era had a drastic change in attitude towards the appearance of a black emperor. Their reaction wasn't as intense as before, and they were more inclined to tacitly approve of it, even if the person wasn't their own candidate of choice. Under such circumstances, if Emperor Roselle were to return, the only ones who would be against it would probably be the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. After all, back when Roselle perished, they had been involved in the matter to some extent. However, this objection wouldn't be too strong either. As long as Roselle's mental state was normal and he escaped the corruption and madness, there was a chance of being accepted. After all, the Black Emperor didn't have the problem of switching with the Sun and Savant pathway, so there weren't any direct conflicts of interest. As for the original grudge, it wasn't too serious at the level of a deity. Of course, this was just a guess Klein made from his knowledge of ancient history and from the angle of mysticism. According to his understanding of the situation, other than the god of craftsmanship, the other 6 deities had been enemies with each other back during Solomon's First Empire. They had left behind countless grudges, and had no choice but to rope in the Black Emperor back then to help them. In the end, they still put these matters behind them, and formed an alliance that lasted to this day. Even the deities of neighboring pathways could coexist peacefully to a certain extent. As long as Roselle could really be revived, then as someone who wasn't completely dead, the feud between him and the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery could be resolved. Of course, with his understanding of Roselle, it was only a matter of time before Roselle took revenge. As long as he wasn't crazy and wasn't forced into a corner and wasn't extreme, he could still understand the situation clearly and know what to do and what it meant to wait for an opportunity. Under such circumstances, Klein believed that the ones who were able to suppress the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery when they expressed their objections and also make them tacitly agree to it were definitely the Lord of Storms and the god of knowledge and wisdom, because they and the eternal blazing sun were on beyonder paths that could be interchanged. I'm just afraid that the corruption that stems from the cosmos isn't that easy to resolve. The revived Roselle may end up completely turning into an evil god, but such matters can only be done one step at a time. Only by understanding the situation can one grasp the crux of the matter and decide whether to press the button at the final moment. Humans can't stop because of worries with low odds. If that's the case, nothing can be done. Even drinking a mouthful of water might lead to the descent of an evil god. Similarly, what are the reactions of the various parties towards Roselle's return, and how intense would they be? This will require me to wait and make further observations before I can find the most acceptable solution for everyone. At the moment, causing damage during the ritual at the critical moment has the highest chance of success. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked at the pool of dark shadows and slowly said, "How long can you last?" Luca Brewster observed his condition and said, 7 minutes. I thought you were going to say 7, 6, 5, for 3. After lampooning, Klein said, "I'll get you a psychiatrist." As he spoke, he retreated a few hundred meters out of the shadows of Mesenchez's residence. Then, he set up a ritual and sacrificed creeping hunger above the gray fog. After doing all of this, he sat in the fool's chair, conjured Gehrman Sparrow's figure, and made him do a simple and quick prayer. At this moment it was almost dawn. As for Audrey, who had been busy with charity work, she had yet to sleep. Treat a demigod who has shown signs of losing control. I can accumulate more merit points as well. Audrey put down the fountain pen in her hand and put on a white cloak with golden patterns. Just like the previous mission, she set up a ritual to receive creeping hunger and warlai, which was in the form of a silver mask. Under the protection of Angel's embrace, she teleported to the Mesanchez mansion in West Balam according to the map provided by Gehrman Sparrow. The difference this time was that, due to her facing a demigod, not only was she wearing a mask, she had also used Lai to adjust her figure, aura, and appearance under the mask. Then she saw Mr. World in the form of Dwayne Dantes. That demigod has broken down into pools of black liquid. Try not to communicate with his body of heart and mind directly. This will infect you with his inclination to lose control. If you can't treat him, I can lend you a Beyonder characteristic. Klein specially warned Miss Justice. Audrey didn't say that she was very clear about this. She was very professional in this aspect and listened attentively. Let me give it a try first. She tugged at the cloak covering her body and took a few steps forward, casting her gaze at the illusory bookshelves and the pools of black liquid. Thankfully, he hasn't truly lost control. After examining for a few seconds, Audrey said gently, accompanied by her calm and powerful words, an invisible wind of placate began to blow. The frequency at which the pools of black liquid curled up and stretched began to decrease as the sense of anxiety weakened. Audrey used placate a few more times. It was only when Luca Brewster's mental state was completely stabilized and he had the ability to cooperate did she get him to open up his mind and receive the treatment. And she took the opportunity to open the door to the demigod's body of heart and mind. She split her use of placate into multiple treatments during the process of purifying the corruption. She planted psychological cues, cueing Luca Brewster into believing that everything was fine, allowing him to easily converge his mythical creature form and turn back into a human. The reason for splitting up the process was because if Audrey was affected by the slightest bit of corruption and the negative effects, then she would immediately retreat and resolve her mental problems first. Finally, she completed the treatment and cues before taking a few steps back. Your Excellency, you can remove your mythical creature form. The moment she finished speaking, the illusory bookshelves in the hall vanished. The pools of black liquid gathered together like life, taking on a human form. The black colors quickly faded away, turning back into Luca Brewster's original form. He sighed and said with a smile, "Thank you very much. When I saw a Sequence 5 spectator come over, I thought that I would become the main ingredient for her switching to another pathway. This old man's words are so direct. I don't even know how to respond to his words." Klein turned his head to look at Justice Audrey. He realized that her eyes were closed tightly. Klein opened his mouth to respond to Luca Brewster. "Don't worry. What you need the most right now is a set of clothes." Luca Brewster looked down at himself and hurriedly raised his right hand to grab something beside him. Then his grayish-green eyes darkened. The gold that mixed with the stairs suddenly flew out and fused in midair, forming a thin piece of armor that then covered Luca Brewster. Luca stretched his arms and explained as he took in the feedback. Stiano's golden armor art. Its defensive capabilities are equivalent to that of a Sequence 5 Guardian. Stiano? Klein asked casually. Luca said in a tone as though he was introducing a famous historical figure, one of the earliest founders of the Moses Ascetic Order. I heard that Emperor Roselle had previously modified this golden armor art. I wonder what effects it eventually produced. I can roughly imagine, maybe this golden armor has 12 different styles. After muttering inwardly for a while, Klein changed the topic to the main topic at hand. Will Phaenopotter and the Church of Earth Mother officially join the war? When Luca introduced the Stiano's golden armor, Audrey opened her eyes and turned her head in a controlled manner. Without any perturbation in her eyes, she looked at the glimmering demigod. Luca sighed and said, regardless of what they were thinking previously, they'll officially join the war tonight. Of course, they wouldn't target Lone for the time being. There's a high chance that they will attack either Lenberg, Mason, or Seeger. It's to prevent an extended battlefront and from making too many enemies which would prevent them from being able to concentrate their strength. Furthermore, the Church of Earth Mother might not be willing to exert too much strength. After sighing, this demigod from the Church of Knowledge earnestly said to the silver-masked Audrey, "What kind of consultation fee should I pay you?" Audrey glanced at Mr. World beside her. "He has already paid." Luca Brewster immediately shifted his gaze to Dwayne Dantes. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Let me ask a few questions. Please speak." At that moment, Luca didn't look like a demigod at all. Instead, he looked more like a professor waiting to answer his students' questions in class. Of course, If he could take off that set of golden armor and change into a three-piece suit, the resemblance would be uncanny. Without thinking, Klein directly asked, "What do you know about the corruption from underground?" In his opinion, if the Church of Knowledge, which was famous for being knowledgeable, knew about it, then he was definitely at a strong enough level to bear the effects. And if this wasn't suitable for Miss Justice's ears, then he believed that Luca would bring it up. After all, he wasn't merely a bookworm. As the discussion about the underground corruption stemmed from their experiences from exploring the sea of collective subconscious in Grozel's travels, Audrey had a certain understanding of it. At that moment, it didn't feel as though she couldn't understand anything. She was very focused on waiting for the demigod to give an answer. Luca frowned slightly and said, "I don't know much about it. It's as though just knowing about it will result in corruption in of itself. I've seen a sentence before in an ancient book. The higher the sequence, the more dangerous it is to be closer underground. So the dragon of imagination Ankwelt left an extremely deep trauma and some kind of fear down there?" Audrey instantly thought of the object sealed in the bronze door of the City of Miracles. Liveseed. She then looked at Mr. World beside her, but she didn't notice any changes in his expression. However, Klein made his marionette nod gently, so as to tell Miss Justice that the connections he made with were identical to hers. This made Audrey feel like she had returned to the past. Back then, she was still a low-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway. There was no way she could decipher any useful information from Mr. World's expression and actions. The higher the sequence, the greater the threat of underground objects. This doesn't make sense. Realizing that Luca was unable to provide more information, Klein thought for a moment and said, "Second question, what prophecy do you have regarding this war?" With the mention of a prophecy, Luca Brewster suddenly became spirited. "It's only the beginning. It's far from reaching its peak. Also, a greater portion of the damage stems from the war and is also present beyond the war. I don't know what it is exactly though. The war has just begun." Audrey's heart sank uncontrollably. Stems from the war and is also present beyond the war? Is it the apotheosis ritual of Amon's brother? Or is it the advancement of the Black Emperor? Or perhaps the return of Roselle? With a guess, Klein nodded and raised the third question. "Have you heard of the prophecy of the apocalypse? How do you interpret it?" Luca Brewster's expression instantly turned serious. "No, this is not a prophecy. Anyone with the ability to predict the future is certain that the apocalypse will definitely come. God mentioned in his Holy Bible that the apocalypse will happen in the year 1368 in the fifth epoch. Of course, God also said that there will be a Savior. The prophecy of the God of knowledge and wisdom, 1368. There's only about 10 years left. Could the goddess's act of destroying the alliance with the god of combat to control the uniqueness of the death pathway have something to do with the impending apocalypse? Without realizing it, Klein's expression turned serious. However, he didn't show his reaction on the marionette's face. It will be the apocalypse in about 10 years. As for Audrey, she ruminated over the demigod's words in a daze. To be honest, she felt that it was fake. It was used by people who pretended to be mysticism experts and were religious cheats so as to deceive the people and earn money through that. Although she could foresee a large-scale war breaking out, she had never imagined that this world was very close to ending. This was the understanding of almost all ordinary people and beyonders. Why 1368? Klein couldn't help but ask. Luca Brewster shook his head. "I don't know either. That's what God's prophecy says." At the thought that he was only a sequence for making him not have the ability to resist the apocalypse, Klein rationally ended the topic. He said to the saint of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, "That shall be all." What he really wanted to ask were things that the other party probably didn't know either. Matters like the corruption that stemmed from the cosmos, or whether Roselle could return or not, or what his state was. Luca Brewster nodded and said, "In the future, if there's anything you need help with, you can come to me. For the details, find them out through Edwina." He remembered that Dwayne Dantes's firearms transaction with May Sanchez had been facilitated by Edwina Edwards. Edwina, Vice Admiral Iceberg? Audrey was taken aback for a second before coming to a realization. She glanced at Mr. World curiously. She remembered that she had read a newspaper article before. It contained the story of Gairman Sparrow and the 3 female pirate admirals. All right. Klein was never worried about having too many helpers. After he nodded at Justice Audrey, Luca Brewster's figure quickly turned transparent, as though he had fused with the spirit world. Then he disappeared, looking at the spot where he had been standing earlier and then at the hall that no longer had any gold. Klein let out a terse remark inwardly and fell silent for 2 seconds. He then made his marionette look at Justice Audrey. I thought it would be a little more troublesome. That saint had saved himself in time and was willing to trust me, allowing me to plant a psychological cue. Audrey replied with a faint smile, trying her best to appear sincere and humble. Dwayne Dantes nodded and said, "This help will be taken into account. Go back as soon as possible. It's very dangerous here." Seeing that a demigod had nearly lost control, Audrey had no doubts about the danger Mr. World warned her about. She immediately used creeping hunger and teleported back to the northern continent through the spirit world. After she sacrificed the human-skinned glove to Mr. Fool and settled the rest of the matters, Earl Hall and his eldest son, Hibbert, returned home. Just as Audrey was about to head out to meet her father and chat with him, she heard her mother, Lady Caitlin, ask in the hall, "Did something happen again? You came back a lot later than scheduled today." Earl Hall sighed and said, "Faina Potter has invaded Lenberg. Extra. Faina Potter invades Lenberg." Leonard, who was wearing a pair of red gloves, got off the carriage. Just as he was about to enter St. Samuel Cathedral, he saw the paperboy waving a newspaper and running quickly across the streets and square. He stopped the paperboy and took out a penny and bought a newspaper. As he flipped through it, he said in a low voice, "Perhaps it won't be long before the South becomes a battlefield." "That's right." Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind. "But why am I still staying in Backlund?" Leonard muttered in confusion. After advancing to Spirit Warlock, he had already become the captain of a Red Gloves team. The members had been transferred from other teams, including the familiar faces of Cindy and Bob. After the war broke out, Leonard had originally thought that his team would be transferred back to the Holy Cathedral like Soist's team, so as to participate in the battle at the Amantha Mountain Range. To his surprise, he was arranged to be used as a reserve force for the Backlund Diocese. As for this large city, due to its implementation of a nighttime curfew and other emergency policies, its security was good, and there weren't many Beyonders who came out to cause destruction. Even the devils who liked to murder didn't create chaos. It made Leonard rather free, making it more relaxed for him than during non-wartime duty. At that moment, Pallas Zoros smiled and said, "I have a guess." "What guess?" Leonard hurriedly asked in a low voice. "I'm not telling you now," Pallas replied leisurely. Leonard didn't say a word. He straightened his collar and entered St. Samuel Cathedral. He exchanged a few words with the Archbishop and prayed for 5 minutes. Then, he went underground and pushed open the door to his Red Gloves team's temporary office. "Good morning, Captain." Bob, Cindy, and the other Red Gloves all stood up and bowed. Upon hearing their greetings, Leonard, who felt that he was already used to it, was once again in a daze. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday afternoon. Leonard arranged for his team members to go on separate missions, and he found a lounge to wait for the gathering to begin. Above the boundless gray fog, inside the ancient palace that resembled a god's residence, dark red beams of light shot up from both sides of the long bronze table, materializing into blurry figures. Justice Audrey immediately stood up, lifted her skirt, and curtsied towards the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." She wasn't in a bad mood, but with everything that had happened recently, she couldn't keep her spirits up like before. After all the members bowed and took their seats, Audrey swept her gaze and habitually began observing. Almost instantly, she discovered that Ma'am Hermit's mental state and body language indicated that she was worried about something. It has something to do with Queen Mystic? Or could it be that there are other problems? Or could it be that both factors are involved in the matter? Audrey was slightly surprised, and she curiously considered the possible reasons for this. After so many tarot gatherings, she had long drawn a psychological portrait of Ma'am Hermit. She believed that she was a rather contradictory beyonder. She was experienced, knowledgeable, and calm. She was also bold and reckless in certain aspects, like a young girl who had yet to mature. Combined with the relationship between the other party and Queen Mystic, Audrey's interpretation of this analysis was that, although Ma'am Hermit had experienced a lot, she had managed to resolve many problems successfully with Queen Mystic's protection and arrangements. Deep in her heart, she was still a young girl who yearned to be loved and cared for. And it was precisely within such a concealed state that Audrey boldly guessed that, when facing someone who had been abandoned, and one who didn't commit any serious mistakes, she would unknowingly show mercy, pity them, and help them. At the same time, due to her being a woman who was active at sea, with the strength of Sequence 5 who also had quite a number of mystical items, experience, and knowledge, while wearing heavy glasses and having interactions with Gairman Sparrow, Audrey believed that if she casually flipped through the wanted posters and newspapers related to pirates, she would be able to confirm Ma'am Hermit's identity without a doubt. However, she deliberately didn't do this. She only had a general idea as to her identity. No, Ma'am Hermit should already be a Sequence 4 demigod, so there shouldn't be too many things for her to be worried about. It's definitely not because of the war. It's impossible for a powerful pirate to be too troubled over it. As her thoughts raced, due to her lack of knowledge, Audrey had no clues apart from guessing that it was related to Queen Mystic. And at this moment, there were two matters echoing in Catlia's mind. Why did Her Majesty send so many diary pages over? If I hadn't become a mysticologist and grasped certain secret techniques, I wouldn't have been able to memorize all of them in such a short period of time. What exactly happened? Has the Queen fallen into some sort of dilemma? That fellow, Frank, actually didn't want to hold a ritual and wanted to directly consume the potion. Thankfully, I stopped him. However, the druid ritual isn't difficult for him at all. Being aware of the behavior and physical structure of various ordinary animals and 3 kinds of extraordinary creatures. As a crazy biologist, he has already done his homework in advance by trying to crossbreed plants and animals. Next week, he will become a druid in the next 2 days. What he needs to do is write down all the knowledge and experience that he has built up as part of the ritual. Amidst her thoughts, Catlia shelved her concerns and turned to the end of the long bronze table. She lowered her head and respectfully said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have found an entire book of Roselle's diary this time. An entire book." Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit's words, all the members, including the hanged man Alger, were clearly stunned. This was something that exceeded their understanding. In the past, submissions ranged from 1 to 3 pages at a time. This time, it was an entire book. Did something happen? Even though he was the least concerned about such matters, the slowest to react, the son Derek, had noticed something unusual. They all knew that Queen Mystic Bernadette was the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle. It was normal for her to be able to provide an entire diary. However, it was abnormal for her to give an entire book. Catlia ignored everyone's gazes and continued. "These diary pages aren't connected, but they all originated from Emperor Roselle's later years." "Very good." The fool Klein nodded slightly, indicating that the hermit could begin conjuring them. One page after another, the slightly yellow pages of the diary took shape, and soon, it was stacked into one book. After receiving it, he casually flipped through it. Without reading it, he put down the diary and looked at the hermit Catlia. "You can raise your questions now. Including the contributions you previously accumulated, you can ask a total often questions." He didn't read the diary carefully, because there were too many pages this time. There were at least 30 pages to read. It would require the members of the Tarot Club to wait for too long, affecting Mr. Fool's image. Therefore, he planned to read it slowly after the gathering ended. 10. Catlia immediately felt a headache. This was because there were only 2 questions that Queen Mystic had asked her to raise. She deliberated for a moment before saying, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can we split the questions into multiple sessions?" "Sure." Klein nodded with a smile. This was convenient for what he had in mind. To answer 10 questions at once was also a very difficult task for Mr. Fool. Catlia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 questions this time, First, why does one need to be careful of the spectator? Be careful of the spectator? Audrey wore a blank look. For a moment, she was unable to find any leads for coming up with a guess. She even examined herself. Be careful of the spectator? The Moon Emlyn, the Star Leonard, and the other members of the Tarot Club all cast their gazes at Miss Justice. The Fool Klein chuckled and leisurely said, "A spectator always likes to hide in the shadows to secretly control certain matters, making it difficult for people to notice and be on their guard. In particular, one needs to be especially careful towards Angel of Imagination Adam. His apotheosis ritual is to consume the potion when the trend of the times follows what he envisioned. The trend of the times that follows what he envisioned allow the development of the times to meet his expectations." Justice Audrey couldn't help but ask Mr. Fool. Klein nodded slightly and said, "That's right. A war that sweeps the entire world is exactly what Adam wants. The Hanged Man Alger, the Hermit Catlia, and the other members of the Tarot Club were bombarded by the information divulged by Mr. Fool, and their minds were momentarily incapable of thought. Be it the apotheosis ritual or the trend of the times, all of them involved a very, very high level. It was so high that they could only look up at it. Suddenly, they vaguely understood the reason why the psychology alchemists were deeply involved in the royal family's conspiracy. And the members who knew of the Twilight Hermit Order further understood the essence of keeping the trend of the times on track. Only an existence at Mr. Fool's level can understand these secrets and participate in the corresponding game. Alger quickly found his train of thought and sighed inwardly. He was increasingly eager to become a demigod. He believed that this war would bring him plenty of opportunities, but he didn't know if he could seize them. The members of the Tarot Club were silent. As their thoughts ran through their heads, the Fool Klein let out an inexplicable sigh. This was because he had no way of stopping this war. If it was only the matter of making Georgil's Black Emperor ritual fail, he could jump through some hoops and stretch himself out to affect it slightly. However, in this war involving the trend of the times, even if he was an angel, a Sequence 1 angel, there was no way he could affect the overall situation. Forcibly trying to stop it would only squish him under the rolling wheels of history. Apart from Adam, who has spent 1 to 2,000 years arranging for such a plot to play out, the rest of them, even the kings of angels, can only change certain situations but not the overall trend. Only a true deity at Sequence 0 can truly participate in this game. It's no wonder the Emperor said that only by becoming a god can he protect those who he wants to protect. The only thing I can do now is to make preparations for the resistance in the Rorstad archipelago. I hope they have the opportunity of being liberated from being colonies. Klein reined in his thoughts and made his gaze maintain a smiling look. He wasn't blindly opposed to everything about war. The education he had received in his previous life, and what he had seen at sea and in East and West Biome, had made him have a supportive attitude towards overthrowing colonial rule. To put it simply, what he didn't like and abhorred was an unjust war. Sensing Mr. Fool's gaze, the Hermit Catlia controlled her chaotic thoughts and said again, "Secondly, where is the secret mausoleum that Emperor Roselle has yet to discover?" Secret mausoleum? Yet to be discovered? Furs became more focused as she felt that this was material for a best-selling novel that possessed all kinds of popular elements. On the other hand, Audrey and Alger could acutely sense something from this question. The eldest daughter of Roselle probably wasn't willing to accept her father's death, and was still searching for traces left behind by him, hoping to find clues to revive the Emperor. Of course, they couldn't eliminate the possibility that there were other important items in the secret mausoleum. That might be Queen Mystic's goal as well. Roselle even left behind a secret mausoleum? I wonder what's inside. The Star Leonard and Judgment Zio were more concerned about this. The Fool Klein was already prepared for this. He smiled and said, "Perhaps in the Fog Sea. In the secret primitive island Roselle discovered, or the Abyss." Abyss? Emlyn immediately felt his eyelids twitch. In the history of the Sanguine, there were many records of second epic devils wreaking havoc. Even when he read those materials after thousands of years since it happened, he still felt himself turn impetuous and become entangled by chaos. The son Derek had a similar feeling as him, but he didn't think too much about it. When reading certain documents, his mental state would be overexerted, and his mental state would unknowingly be affected. This was common knowledge known by everyone in the City of Silver, so he had to first receive general education and listen to a teacher's recount. Abyss, Audrey, Zio, and company subconsciously repeated that term in their hearts. In their daily lives, the abyss was an abstract expression. It was synonymous with danger, pain, decadence, and corruption. They never expected that it really existed somewhere in the fog sea. Katlia also didn't return to her senses for a few seconds. She never expected Emperor Roselle's secret mausoleum to involve the abyss. However, after some careful thought, she realized that it wasn't surprising that a conflict at that level would involve something like that. For a moment, she hoped that the Queen wouldn't pursue this matter, but in the end, she suppressed this thought to the bottom of her heart. She felt that if it were her, then she would also make the same choice. All sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind as she bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. "Thank you for your answer. I have no further questions today." The fool nodded slightly and surveyed the area. "You may begin." Just as he finished speaking, Furs, who had been mustering her courage all this while, said as she closed her eyes as though she had resolved herself to charge towards death, "Mr. World, I have a commission for you." Seeing the World Gairman Sparrow look over, she hurriedly explained, "You don't have to do much. You'll just leave me at an unfamiliar place every once in a while, and you can pick me up after a few days. If you're really busy, you can present traveling to me several times at a particular point in time for me to record." Upon hearing Miss Magician's words, the first thought that came to Klein's mind was, man versus wild? I have too many suitable places, such as the battlefield of the gods on the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, Calderon City in the spirit world, the City of Miracles Liveseed in Grozel's travels. They're 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more dangerous than the wilderness. I'm just afraid that Miss Magician won't be able to handle the danger. Klein didn't let the World Gairman Sparrow immediately answer. He controlled the fake person and cast its gaze on Miss Magician with a pressuring look. Furs silently took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and added in more detail, "This is the thing. I'm a Sequence 6 scribe of the apprentice pathway now. In order to digest the potion, aside from recording all kinds of beyonder powers, I still need to record down the local customs and traditions of different places. I hope that I can become a traveler as soon as possible. Only then can I avoid most of the dangers during the war. Mr. World, I've only recorded traveling once, so I won't be able to return if I go somewhere else. I can only ask for your help. I wonder if you're interested, and what kind of payment you'd wish to receive." So that's how it is. Justice Audrey finally came to a realization. Furthermore, she felt that Furs's method was really great. Especially since she's a best-selling novel author, her act of recording scenery and customs and publishing it as a book should be able to greatly aid in her potion digestion rate. Audrey nodded silently as she felt sincerely happy for her friend. However, as a senior spectator, how could she not sense Furs's horror and fear towards Mr. World? She was looking forward to knowing what would happen when the two of them formally interacted. "Audrey, this state of mind isn't good. However, this is the attitude of a spectator. Furs definitely wouldn't expect that the so-called crazy adventurer she fears is only a mask. Beneath it is a gentle and kind heart. I also have to work hard to digest the Dreamwalker potion. I should visit the dreams surrounding me every night." Audrey didn't show any changes in her expression or gaze as she maintained the attitude of a spectator. After the hanged man Alger heard the magician's words, he sighed. This was because even this apprentice was beginning to break through to Sequence 5, while he was still stuck at that level. The world and the hermit are already at Sequence 4, Justice, the sun, the moon, and the star are also all at Sequence 5. Apart from the magician, the newly joined judgment is lower than my sequence. As his thoughts churned, Alger felt that stifled, a heavy feeling that was difficult to resolve. He wished he could immediately find an opportunity to make contributions and become a demigod, a cataclysmic interrer. He yearned to have a high position and be in a position of power. He wanted others to acknowledge and respect him and be submissive to him. He didn't wish to fall behind in the tarot club. Is that so? At the same time that Klein understood what Miss Magician was thinking, he suddenly recalled something. It was the identity that the other party had mentioned in front of Mr. Fool during a particular full moon. An ex-surgeon who was now a novelist. Will spreading the terrifying legends that I create into text form help me digest the bizarro sorcerer potion further? The more shocking, harrowing, terrifying, and incomprehensible the description in the novel is, the better the effects. Klein suddenly had inspiration and controlled the World Gehrman Sparrow to say, "This commission is very simple, but the payment I need is very special." Upon hearing that Mr. World was inclined to agree, Furs asked in both joy and anxiousness, "What's the payment?" The World Gehrman Sparrow pondered for a moment and said, "Collect information about the ghost stories that have happened recently in the various major hospitals in Backland, and write them into a small publication or have them published in the newspapers. The requirement for the novel is that it's even more terrifying and bizarre. It's best if it can be a best-selling novel." The reason why he only mentioned the matters of the major hospitals in Backland was because Miss Magician was a local author who was part of medical circles. Being able to come to know of the urban myths and use that as material for a novel was very reasonable, and it wouldn't incur suspicion. However, if she had even learned of the urban myths in the Rorstad Archipelago, Fog Sea, and East and West Balham, then Zeratel's marionette would definitely visit her. The ghost tales of the various hospitals in Backland. After hearing the World Gehrman Sparrow's words, Audrey was stunned for nearly 3 seconds. She had originally thought that those rumors were caused by the church's beyonders secretly treating the injured victims. Mushroom and weeds were the negative effects of the mystical items, but she never expected it to be something else. Audrey had also guessed if it was done by Dwayne Dantes. After all, this gentleman had heard from her about the victims of the air raid. Furthermore, he was a very kind gentleman. However, due to the lack of clues and evidence, she could only believe that it was more likely to be related to the church. At this moment, she was almost certain that the clown angel was Mr. World Gehrman Sparrow. Even if it wasn't, they definitely had a deep connection. A Mr. World who wears a mushroom and weed mask is the same as the Gehrman Sparrow who wears a crazy adventurer mask. Why does he act like that when he's doing something good? Is it because he needs the feeling or corresponding feedback from creating fear? Audrey thought to herself with some guesses. As for the Star Leonard and the Hangman Alger, one immediately thought of the strange urban myths that the Nighthawks who belonged to St. Samuel Cathedral were discussing recently, while the other fell deep into thought about the horror stories his subordinates had heard or encountered. I've never really heard of such payment before. It's not like I'm writing a biography. Although there has been a recent war, the sales of newspapers and novels seem to have increased. My previous editor has been urging me to write a new book. Yes, I must keep my identity a secret. I have to convince my editor to change my pen name. The excuse is that novels of different styles should use different pen names. Furs didn't think too much about it. After a slight period of deliberation, she agreed. "All right, no problem." The World Gehrman Sparrow chuckled and hoarsely said, "If you do well, I'll give you the opportunity to record the beyonder powers of a demigod." "No problem." Furs swept away her usual languidness and firmly replied. To her, recording a demigod's powers not only increased her ability to protect herself, but it could also effectively help her digest the potion. This also made Audrey, Zio, Leonard and the other members sigh in their hearts. Scribes were truly enviable. Once a demigod-level expert became a backer, a scribe wielded extremely powerful strength. They wouldn't be weaker than a sequence 5, or may even be stronger than one at times. After coming to an agreement, the scene fell silent for a moment. This was because the other members of the Tarot Club currently didn't have any requirements. Leonard had become a spirit warlock recently, and he had yet to conclude the acting principles. There was still the possibility of him advancing from within the Church of Evernight. As for mystical items, he had already bought the Word of the Sea. If there were any special circumstances, he could request to use sealed artifacts of the Church. Emlyn was reading the Sanguine's research information regarding the Moon domain every day, hoping to make a Scarlet Scholar more practical. As for the sequence 4 Shaman King's potion formula and Beyonder ingredients, he didn't need them for an extensive period of time, nor could he afford them. Derek had recently mastered the powers of Priest of Light, and he was still very far from advancing. As for the unshadowed main ingredient, he had already obtained it. Similarly, Audrey and Zio had also recently advanced. One of them was working hard to help Mr. World, accumulating contribution points, while the other was burdened with a huge debt and was eager to repay it. Alger was in the Church of the Lord of Storms, so he had to keep a secret. He was currently in an awkward position which required him to find a chance to advance. Furthermore, he had obtained the Cataclysmic Inter's potion formula from the world. Katlia had just become a demigod. She was currently deep in research on all kinds of secrets and all sorts of mysticism knowledge. She was pleasantly surprised that, despite having recently advanced, just recalling the knowledge and secrets she knew from the past had allowed her to directly digest quite a bit of the potion. Amongst them, the various things she had heard from the Tarot Club had contributed greatly. The transaction segment quickly ended as the members began their free exchange. Emlyn surveyed the area and his gaze landed on Leonard's face. If you're an official Beyonder, how will you deal with a clergyman of an opposing faction in your area of jurisdiction? He hasn't done anything wrong, nor does he plan on doing anything wrong. Although Fainapotter had yet to start a war with Lone, they had invaded Lone's ally, Lenberg. This made the believers and citizens living around the Harvest Church look at Bishop Utravsky in an increasingly odd manner. Leonard thought carefully and said, "Protective custody. Protective custody. That's quite a witty answer." As expected of a newly promoted Red Gloves team captain, when the fool Klein heard the star Leonard's answer, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He knew very well who Emlyn was referring to, and he knew quite a bit about Bishop Utravsky, who wished to be called a priest. He didn't really believe Emlyn White's claim that he hasn't done anything wrong, nor does he plan on doing anything wrong. This was because, to a deity's blessed or a zealot, their understanding of something wrong might be different from a normal person's. Of course, Klein never suspected Father Utravsky's claim that life was precious and his piousness an acknowledgement of a joyous harvest. But the problem was that the Church of Earth Mother also preached that lives were like plants, which would ultimately wither and die, returning to the embrace of the Earth Mother. They would then grow again when the next year came. A qualified bishop of the Church of Earth Mother wouldn't treat death in the same manner as the most ordinary of people. Regardless, Father Utravsky has to be controlled. This is both a form of protection for the Earth Mother's believers, as well as the citizens around him. It's also a form of protection for this half-giant bishop, in case some irredeemable situation occurs. While Klein was thinking to himself, Leonard, who had no lack of understanding of the Harvest Church, also understood the meat of Emlyn's question. He planned on leading his team members to confirm the situation in the next 2 days, taking the Earth Mother's blessed into protective custody with the help of the official organizations that were in charge of the area south of the bridge. And when Emlyn heard the answer, he slowly nodded without saying a word. Seeing that he was silent, Leonard turned to ask a question he wanted to get some feedback on. Are there any major matters lurking beneath Backlund recently? What he really wanted to ask was why his Red Gloves team had been left behind in the capital of capitals as a part of the reserve forces. As soon as he finished speaking, the other members of the Tarot Club, including the son Derek, who wasn't too concerned about matters of the outside world, all cast their gazes at the World Gehrman Sparrow. From what they knew, whenever something happened in Backlund, Mr. World would more or less give a warning. What major matters has been lurking beneath Backlund recently? There's plenty. The Black Emperor ritual of George III, my secret alliance with Queen Mystic. The 3 churches may seem to be tacitly in approval but all have different attitudes. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly understood what Leonard wanted to ask. After all, they would occasionally communicate privately. That's right. Why was Leonard left in Backlund? Because of me. The church doesn't want to put Leonard in a dangerous situation? Am I thinking too highly of myself? Klein secretly shook his head and rejected the thought that first came to him. He quickly changed his train of thought and analyzed the problem on matters that Leonard could be of service. Leonard is only a sequence 5, so what use can he play in Backland that has deep undercurrents? Even if he's of use, they wouldn't use him. Instead, they would make use of me who's related to him or Pallas Zoroast. This can rule me out. I'm still a qualified blessed at the moment. If I really needed to do anything, then a simple instruction would suffice. The clearing of the Amon avatars in Backland last time made the goddess or the upper echelons of the church guess that Pallas Zoroast is hiding in the vicinity of Baklund Street, and they ended up suspecting Leonard? There's a possibility, and it's not a low one either. Back then, I was concerned to some extent. I only believed that, in the case of Amon becoming a god, the church and Pallas Zoroast were on the same page, that they could form some sort of tacit understanding. In fact, I believed that grandpa had such considerations when he first chose Leonard as a target for parasitizing. But why is Pallas Zoroast being kept in Backland? To fish for Amon? Even among the kings of angels, Amon ranks among the top. It's almost impossible for the goddess to engage in a divine descent. With the church's angels, grade 0 sealed artifacts, and Pallas Zoroast, it shouldn't be difficult to expel Amon, but it's almost impossible to kill him, unless he doesn't come with his actual body. But in that case, it's not worth making such arrangements. Klein's thoughts quickly developed, and soon he had a new idea. Fishing for Amon isn't done so as to deal with him. Instead, it's to hold back Zeradal, who's currently in Backland. Similar pathways could be interchanged at high levels. Even if one became a true god at sequence 0, they still have a strong desire for the uniqueness and sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways. On this point, the Evernight goddess's plan was excellent evidence. The goddess wants to make Backland into a potpourri mess before wiping them all out. Klein made the world Gehrman Sparrow hesitate for a few seconds before saying, "The leader of the secret order, a sequence 1 angel, and an old friend of Emperor Roselle Zeradal, is currently hiding in Backland." Seeing that the members of the Tarot Club were clearly a little confused and perplexed, the world added in a hoarse voice, "The law of beyonder characteristics conservation we often refers to the conservation of beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways. In other words, similar pathways also obey the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics." Leonard immediately fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he deliberated and asked, "The Marauder and the Seer pathways are neighboring pathways?" "Yes, the Apprentice pathway is also a neighboring pathway," the world answered frankly. Upon hearing their conversation, Furs first connected the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics to the attraction between beyonder characteristics taught to her by her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. She connected it to the Saint of Secrets who had been attracted. Then she began to consider a question. If it really is as Mr. World said, that beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways attract one another, then would it have attracted the attention of Zeradal back then? After all, he is in Backland. All of a sudden, Furs thought of the raven that was staring at Bodhi's back. Furs hurriedly raised her hand, indicating that she had something to say. Seeing all the members looking over, she hurriedly said, "My teacher is a member of the Abraham family. He wields a rather important sealed artifact." As the first part of the sentence was known by the other members other than the star, Furs had no intention of hiding anything. As for the second half of the sentence, she had made some modifications. It was very important to change the phrase to rather important. Seeing that no one was raising any questions, Furs continued, "This causes him to occasionally encounter high-sequence beyonders of the apprentice pathway. Previously, when he came to Backland, the Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, Bodhi's, had appeared nearby. As for me, I noticed that a raven was looking in the direction where Bodhi's was heading. A raven." The details of the foggy town surfaced in Klein's mind. At the top of the pitch-black cathedral, there were ravens flying around, as if they were holding a memorial or in grief. As for Zeradal's avatar, it was hidden inside the cathedral. Zeradal is used to using ravens as marionettes? Is this a mark left behind during his phase as a bizarro sorcerer? While in thought, Klein made the world speak. "That might very well be Zeradal. I actually met a sequence 1 angel." Furs felt a sense of fear and horror. She then recalled how she and Zio had discussed Adam and thus ended up possibly targeted. For some reason, she had the illusion that she had become the protagonist of a novel. Despite being only a sequence 7 or 6, she had established connections with the kings of angels and sequence 1 angels. With this in mind, Furs hurriedly turned her head to Miss Justice and said, "Can you hypnotize me later into forgetting certain matters? I'm afraid that I might accidentally recall something and attract attention." "No problem." As Audrey answered, she glanced at Zio and nodded at her. As for the star Leonard, he had some ideas as well. He planned on discussing it with Old Man when he returned to hear his opinion. Klein didn't continue talking about the major matters that lurked beneath Backlund. This was because they were just too high-end for the other members of the Tarot Club. Not only were they unable to participate in it directly, but even having a complete understanding of them could bring about a disaster upon themselves. In this aspect, Klein's idea was that he could get the help of the members of the Tarot Club in certain segments, but it was like commissioning a bounty hunter to do something, without getting them too involved in the matter and figuring out the reason for the commission. It was a form of protection for them. At this moment, Alger looked around and said, "According to my observations, the Church of Storms isn't too enthusiastic about this war." "They aren't too enthusiastic?" "This doesn't match the image of the Church of the Lord of Storms. Although their teachings don't advocate combat and don't promote war, they definitely emphasize the need to treat their enemies like a storm, and vent whatever anger they have on the spot." When Klein heard this, he felt a little surprised. He then combined his understanding of the deities and began his preliminary analysis. "According to my previous speculations, Storm, Sun, Reader, Spectator, and Shepherd can switch paths at high levels. There should be an immense conflict between them. As for the Lord of Storms, he is highly likely the wind angel of yesteryear. He had eaten Adam's father, the ancient sun god, the city of silver creator. Even if he had tacitly allowed George III to become Black Emperor, it's impossible for him to sit back and watch Adam make use of the flood of the times to ascend to divinity. Therefore, the Church of the Lord of Storms is unwilling to have the war increase in scope and allow it to turn into a world war. Hence, he is trying hard to control his impulse? It must be really hard on them. This can explain why Lone and Intis would maintain their strange silence when Feynapotter invaded Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the Lord of Storms are probably in a difficult position. They're unable to make up their minds. On the one hand, at the level of the deities, it isn't that there is no possibility of abandoning their alliance to deal with the Church of Knowledge. On the other hand, the battle strategies at the national level also prompts them to protect those countries. Forcefully breaking the perceptions built up by the citizens of a country would be an act that causes the anchors to become unstable. Also, once they participate in the battle, they would help Adam fulfill the conditions of his advancement to Sequence 0. Klein deliberately made the world silent for a moment before replying to the Hanged Man's intelligence. At present, this is inevitable. Klein didn't actually remember if he had told the Hanged Man and the others that the Sailor, Spectator, Sun, Reader, and Secret Suppliant pathways were interchangeable, unless he used dream divination to recall it. However, since the Hanged Man had expressed his doubts towards the Church of the Lord of Storms, it meant that he hadn't thought about the interchangeability of both paths. Regardless of whether he knew it or not, or if he had yet to connect the two matters together, Klein believed that there was a need for him to explain things clearly. This allowed the members of the Tarot Club to grasp the true stances of the various major factions, thus letting them avoid many dangers. After the Hanged Man, Alger, and the others cast their gazes at him, he controlled the world Gehrman Sparrow and made him say in a low, uncertain tone, "The Storm, Sun, Spectator, Reader, and Secret Suppliant pathways are neighboring pathways. Likewise for Evernight, God of Combat, and Death. And neighboring pathways often become enemies. Of course, that's not absolute. At least the 7 deities have established an alliance." Upon hearing the world's reply, Alger first recalled Adam pushing for the flood of the times to become a god. Following that, thoughts flashed through his mind as he gained a certain level of understanding of the Church of the Lord of Storms' current attitude. This made him feel a rather special sense of superiority and joy. It was as if he had seen the essence of the matter, exceeding the level of most beyonders in the Church of the Lord of Storms. Similarly, Audrey had a brand new understanding of Intis's strange silence in this war. She was even more worried about the situation in Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger. In addition, she also knew that she could switch to Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Inter, and to the corresponding sequence 4 demigod of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom she had recently met. As for the corresponding sequence 4 of the Secret Suppliant Pathway, it wasn't within her considerations at all. Of course, compared to other pathways, she still preferred Manipulator. She liked the Spectator pathway from the bottom of her heart. However, she also felt deep fear towards the upper echelons of the Spectator pathway. Vin Rambus had left a rather bad impression on her. Adam's "any mention of it will be known" had left her with a trauma. She had no choice but to undergo self-evaluations and treat the corresponding problems from time to time. The hermit Catlia had always been deeply knowledgeable about such matters. Apart from the information mentioned by the World Gehrman Sparrow, she also knew that the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways were neighboring pathways that could be interchanged at high sequences. It was likewise for the Arbiter and Lawyer pathways, the Prisoner and Criminal pathways, the Hunter and Assassin pathway, and the Planter and Apothecary pathway. As the other members of the Tarot Club dispersed their thoughts, Alger said to the World Gehrman Sparrow, "Thank you for your answer." He didn't say exactly what insights he had gleaned from the answer. In fact, for an instant, Alger wanted to leave the Church of the Lord of Storms and switch to another pathway. This was better than waiting for a very slim chance in the Church. However, he ultimately gave up on this idea. After all, his goal for a long time was to become a cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms. At present, he was beginning to yearn to be ranked first amongst the cardinal ranks, becoming an angel in charge of the mandated punishers or ascetics. As for the position of pontiff, Alger didn't yearn for it. This was because it was too close to the Lord of Storms, and he had many secrets he kept close to his chest. If he were to be chosen as pontiff, Alger suspected that he would be smote to ashes by a lightning storm that descended from the sky the moment he put on the papal tiara. Seeing that the exchange between the world and the hanged man had ended, Emlyn asked with curiosity, "Which pathway can the apothecary pathway be interchanged with?" Being from the sanguine race made them have no thoughts of switching to other pathways, as it would often mean that they had lost their identify. Therefore, Emlyn wasn't too concerned about such matters. "The planter pathway of the Church of Earth Mother," Catlia answered casually. "The planter pathway, possessed by the Church of Earth Mother." Emlyn frowned as he vaguely grasped something. At this moment, Zio also asked, "Which pathway neighbors the Arbiter pathway?" "Lawyer," Catlia answered simply. "Lawyer of the Black Emperor pathway. In other words, if I could become a Sequence 5, one would be able to switch to Sequence 4 of the Black Emperor pathway. And Furs had previously told me that Mr. Fool has the card of blasphemy. It contains all the secrets of the Black Emperor pathway." Zio suddenly realized that there was a glimmer of light for her future. It had to be known that the Arbiter pathway was firmly controlled by the two royal families. Even the corresponding military only had the potion formula for the low and mid sequences. If they wanted to advance beyond Sequence 5, they had to receive a bestowment from the royal family, just like how every general had to be conferred by the king or queen. Furthermore, what they obtained in the end was the concocted potion and the ritual. To Zio, this meant that it was almost impossible for her to get the Sequence 4 potion formula for the Arbiter pathway. Of course, no matter how tightly guarded the potion formulas was, there were bound to be loopholes. The military's demigods knew of the ritual, and from time to time, they would cooperate with the royal family to hunt powerful supernatural beings. They could roughly narrow down the candidates for the main ingredient to a small area, but this also meant that they could only confirm the formula through repeated experiments. At the same time, the military demigods were also unable to grasp the supplementary ingredients. If they wanted to rely only on the main ingredients to advance, they needed to seek out the benediction of fate. And now Zio had seen another possibility. At this moment, Audrey had already summarized the neighboring pathways that Mr. World and Ma'am Hermit had mentioned before thoughtfully asking. Among prisoner, criminal, hunter, assassin, savant, Mystery Prior and Monster. Which ones are neighboring similar pathways? The World Gairman Sparrow glanced at the hermit and replied hoarsely. Prisoner and criminal, hunter and assassin, and savant and mystery prior are similar pathways that can be interchanged at high sequences. This was knowledge that could be confirmed by Klein. Among them, the interchangeability between prisoner and criminal was something mentioned by the Red Angel Evil Spirit, to which Miss Sharon tacitly accepted. The interchangeability between savant and mystery prior had been personally demonstrated by Emperor Roselle. As for hunter and assassin, it was information that he had accumulated over time which could finally be confirmed. What about monster? There's only this one left. Furs, who was listening, couldn't help but ask. Seeing the world remain silent, Katlia thought for a moment before saying, "It's difficult to be categorized as a neighbor of any other beyonder pathway. Just like fate, it can only objectively exist alone. I can be sure of that. I can only say that the most fundamental order in our world's supernatural powers might be chaos and disharmony." The reason why Katlia was certain that the monster pathway didn't have the means to be interchanged with other pathways was because her advancement ritual required her to analyze the snake of fate's blood. I see. Audrey was slightly uncomfortable with this disharmonious situation, but she quickly adjusted her state of mind. After the exchange was almost complete, all the members of the Tarot Club looked at the son Derek. The youth said without any hesitation, "We've already set off. We're currently less than a day away from Afternoon Town. When we arrive, we'll be resting for another day or two before we begin exploring the Giant King's Court." The son's words made Alger, Katlia, and company suddenly feel like myths were entering reality. Compared to places like the ruins of the battlefield of the gods, the Giant King's Court was a symbolic entity that appeared in various legends and in different secret documents. What secret was it hiding? What was buried in it? The answer was about to be revealed. Even though they had followed the World Gairman Sparrow into the City of Miracles Liveseed, which was on par with the Giant King's Court, the Star Leonard and Justice Audrey were also secretly excited and looking forward to hearing more. After all, the city that the Dragon King had imagined into existence had lost too much in the process of being transferred to Grozel's travels. There were no traces of anything of value. Apart from the building itself, there was only the hall that expressed the extraordinariness of the ancient myths. Furthermore, what was even more important was that Derek had mentioned that the kings of angels had come to a secret plot in the Giant King's Court. As for the Fool Klein, he was thinking of something else. Should I get little son to pray to the Fool before the exploration? Then, I'll use the Crimson Star and the Sea God Scepter to extend my vision to a certain distance so that I can watch a live broadcast. Yes. In that case, if there are any accidents, I can still provide some help. The only problem is that this method of relying on the prayer points of light for observation cannot last too long. This has nothing to do with my own spirituality. It's just that this connection will fade away with time and last 45 minutes at most. Let little son pray every once in a while? That's under the premise that it doesn't affect his battle or attract the attention of the people around him. In that case, my spirituality can probably last for 2 hours. It's not on the same level as my sequence 5. It's also because of my recent rapid digestion of the potion. After pondering for a moment, Klein didn't speak. He controlled the World Gairman Sparrow to hint to the sun. Before exploring the Giant King's Court, you can pray to Mr. Fool and pray for good luck. In the process, you can also pray many times. Mr. World really is a nice guy. After Derek sincerely thanked him, he hurriedly turned his body towards the end of the long, mottled table. Then he saw Mr. Fool, who was enveloped by the grayish-white fog, nod slightly. The world above the gray fog had been restored to its state of silence, as though the gathering that had just ended was an illusion. Klein bent his finger and lightly knocked on the edge of the long, mottled table. He made the pages of the Roselle diary which Katlia had just given appear once again. Amidst an indescribable stillness, Klein cast his gaze towards the first paragraph of the first page with a solemn expression. September 27th, I saw Miss Ithaca once again. I had a nerve-wracking and thrilling but sufficiently wonderful experience with her. As expected, I prefer women of this age. I'm not just reminiscing about my youth. but rather that I haven't changed after so many years. Heh. I'm really dedicated. I read your diary with such seriousness, and you're giving me this? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he lampooned at the emperor who he had only seen a portrait of. He immediately gathered his thoughts and shifted his gaze. In a lounge at the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. After Leonard Mitchell opened his eyes, he deliberated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Old man, the secret order Zeradal seems to be in Backlund." In his mind, the slightly aged voice quickly sounded, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Leonard immediately asked, "Old man, are you familiar with that Zeradal? Didn't you say that the Zoroast family and the Zeradal family are both important nobles of the Solomon Empire? From his point of view as ex-colleagues and former comrades in arms, how could old man not be familiar with Zeradal?" Pallas Zoroast scoffed. "I'm familiar with the Zeradal who died in the War of the Four Emperors. The one alive whose now should be his descendant. I might or might not have seen him before. The Zeradal back then had already obtained clues regarding the second sequence, one beyonder characteristic from the true creator. He was waiting for the War of the Four Emperors to end before searching for it. If he succeeded, he would be considered a king of angels. Unfortunately, in the War of the Four Emperors, he directly encountered the existence from the Antigonus family who could be known as the Half-Fool, and Bethel Abraham was also involved. He could appear anywhere, anytime. If he hadn't been quickly banished and sealed by Evernight and Storm, I might not have survived to the end of the War of the Four Emperors either. The Half-Fool. Leonard's eyelids twitched when he heard this title as he thought of the entity above the gray fog for some baffling reason. He then forced himself to control himself and directed his thoughts to something else. Even from the description of a bystander, Mr. Dorr was clearly one of the top existences among the kings of angels. It required two true deities to join forces to banish and seal him. There's a high chance that he was especially good at escaping, making it very difficult to kill. And back then, the battle situation was tense, so it was imperative to eliminate an enemy that posed a threat as soon as possible. Old man is reminiscing about the past, so he's feeling a little uneasy. He actually said so much in one breath. Amidst his thoughts, Leonard suddenly said, "I was left in Backlund because they wished to use you to attract them on here?" The wistful feelings in Pallas Zoroast's tone vanished as he clicked his tongue. "Who made this guess? I don't think it's you. However, it's not bad that you know how to use your own resources to probe for the truth. This is something I've been very familiar with ever since I joined the Nighthawks." Leonard replied inwardly but didn't say a word. Pallas Zoroast continued, "I guessed that too. To be honest, your ex-colleague's relationship with Evernight really confuses me. If it wasn't for how familiar the concealment forces that appeared that day was, I wouldn't have dared to make such a guess. With Zeradal and I in Backlund, Amon will arrive soon too. It truly is a perfect triangle of balance." "What do you mean?" "The concealment forces used to deal with Amon came from the Evernight domain, not Mr. Fool. Does this point that there is a certain level of cooperation between Mr. Fool and the goddess, or is it that the faith of those higher up in the church actually to Mr. Fool?" Leonard suddenly felt a strong sense of confusion and puzzlement regarding his position in the grand scheme of things. Seeing that Pallas was also quite confused, he converged his thoughts and didn't ask any questions regarding this. He frowned and said, "Two sequence one angels and a king of angels. Will this bring about a devastating disaster to Backlund?" He remembered that Amon was a terrifying existence that could kill countless people silently, and could even live happily as his victim. Using this as a reference, Zeradal, who was of a neighboring pathway, definitely possessed similarly terrifying powers. If he and Amon were to clash, half of Backlund or the entirety of Backlund could become the capital of death or the capital of bizarreness. Pallas Zoroast laughed and said, "Balance also means that everyone will be very restrained. Besides, it's very likely that Amon won't let his true body enter Backlund. At most, he will send a large number of avatars over. After all, the impossibility of a divine descent by Evemite doesn't mean that Storm or Steam can't." "What do you mean?" Leonard acutely grasped the key point in Old Man's words. Palazzoros' tone suddenly became more relaxed. Regardless of whether it's because of the war or for other reasons, Evemite is likely unable to interfere with the matters on the ground at the moment. Otherwise, why would she need to lure Amon over to form a balance? She directly set up a trap, and who knows, she might be able to capture Zeradal or scare the cowardly seer away. Did something happen to the goddess? Leonard suddenly turned nervous. The slightly aged voice replied, "It might not be a bad thing, and it might be a good thing." Without waiting for Leonard to ask further, Palazzoros sighed again. "Amon was attracted to Backlund by me. What about Zeradal? What about me? I think Zeradal is also here because of you, and you're in Backlund because of me." Leonard pondered as he replied, "Heh, why do you think you're in Backlund?" Palaz immediately scoffed. Leonard immediately replied, "This is the arrangement of the church. It can't be the effect of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, right?" "That's not necessarily true." Palaz's tone turned a little stem. "Most of the time, the law of beyonder characteristic convergence will not directly show in places where you can sense it. Most of the time, it will influence fate. Just like when you board a train, you'll suddenly feel that the scenery along the way is beautiful and will get off the train in advance, resulting in you entering the small city. This might be because there are beyonders or mystical items of neighboring pathways around you. In other words, there are other things in Backlund that attracts you and Zeradal here, and through you my fate is affected, causing me to be arranged by the church to stay in Backlund most of the time?" Leonard asked in enlightenment, hoping to gain confirmation. Palazzoros slowly sighed and said, "That possibility can't be ruled out." Above the gray fog, Klein soon flipped to a diary page of value. November 21st. As I had made too many preparations in the early stages, I obtained that chaotic and terrifying grade. 0 sealed artifact even faster than I imagined. And then, after a difficult battle and with some help, I finally restored it to a pure sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. In a few more days, the ritual will be completed. I should be able to advance to sequence 1 knowledge emperor of the mystery prior pathway. November 26th. Sunny and breezy. The ritual was very successful. I digested it thoroughly, and my anchors were even more stable. There weren't many difficulties during the entire process. I'm already a sequence 1 angel, a knowledge emperor. Bernadette no longer has to worry about the influence of the hidden sage. She can abide by the words, "Do as you wish, but do no harm," and continue on this path. At the same time, the level of an angel at sequence 1 means that I can greatly resist the notice and corruption from the cosmos. I can head to the Crimson Moon and see what's happening there. Regardless of whether Mr. Dorr is lying or not, everything points to the fact that the Crimson Moon is the key to the problem. If I wish to become a true deity, I have to figure out the reason. I'll make preparations for another 3 more days before attempting to land on the moon. That's 1 small step for man, 1 giant leap for mankind. Haha. Don't quote me on that. Upon seeing this, Klein recalled the hysterical diary page of Roselle. He began to suspect that it was written after the Emperor's landing on the moon. Putting down the remaining, unread diary pages, Klein began to use dream divination to recall the content he had read over the past year. He wanted to use the comparison to find clues to Roselle's abnormal mental state. Not long after, he saw a few lines of text in his dream. It was the last diary entry that was theoretically written by Roselle. "I'm unable to give any actual suggestions because I myself can't see the true faces of the 7 deities or those evil gods. This might be partially related to the second blasphemy slate that the ancient organization hides. Unfortunately, one only have a rough idea of the hidden parts, and I'm unable to verify them." In this diary, the Emperor had even solemnly warned his friends to be careful of the moon. The dream suddenly shattered, and Klein snapped awake. There was an obvious look of fear in his eyes. He clearly remembered that, a long time ago, Roselle had confirmed that there was a hidden portion in the second blasphemy slate. July 19th, the night of the blood moon. Mr. Dorr's answer allowed me to confirm one thing. In that ancient secret organization, The second blasphemy slate I saw wasn't complete. The Emperor forgot? No, how could he have forgotten such an important matter? He only appeared a little extreme, and he didn't have much of a problem. Why did this happen? Klein couldn't help but mutter to himself silently, having an inexplicable and terrifying feeling. The last diary entry, or rather, the Emperor Roselle who wrote that sentence, seemed to be another person. Above the grayish-white that wasn't perturbed at all, Klein silently sat at the end of the long, mottled table, like a stone statue that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Regarding the discovery he had just now, he felt a deep sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. He felt a chill rush out from the back of his head, spreading across his entire body, bringing with it obvious yet real shudders. It was as if he had witnessed a familiar friend become a stranger in a very short span of time. His actions were abnormal, as though he had been replaced by someone else. Of course, there was a clearer and more direct analogy in this aspect. It would be Leonard Mitchell coming to visit and discuss the matter regarding Pallas Zoroast as a monocle is suddenly taken out and then put on. Could it be that the Emperor was unknowingly corrupted after his ascension to the Crimson Moon, and he didn't notice it at all? He usually didn't show any abnormalities. Only through reminiscing about his past through his diary entries, analyzing his inner voice, and talking to himself would certain premonitions surface in his mind? Or could it be that this was a form of hypnosis by Adam? But Roselle was at least a sequence one when that happened. Klein couldn't help but lower his head to inspect himself. He imagined how another version of himself existed in his body without realizing it. He wasn't sure if this entity could be called a human. This truly is an extreme sense of horror. Klein slowly took a deep breath and forced himself to focus his attention on the diary pages of Emperor Roselle. Soon, he discovered something worth reading. July 28th. I attended that ancient secret organization's gathering once again. From the discussions among the members, I sensed a problem. Is it because I advanced too quickly that I'm relatively inexperienced? There are many things that I have never heard of before, just like how they mentioned about the corruption from the cosmos and underground. This is the first time I know of their existence. Heh. I wonder how many of them are he's one or she's. Apart from a minority of the members, most of them don't like others knowing their levels. While others are communicating with each other, I asked old Mr. Hermes with a whisper, hoping to understand more about the corruption that stems from the cosmos and underground. Hermes told me that this isn't something I can come into contact with at my current level. Just learning about it alone will cause me to be corrupted. It's actually that scary? What could it be? I'm even more intrigued. That old Mr. later told me that the corruption that originates from underground can be ignored because it will fade with time. A long time ago, in the era when the ancient gods were active, powerful creatures had attempted to resolve this problem completely. In the end, it made things worse and caused tremendous losses. Later, they gave up on the idea of directly exerting influence, and they switched focus to sealing and guarding it. From that day forth, although accidents happened occasionally, it was stable overall. Today, even if there are no seals or guards, as long as no one comes close and tries to go deeper, there won't be any incidents of corruption. What a surprising situation. It appears it doesn't require the protagonist of this era to resolve this problem. Old Mr. Hermes mentioned the cosmos again and said that the situation there is more complicated, interesting, and more dangerous than I imagined. He said that even a Sequence 2 angel doesn't have much knowledge of the cosmos. They only have a general understanding of it. They aren't aware that, apart from the dangers, there are too many other things. If it wasn't for the fact that he once knew an existence that was good at wandering the cosmos and learned plenty of matters from that person, he wouldn't be able to tell me all of that. I was very curious, but I didn't hold much hope when I asked about the existence who was adept at wandering the cosmos. Old Mr. Hermes didn't hide the truth. He said that it was Mr. Dorr, Bethel Abraham. Mr. Dorr. I pretended not to know anything and asked about that person's level in a very casual tone. Hermes didn't answer directly. He only said that in the fourth epoch, even angels and demigods would address him by his name in private. Those who could make everyone address them by their titles are in a small minority. of which Mr. Door was one of them, aside from Evernight, Storm, Earth, and the other deities. Is that so? Mr. Door's level really isn't low. The corruption that stems from underground will naturally fade with time. A Rhodes said that the gray fog gives it a feeling that resembles that of an object from underground. It hopes that I can explore the underground world after I return to my throne of divinity. As for Luca Brewster, he's certain that the higher the sequence, the greater the danger the underground world will bring. Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers. He was increasingly puzzled about what was happening underground. Fortunately, Hermes's description, the state of the abandoned castle, and the attitude of the Evemite goddess seemed to indicate that the corruption that stems from underground would naturally dissipate. Leaving it alone was the best solution. Phew, then I shall temporarily put aside my worries regarding the underground world. Hermes's words and the bronze door deep in the City of Miracles corroborate with each other. The dragon of imagination Ankwelt had really tried to resolve the problem of the underground world, but ended up with fear and trauma. From the looks of it, the greatest possibility for the coming of the apocalypse is probably from the cosmos, and my current sequence doesn't qualify me to know of it. Amidst his thoughts, Klein sighed as he continued flipping through the diary pages in his hand. After reading a few pages, his eyes suddenly lit up and locked onto one of the pages. December 31st. The end of a year is the most suitable time to make a resolution and start a new story. I've already thought of where the 8 secret mausoleums should be built. I'm just clueless about the last one. This has to be more covert than the 8 previous ones, or else it will be meaningless. After a long thought, I thought of a place. The nameless island where Grimm was buried. Of course, the abyss is also an option. However, I can't find a living devil in the area that I can enter, so I can't force them to become my citizens and help me build a mausoleum. Ordinary humans can't survive there, and even powerful beyonders will find it difficult to resist the corrosive properties of the abyss itself. Regardless, the environment on that nameless island seems like a pretty good choice. The princes of abolition in the 4th epoc's understanding of citizens is too limited. The rule of an emperor is not only limited to humans and humanoid creatures. All living things should be my subjects. And there are many extraordinary creatures on that nameless island with no intelligence. They have long worshipped and followed me. I can totally drive them into building a secret mausoleum. When I wrote this, I suddenly recalled that experience. Because I dreamed of Grimm, I brought Edwards, Benjamin, and the others back to this nameless island and discovered that those extraordinary creatures lived together in harmony. They were gathered together and holding a ritual, and amongst them was the deceased Grimm. I was indeed shocked back then. I felt a fear that I hadn't felt in a long time, and everything appeared extremely bizarre. That time, William and Polly died. Only Edwards and Benjamin survived. If I hadn't already become powerful and controlled a Grade 0 sealed artifact, everyone would have perished along with them. The power of those beyonder creatures that affected that nameless island actually came from the cosmos, and those who were corrupted would return to the source after dying. Thankfully, the power from the cosmos could only project a small portion of it into the real world. I finally solved the problem and made that nameless island my secret base. Now it's time to use it. After reading the diary, Klein didn't feel exhilarated that he had correctly guessed where Emperor Rozel's final mausoleum was. Instead, he frowned slightly. This was, on the one hand, because the corruption caused by the cosmos had truly appeared in front of him. On the other hand, the nameless island wasn't that secretive. Other than the Emperor, there were also the 2 survivors, Edwards and Benjamin. It didn't meet Rozel's requirements of complete secrecy. Before this, did Edwards and Benjamin pass away normally, resulting in them being unable to divulge any secrets? Or was it that, after Rozel successfully built the mausoleum, he made these 2 subordinates stay on the island forever, resolving the problem of spirit channeling? Of course, if Rozel had the corresponding sealed artifacts or beyonder powers, he could also make them completely lose the corresponding memories. After a moment of silence, Klein flipped through the diary pages again in search of the coordinates to the nameless island. However, he didn't see the corresponding content when he reached the last page. Instead, There was a diary entry that vaguely revealed some of Roselle's thoughts in his later years. December 27th. I've been feeling uneasy recently because I have no confidence in what will happen next. I no longer yearn for help. I'm very satisfied if they can remain neutral. I have put myself in the most dangerous situation. This is an act of me taking initiative, but it is also a choice due to a lack of options. Sometimes, I'm very confused. How did I end up like this? Was I too extreme? Or was this the only thing I could do? No, at this point in time, I can't be confused anymore. Apart from affecting my mindset and making the already slim chances even slimmer, it's meaningless. Now that I've reached this point, I can only continue on. If I succeed, it will naturally be sunshine and rainbows. Heh. All my hopes are placed on one sentence. Life is possible by being in death's embrace. From the looks of it, the Emperor really chose the method of making use of one's revival after death to escape the madness and corruption. This is simply crazy. It's like he's playing a game of Russian roulette with all 6 chambers filled, hoping that one of the rounds misfire. People who don't like going to the extremes, or those who are good at coming up with all kinds of strange ideas, wouldn't consider the viability of this method. Perhaps it's because the enemy can't guess it that this might give the Emperor a sliver of a chance of living. Klein leaned back into his chair as he silently sat in the ancient palace for a while. After he slowly recovered his scattered thoughts, he considered how to find the nameless island. I remember that the person who visited the nameless island, Benjamin, seems to be from the Abraham family. This be asked via Miss Magician. Yes, I'll be meeting her soon. There's no need to specially get the fool to pass the message. I'll get Queen Mystic to ask the descendants of Edwards, William, and Polly. That will be more suitable. With this in mind, he surveyed the area and sighed before disappearing above the gray fog. Returning to the real world, Klein immediately took out a pen and paper and wrote a short letter. Investigate the nameless island which led to the deaths of Grimm, William, and Polly. This can be done through the descendants of Edwards, Benjamin Abraham, and the descendants of the 3 deceased. This was a letter to Queen Mystic Bernadette, so Klein didn't write the reason. He believed that she would understand what this meant. After folding the letter, Klein casually found a candle and began the summoning ritual. After completing the setup, he placed the letter on the altar, took 2 steps back, and recited in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name an invisible creature that roams the upper realms, a strange spiritual body that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Bernadette Gustave. The moment he said that, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He instinctively activated his spirit vision with a mere thought. However, he didn't see anything. Then, he discovered that the letter placed on the altar had disappeared. Queen Mystic's messenger is very special. Next time, I'll switch to using my spirit body thread's vision. Klein was stunned for a second before he sighed inwardly. In the evening, under the illumination of the street lamps that lit up one after another, a carriage drove to the intersection of the Backland Bridge area and East Borough and stopped by the side of the streets. Wearing a long dress and a dark cloak, Furs paid the fare of 3 soldi before alighting from the rental carriage. She walked slowly along the shadows of the street, preparing to make a large detour to escape from her imaginary stalker. At the end of the previous tarot gathering, she had swiftly overcome her laziness, packed up, and went out to visit her former teachers, classmates, and colleagues. As for the reason, there was no need for a special reason. It was very normal to care about friends and acquaintances after an air raid. And the reason why it wasn't last week was because, in the eyes of the ordinary citizens, the situation in Backland was especially tense. There could be a new round of attacks at any moment, so everyone naturally tried their best not to leave the house. During the visit, Furs had originally planned on diverting the topic onto the strange tales at the hospital, but to her surprise, there was no need for her to do so at all. Her former teachers, classmates, and colleagues would usually chat about such matters on their own accord after some idle chatter, making one convinced that such illusions happened at every hospital. No, Furs knew that it wasn't an illusion, so she inexplicably felt horrified, suspecting that she would have nightmares at night. I don't have to make any major changes at all. As long as the patient's miraculous recoveries are changed to them having their physical wounds healed, only to have them go bonkers, it would make for an excellent horror story. Furthermore, it happens in a city that everyone is familiar with and also in the hospital that people often come into contact with in the city but exudes a terrifying atmosphere. It will result in perfect immersion. I can almost foresee another best-selling novel about to be BOM. I just don't know if I can write this genre well. The only problem is that this story will lack sufficient emotion. A female patient passionately kissing a face that's covered in mushrooms and weeds? Isn't that way too outlandish? Furs walked as she thought, entering a creative state of mind. At this moment, her vision blurred. She saw a figure walk out from the shadows in front of her where the gas lamps couldn't illuminate. The figure wore a black trench coat and a half-top hat. He had a deep-set face with cold facial features. Apart from his gold-rimmed glasses, he looked identical to the crazy adventurer of the 5 Seas, Gairman Sparrow. Although Furs knew that Mr. World wouldn't hunt her and was here to fulfill the contract, she couldn't help but tense up. It was as though she had met her strictest teacher from back in her school days. Good evening. Her footsteps slowed down, but she still continued moving forward and greeted him. Klein nodded without a word. He turned around and walked into a secluded alley to the side. The gas lamps inside were already damaged, so it was dark. Despite the dark environment, Furs similarly didn't say a word. She lowered her head slightly and followed behind Gairman Sparrow at an adequate pace. When they reached the depths of the alley, Klein looked around and said in a deep voice, "Help me ask your teacher if he knows of this person, Benjamin Abraham. If he knows him, I want all his information and all the text and pictures he left behind." Okay. Furs was nervously waiting for Mr. World to teleport her somewhere else. But she never expected him to mention something else for no reason. She nearly failed to react. She didn't ask why and quickly nodded in agreement, as though she couldn't wait to do it. Then, she took a deep breath and continued waiting for Gairman Sparrow to approach her. He grabbed her shoulder and began teleporting, but after a few seconds, nothing happened. Furs looked up in shock, only to see Mr. World still standing in front of her, looking at her. She then heard him say in a deep voice, "Write it now. Write it now." Furs didn't ask why as she subconsciously said, "I didn't bring any paper, a pen, envelope, or stamp with me." Before she could finish her sentence, the 4 items were thrown at her. Furs caught the items and took a few steps out, using the gas lamps at the end of the alley which opened up to the roads and the hard wall. She quickly wrote the letter to her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. With both hands in his pockets, Klein waited patiently without any signs of impatience. In fact, he had long been lurking around Miss Magician without showing himself. According to the address Furs provided, he had been secretly monitoring her from the moment she left home in the afternoon. His monitoring was done by getting his marionettes to pray to see God Kelvetua from time to time while his actual body stayed above the gray fog, using the prayer light dots to observe the situation around the magician. With the help of his true vision, Klein was currently certain that Zeradal hadn't targeted Miss Magician. Thus, it was safe to make contact with her. After knowing that Miss Magician had met Zeradal's marionette, how could he be at ease and be daring enough to meet her and take her traveling? Now, he was certain that Zeradal had been attracted by the Abraham family's sealed artifact or Saint of Secrets Bodhi's. As for a mere sequence 6 like the magician, she wasn't worthy of notice. Hence, she wasn't exposed. A few minutes later, Furs finished writing. She used a sticky herbal powder she carried with her to seal the envelope and pasted the stamp. "Do I throw it into the mailbox now?" Furs glanced at the cover of the letter with her teacher's address and real name and asked hesitantly. She felt that she had to do it herself. She couldn't hand it over to the world, or it might bring danger to her teacher. Of course, if Gairman Sparrow insisted, Furs felt that there was nothing she could do. Even if she tore the letter apart, there was still a possibility of her being hypnotized or having her spirit channeled. Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Return after you're finished posting it." Phew. Furs let out a long sigh of relief. Turning around, she ran towards the street and found the mailbox. After finishing all of this, she returned to the dark alley. Without waiting for Gehrman Sparrow to speak, she handed over the fountain pen and the remaining 2 stamps. She very quickly said, "One was enough." Klein gave Miss Magician a look before he took the stamp and pen and calmly said, "This means that your teacher's residence is less than 100 kilometers from Backlund." Furz's expression froze. "What's the big deal? I also know that your teacher lives in Pritz Harbor, and there's a high chance that he hasn't moved away yet. As for why I gave you 3 stamp tickets, of course it was intentional." Klein muttered to himself before taking a few steps forward to stand in front of Miss Magician. He then reached out his left hand that was wearing a transparent glove and grabbed the lady's shoulder. Furz subconsciously lowered her head again. The surrounding colors immediately became saturated and layered while countless, indescribable figures flashed. When the things and colors she saw returned to normal, Furz instinctively raised her head to thank him. However, Gehrman Sparrow had already disappeared. Furz sized up her surroundings in a daze and realized that she was standing in an empty corner. In front of her was a door, and a din and the smell of alcohol were emitted from beyond the door. Furz pulled at her cloak and walked out the door with a hint of fear, only to see many men dressed as pirates. They had scimitars and guns, either hanging or lodged by their waist. While drinking hard liquor, they discussed the strengths of the fleets of Fasak and Lone in high spirits. Quite a number of beautifully dressed women were amongst them, like dancing butterflies. She was wearing a long, dark-colored cloak in a Backlund style. Her brown hair was long and slightly curled. She had a rather mature temperament, but her expression of fear made it seem like Furz was a lamb that had barged into a wolf pack. It was so disharmonious and eye-catching, and it quickly attracted the attention of many. She felt a little familiar with what those people had said to her. It was as if they were part of a language branch she had learned, but she couldn't understand them immediately. Where am I? What am I doing? Who are they? As Furz was at a loss, a plump man squeezed over and said in broken Loanese, 10 soli 1 night. Furz had been involved in many of the Beyonder circles over the years. Although she didn't know where she was, she knew very well what kind of situation she was in. The light in her eyes flickered strangely before they converged into one point. An indescribable aura emanated from her body, making the people around her subconsciously avoid her gaze. This was the authority of a judge, a qualitative change in the ability of an arbiter. Berserk Sea, Theros Island. Danitz hid in the shadows, watching the intelligence peddler, Bartz, in a serious manner. As a hunter who had shadow cloak, Danitz's hiding and monitoring abilities were always pretty good. Back then, he had even helped Gehrman Sparrow lay an ambush for Steel Mavedi. At this moment, he didn't show any traces of himself, but he felt a little bored. He was eager for Anderson to switch with him as soon as possible. When will such a life end? Vice Admiral Ailment, hurry up and appear. No, not now. It's better to wait until Anderson arrives. Danitz did some introspection and rationally ended his prayer. He was worried that a pirate admiral at Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would discover that he was hiding in the dark, and he lacked the courage and confidence to deal with her. Of course, if he wore the boxing glove, everything wouldn't be a problem. As long as he made the decision fast enough, fear and apprehension wouldn't be able to catch up to him. You seem very troubled? Suddenly, a voice rang beside Danitz's ear. Danitz jumped out of the shadows in shock as an orange flame quickly formed in his hand. At the same time, he cast his gaze to the source of the voice. He saw Anderson hiding in the woods. There were green vines stuck to his head that seemed to meld him with the environment. Dogs hit. It was unknown if Danitz was cursing Anderson or himself. After venting his anger, he asked, "When did you come?" 2 minutes ago, Anderson replied with a smile. You hid well. I didn't manage to find you immediately, so I followed your hiding habits and casually asked you a question. Danitz was momentarily unsure if he should be proud or angry. He asked with mixed feelings, "If I had remained calm just now, would you have failed to discover me?" "In theory," Anderson said with a smile, completely unfazed. "But as an experienced hunter, there can't be only one way." Just as Danitz was about to ask what other solutions there were, He suddenly saw Bartz extinguish the candle and prepare to sleep. Minutes later, the figure of intelligence peddler, Bartz, appeared by the window in the darkness. With a nimble leap, he landed into the shadows outside the house. That was where Danitz had been hiding. Having re-entered the shadows, he was almost stepped on by his target. Bartz walked towards the sea under the cover of the shadows. Dogs hit. Only then did Danitz appear, giving Bartz the middle finger. Anderson also left the woods. As he pulled out the branches from his head, he smiled at Danitz. "I think we'll hit the jackpot tonight." Danitz glanced at the strongest hunter in the fog sea and nodded vigorously. "I hope it's Vice Admiral Ailment." He used the shadows that were everywhere at night and immediately took the lead in following the intelligence peddler, along with Anderson. They maintained a perfectly adequate distance. "Not too stupid," Anderson observed for a moment before chuckling. Danitz scoffed inwardly but didn't respond. He knew very well that this wasn't an occasion where they could afford to mock and provoke each other. 15 minutes later, Bartz arrived at the beach and stood there, staring at the dark blue sea under the crimson moonlight. He didn't wait too long. In the darkness of the sea, a huge outline appeared, gradually forming a black ship with a white flag fluttering in the air. On the flag, 2 ghostly blue flames burned within a pitch-black skull. The Black Death. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's flagship, Black Death. Danitz instantly became excited. If not for his shadow form, his pupils definitely would have dilated in a bid to draw in more light to see every detail of the ship. He subconsciously moved a distance forward, hoping to confirm if Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy was on the ship. As the gigantic sailboat approached, the 2 people in the shadows could see sailors busy on the deck. Is there a dock for docking here? Or will they just give Bartz a dinghy and get him to row himself over? Just as these thoughts flashed through Danitz's mind, he heard Anderson say with a suppressed voice, "Leave." Danitz's greatest strength was that he was good at following the instructions of an authoritative figure. Be it in front of Edwina Edwards or Gehrman Sparrow, he would follow the instructions to a T, apart from grumbling at most. At that moment, although his face was filled with puzzlement, with the intention to retort and persist in his own plans, he still used the shadows to silently leave the beach. When they could no longer see the Black Death and could only hear the vague crashing of the waves, did Danitz leave the shadows and appear in the forest. He hurriedly asked, "Aren't we going to confirm if Vice Admiral Ailment is aboard?" Anderson sized up Danitz and chuckled. "Never underestimate a beyonder who's very famous at sea but has lived to this day. Every pirate admiral is a target you must be careful against. You must never be careless." Danitz subconsciously replied, "Admiral of Blood Seigneur, Admiral Hell Ludwell." They were all pirates who were easily killed by a particular crazy adventurer. Anderson was momentarily at a loss for words to rebut Danitz with. After a few seconds he said, "So, isn't Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy worth paying more attention to considering how she survived Gehrman Sparrow's attack?" Happy face. After careful thought, Danitz inexplicably felt that Anderson's words made sense. Just as he was about to speak, his throat suddenly felt itchy as he coughed. After coughing a few times, his throat began to swell in pain, and he could taste metal. "Look, I told you to be careful." Anderson clenched his fists and held them to his mouth. He coughed lightly, but it wasn't as serious as Danitz. Tracy must have spread all kinds of ailments around the ship. Once anyone approaches it, they'll quickly be infected with it and be exposed. With this wide of a range, it means that she has completely digested the Sequence 5 potion and has a chance of advancing to Sequence 4. Why couldn't it be that she has already advanced to Sequence 4? As he was far from the source of the infection, Danitz quickly recovered and instinctively retorted, "If that were the case, you are either on the Black Death, or you have a victim of the Black Death disease and are on your deathbed." Anderson half-turned his body and cast his gaze towards the obstructed beach. Tracy must have used some sort of trick. It's unlikely for her to only be able to maintain the target area of the ailments to be at the front and not the other 3 directions. Instead, she used the wind to spread the ailments to affect the people on the shore. With that said, Anderson clapped his hands and smiled again. Isn't our encounter proof that Vice Admiral Ailment is on the ship? You can inform Gehrman Sparrow. Danitz didn't hesitate any further. He immediately set up a ritual and summoned the messenger. Using the excuse of guarding the area to prevent any accidents, Anderson walked out of the forest. It was 3 in the morning in Backlund's East Borough. Apart from the moonlight and starlight, it was pitch black. Wearing cotton pajamas and a sleeping cap with a protective hairnet, Klein sat on the bed and received the letter from Rionette Tynker without asking anything. Opening the letter, he calmly got out of bed, took out a pen from his pocket, and wrote on the back of the letter, "Return to the port city and await further instructions." After watching Miss Messenger leave, he calmly changed into his shirt, put on his vest, tied his bow tie, and put on his black trench coat. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. Using the Topaz Spirit Pendulum to divine the danger level of this operation, he received almost no revelations. Without any hesitation, he returned to the real world and stood in front of the mirror. He picked up his half-top hat and wore it above his head. On the bunk bed in the room outside, Konas and Inuni opened their eyes. In an empty room on the Black Death, a figure quickly outlined itself. He had black hair and brown eyes with cold and hard facial features. He was none other than Gehrman Sparrow. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein swept his gaze and casually found a chair to sit down as he admired the sea vista outside. In the captain's cabin 1 level away, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, who was dressed in a white blouse and beige pants, watched Bartz leave the room in disgust. She pulled at her collar out of reflex, and her expression turned livid. She had just learned that Blazing Danitz and the strongest Hunter Anderson had been staying in Theros Island recently with unknown motives. They're all related to Gehrman Sparrow. Is that fellow looking for me? Tracy narrowed her eyes as she walked towards the window without any hesitation. She was prepared to instruct the sailors on the deck to steer the ship away from these waters. At this moment, her thoughts suddenly turned sluggish. It was as if she had sunken into a state where she knew she was in a dream but was unable to extricate from it no matter how hard she struggled. Not good. Black flames abruptly emerged from the surface of Tracy's body, attempting to burn away any external influences. However, while the flames were initially able to flow smoothly, they later began to turn intermittent as they kept falling to the ground like withered petals. A strong sense of despair surged within Tracy as her thoughts turned increasingly slower. Desperate, she quickly condensed a layer of crystalline ice around her body, retracting the invisible threads towards her, and wrapped herself in layers. At that moment, the door to the captain's cabin creaked open. Wearing a silk top hat and black trench coat, Gehrman Sparrow walked in. Then he politely closed the door. With a light cracking sound, the entire captain's cabin instantly became extremely quiet. The sound of crashing waves was no longer present, as though they had been separated from the real world. As for the invisible spider webs that entangled Tracy, they seemed to misunderstand the order that was given as they tightly bound Vice Admiral Ailment up, preventing her from moving or using her beyond her powers. Distortion. As her thoughts returned to normal, her brain no longer felt frozen. What do you want to do? She couldn't hide her fear as she watched Gehrman Sparrow slowly approach. What she couldn't understand was why the other party would give up on the attempt to make a marionette even though she had clearly lost her ability to resist. The reason why Klein did so was because he was worried that Vice Admiral Ailment and the Demoness of White were related by blood. This way, Tracy's death would cause the demigod who was good at hexes to sense something and take measures ahead of time. Tap, tap, tap. Klein stopped in front of the Demoness. Gehrman Sparrow's silence made Tracy's heart sink, as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. When he saw despair surface on Vice Admiral Ailment's face, Klein took out a piece of paper from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, he made it fly forward like a poker card. With a whoosh, the slip of paper cut through a tiny portion of the invisible spider webs like a piece of metal. It tore open the translucent ice crystal and lacerated Tracy's left arm, causing blood to splatter. The surface of the paper was quickly dyed with a bright red tinge before it boomeranged back from the trapped Demoness into Klein's palm. Tracy originally imagined that the piece of paper would come at her throat, but she never expected it to only target her arm. She was momentarily stunned. Only when Gairman Sparrow folded the piece of paper and placed it into an iron cigar case did she suddenly realize something. She asked, "Your true target is Katerina?" Klein placed the iron cigar case back into his pocket without answering her. He calmly asked, "You are her descendant?" Upon hearing this, Tracy, who was still trapped by the ice crystal and spider silk, suddenly let out a low laugh. "I'm not just a descendant. I'm her child." Daughter, as Klein rejoiced over his caution in not recklessly killing her, causing Demoness of White Katerina to sense something. He subconsciously analyzed whether Katerina was the mother or father of the ailment maiden. If Katerina was also formerly a male, it's possible that she's Tracy's father, but the problem is that she was already a Sequence 4 demigod during the Pale disaster that was at the end of the 4th epoch. And for the assassin pathway, a man will change into a woman at Sequence 7, which, in other words, if Katerina is Tracy's father, Tracy needs to be at least 300 years old. However, it's impossible for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to live for so long. Even most Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 saints aren't capable of that. There's only one answer, and that is that Tracy was born by Katerina. Also, it happened in the past few decades, an advanced maternal age of more than 1,000 years. Klein nodded slightly and confirmed without any change in expression. "She's your mom." Tracy's expression suddenly turned odd. "No, my mother." Just as he was about to ask what was the difference between that and mother, since it was essentially a more formal and eloquent manner of speech, Tracy sneered and said, "My mom is another person. She used to be my father. You demonesses have messed up families. But that isn't the reason why you spread catastrophes to the world." Klein used his clown powers to control his facial muscles as he continued looking at Ailment Maiden, his face impassive. Tracy, who was already in a dire situation, was now beginning to abandon herself to despair. Without waiting for Gairman Sparrow's response, she sighed and gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Maybe it was all a mistake since I was born. Abnormal parents, abnormal family relationship, abnormal sect members. They sculpted me and harmed me. At the age of 8, one found out that my father, who I had always admired as a role model, had suddenly become a woman. He was becoming like a dainty flower by the day, becoming more and more adept at using his charms. Later on, he even found a male friend and gave birth to my younger brother. Can you imagine that kind of feeling? After I ran away from home and came to the sea, I finally found a normal sense of self-recognition and a social identity after many years of hard work. I finally understood what I really wanted. Then, a potion bottle turned me into a woman." "Heh, a woman." After listening quietly, Klein said without changing his tone, "Your instigation skills are pretty good." Tracy turned agape, but in the end, she only sighed and smiled with a complicated expression. "I admit that I was trying to win your sympathy. Everyone wants to live. Isn't that right? However, I didn't lie. That was my life experience." She stopped exaggerating her pain and sadness and paused. "Before you kill me, I would like to ask you a question. It's a question that won't put you in a difficult spot." "What is it?" Klein looked at the demoness and asked. Tracy hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Before you came to assassinate me the previous time, did Helene know about this?" Klein was silent for a moment before he said, "She didn't know what would happen." Tracy's face suddenly glowed. "Really?" Before Gairman Sparrow could respond, she revealed an extremely complicated expression. "Before I die, can I ask you for another favor? If you can see her again, tell her that I feel very guilty about what happened in the past, but I don't regret it." At this point, Tracy tried to shake her head, but failed thanks to the restriction provided by the crystalline ice and invisible spider webs. She could only laugh at herself. "Forget it. There's no need to tell her. Let's leave it at that. You can do what you were here for." With that, Tracy closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she didn't feel the pain she expected. Instead, she heard Gairman Sparrow say in a deep voice, "Say this. No one is to disturb me." Tracy was surprised as she felt perplexed, and it showed on her face. However, since she was already facing death, such a small matter wasn't worth nitpicking about. She opened her mouth and said, "No one is to disturb me." As soon as she said the statement, the same voice echoed on the Black Death, greatly amplified. The pirates didn't have any doubts about this. It was as if they were following a specific pattern. They instinctively avoided the captain's cabin and continued their work. Since the captain said not to disturb her, they naturally wouldn't seek her out. At the same time, Tracy saw Gairman Sparrow take off his top hat and press it to his chest. He bowed slightly at her, as though he was bidding her farewell. Then, she felt as though she was isolated from the entire world. There was silence. Even the crazy adventurer was gone. She had obtained the environment of not being disturbed, just as she wanted. The magnify and distortion powers of the lawyer pathway. The layer of ice on Tracy's body began to melt, but the invisible spider webs continued to bind her firmly, preventing her from doing anything. She couldn't even change her center of gravity. Hence, she could only stand there like a lifelike wax statue. "He didn't kill me." Tracy looked ahead blankly, momentarily in disbelief. She didn't believe that Gairman Sparrow hadn't taken action because he pitied her. This crazy adventurer had killed many pirates, and there had never been a situation where he showed mercy. As for Tracy, although she believed that she wasn't the typical demoness and didn't live up to her status as a demoness, how could she not have done anything bad as a pirate? She was experienced in both the slave trade and in plundering ships. Similarly, Tracy didn't believe that Gairman Sparrow was moved by her beauty and her experiences, and had ended up coveting her, because his cold gaze was like he was looking at a dead person. There must be other factors. A thought flashed through her mind as she made connections with matters she might be involved in. She quickly came to a conclusion. It's likely because of my blood relationship with Mother. As for demonesses, they're all good at hexes. Once I die, Mother will immediately notice it. When she discovers that there's a problem here, she will make preparations ahead of time, preventing Gairman Sparrow from finding his target during his subsequent actions. That's why he allowed me to live but made it impossible for me to contact anyone else. From the looks of it, regardless of the outcome of his operation targeted at Mother, he will return to kill me, and if I want to continue living, I have to succeed in saving myself before that happens. In Tracy's heart, she didn't have much of a relationship with her mother, Katerina. This demoness of unaging had lived for a long time, and most of the time, she had maintained her youthful state of mind by dating young men. She was passionate about the occasional children that she had whenever she found it novel to have one. At other times, she was mostly indifferent. However, as she grew older, Katerina's evaluation of Tracy was that she resembled her past self more and more. Hence, she was doted on her and provided more help. However, Tracy didn't want such attention. It only served to make her lose her original gender, putting her into a painful situation that she couldn't shake off. Although I hate her and blame her, I still unknowingly rely on her, hoping that she can respect my opinion more. I hope that she can escape Gairman Sparrow's pursuit. Tracy once again began to struggle in an attempt to escape her bound state. On the one hand, she was trying to save herself. On the other hand, she wanted to inform her mother to be careful of Gairman Sparrow as soon as possible. Of course, Tracy found it questionable that Gairman Sparrow, who had likely advanced to Sequence 4 recently, would be able to harm her mother. She was, after all, someone who had survived since the 4th epoch, and was a demoness with the title of Unaging. However, she didn't only pin this belief on hope alone. This was because Gairman Sparrow had helpers, such as the Death Consul who even her mother feared. Plop! Tracy finally collapsed on the ground and tried to roll towards the desk. But no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to roll her body. The person she was fighting against was none other than herself, she who had been distorted and magnified. Above the gray fog, Klein had already taken his seat in the high-back chair of the fool. He placed the paper stained with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's blood on the surface of the long model table. Following that, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's mother, Katerina's current location. Putting down the pen, he held the 2 pieces of paper and leaned back into his chair. He closed his eyes and repeated the words he had written. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a dream. He saw a tall and towering Gothic bell tower appear in the gray world. Around the bell tower, the white-robed Katerina stood in the shadows of a few houses. She observed the surroundings with a heavy expression, as though she was searching for something. As for the crimson moon hanging high in the sky, its position was identical to what he had seen before entering the gray fog. This meant that Demoness of White Katerina was still in Backland. She was in West Borough, in search of a particular target. After ending the divination and returning to the real world, Klein walked to the room outside the rental flat. There, he pondered for nearly a minute while looking at the crimson moon in the night sky. Perhaps, there's still another chance for digesting the potion. He muttered silently as he ultimately rummaged for something. He took the 2 marionettes and disappeared into the shadows. In Backland, he no longer dared to use Flaming Jump, afraid that it might catch Zeradal's notice. After all, it was impossible for him to always have an opportunity to ignite Will Ossepton's paper crane to protect himself. This was a sign of disrespect towards the Snake of Fate, and it was easy for Dr. Aaron's family to be targeted if he kept visiting them. In the blink of an eye, Klein appeared at the back of the tall, Gothic-styled bell tower in his dream. He hid in the shadows, one formed by the Bell of Order, a symbol of Backland. Immediately following that, he and his 2 marionettes split apart, each occupying different hidden spots. After doing all of this, Klein quickly turned a rat into a marionette, allowing it to run to the edge of the range of his control. It opened its mouth and softly chanted an honorific name. The great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. Demoness of White Katerina is in this area. Since Klein was fulfilling his agreement with the Red Angel Evil Spirit, he also hoped that this high-level creature would step into a trap that might possibly be for him. At the same time, he had some doubts about Sauron Einhorn Medici's true intentions. He had no intention of urgently getting help from the Church of Evernight or Queen Mystic. He planned on watching from the sidelines to confirm the situation, lest he implicated others into springing a trap. Just as the prayer ended, the gray rat suddenly twitched and fell quietly beside the rubbish bin. It had already lost its life and was no longer Klein's marionette. This was a way to prevent himself from being marked by the Red Angel Evil Spirit. As for him, after giving up on that rat marionette, he immediately left the area where the Bell of Order was located with Konas and Inuni. He also made the winner pray to see God Kelvetua a few kilometers away. After the prayer, the 2 of them continued to retreat, widening their distance. Then, Klein hid in a storage room in a particular house, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog to sit at the position of the Fool. He then beckoned for the Sea God's scepter. With the help of the prayer light of the winner, he expanded his scope and observed the target area. At the same time, with his other hand, he held the piece of paper that was stained with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's blood. With a medium like this, and a general scope, it didn't take long under his true vision before he found the hidden demoness of White Katerina. The black-haired, blue-eyed woman was dressed in a pure white robe. She looked like a weightless feather, and she was gently drifting across the streets and alleys. Even if the patrolling policemen looked in the right direction, they were unable to detect her presence. If it wasn't for the gray fog's help, Klein could only use spirit body threads to see through the invisibility to a certain extent. Taking a deep breath, he patiently waited for the Red Angel Evil Spirit to appear. He also observed Katerina, wanting to know what she was looking for. He suspected that the Demoness of White was targeting Trissy Cheek. Seconds changed to minutes as the crimson moon gradually tilted to the side. Having wandered around the Bell of Order for a while without finding anything, Katerina revealed a slightly frustrated and disappointed expression. She looked as though she was about to leave that area at any time. And the Red Angel Evil Spirit never appeared. This Sauron Einhorn Medici was just lying to me. He really didn't have the Demoness of White as his goal. No, that's not necessarily the case. If that happened, then his condition would be meaningless. The Red Angel evil spirit has actually arrived at the scene, but has chosen not to immediately take action like me. He is waiting for the battle between Katerina and me and my companions to reach its most intense state before suddenly appearing to reap the greatest benefits. Klein's thoughts wandered as he came up with a guess. He suspected that the Red Angel evil spirit was as cautious, careful, and staid as he was. He hoped to be the fisherman pulling in the net and not that net. This is really troublesome. Next, it will depend on who's more patient. Klein muttered silently as he continued to observe the situation around the bell of order through the prayer light. Tick, tick, tick. The second hand was beating at the same pace in the quiet night. Demoness of White Katerina's expression turned increasingly gloomy. Suddenly, she cast her gaze on the glass window of a building. The dim night was like a mirror reflecting the things in front of them. Katerina's beautiful blue eyes sparkled slightly as the surface of the mirror instantly turned dark, as though there were countless objects and layers of space hidden within. The glass window seemed to have become a passageway to an alternate world. With a thought, together with the various beyonder powers that Demoness Trissy had showcased, he suspected that Katerina was about to use the mirror world to leave this place and end her hunt tonight. How can the Red Angel evil spirit still endure this? Klein tensed up as he instinctively wanted to put down the sea god scepter and return to the real world. He wanted to act against the Demoness of White and prevent her from leaving. As this thought flashed through his mind, he ultimately didn't move. He felt that he could still wait a little longer because even if Katerina left the surrounding area of the Bell of Order, he could still locate her again as long as she didn't discover that something had happened to her daughter. When the time came, he could first summon a Rhodes to ask about the target's actual abilities and items. Then, he could either seek the help of Queen Mystic Bernadette or the Church of Evernight to borrow a Grade 1 sealed artifact. He could then make the scales of victory tip towards him before taking action. I deliberately didn't hide my operation this time. If I were to borrow a sealed artifact and the Archbishop assents to it, that means that the goddess's true attitude towards George III is, she doesn't like the king becoming the Black Emperor, but she can only accept it silently. If someone is willing to disrupt the ritual, she is willing to provide some help. Klein calmed his slightly anxious feelings, allowing his observation to become more relaxed. At that moment, Demoness of White Katerina's expression returned to normal. She floated to the glass window and entered without any corporeal form. The layers of illusory worlds within the mirror converged as though they were constantly moving away. At this moment, using his true vision to observe the area underneath, Klein seemed to hear a shrill female scream. This cry seemed to come from another world. It contained extreme fear and disbelief. None of the residents in the surrounding area were jolted awake. No one heard anything. That was Katerina's scream? What exactly happened to her? Klein's gaze froze as he thought of something. The Red Angel evil spirit is also an evil spirit, and it's also capable of using mirror blink, thus using this medium. In other words, he is no stranger to the mirror world. Could it be that Sauron Einhorn Medici had been hiding in the mirror all this time, waiting for the Demoness of White to throw herself into a trap? As his pupils dilated, the darkness and gloominess in the glass window disappeared. The mirror had lost its unique characteristics and returned to its original state. A few seconds later, the bottom of the glass window slowly bled, forming a liquid that slid down. In the areas that the liquid passed, the surrounding grayish-white tint spread, covering its original pale yellow color. It was like a newly embedded stone. Drip, drip, drip. The drops of liquid landed on the ground, dyeing it bright red like blood, beautiful like flowers. Upon seeing this scene, the muscles on Klein's face twitched slightly before he forced himself to use his clown powers to control his expression. This ending was really unexpected. A powerful and senior Sequence 3 saint, one who had lived for more than 1,000 years, was unable to put up any resistance in front of the Red Angel evil spirit's trap. There was only silence left. As for Klein himself, even if he counted the 2 marionettes and the sealed artifacts he possessed, he was still a little weaker when compared to Katerina's strength. He needed to make up for this gap through prior preparations. This also meant that, if he were to face the Red Angel evil spirit, he would probably not end up any better. He would similarly be powerless and puny, slowly sinking in the torrent that followed. Is this what a former king of angels is? Even though his strength has yet to recover to its peak state, it still leaves one in such despair. Seeing the blood seeping out from the glass window gradually lessen, he took a deep breath and returned to the real world. Following that, he and Winner Enuni exchanged positions as he teleported to the glass window. When Bizarro sorcerers switched positions, they could only choose two, swapping their bodies or bodies and external objects. However, it was impossible to be too precise at his current level, so Klein wasn't able to leave behind whatever he wanted. He could only choose to leave everything or not leave anything behind. Enuni, who wore Gehrman Sparrow's appearance, said to the glass window in a deep voice the moment he materialized in front of it, "I have already fulfilled my promise." A figure suddenly appeared on the glass window. He was wearing a long black robe with red stripes. He casually wore a hood, revealing a soft outline. His skin was brown and he had a pale face. He was the gatekeeper who had been possessed by Saron Einhorn Medici. "Well done!" The young man walked down from the window and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Klein took out something from his pocket. The corners of his mouth curled up as he happily replied, "You did well too." As he spoke, he blew at the monocle in his hand and wore it on his left eye. Saron Einhorn Medici's smile froze. For a moment, the cold night became abnormally scorching hot, as though invisible lava was surging within it. However, everything quickly returned to normal. The Red Angel evil spirit sized up Klein and smiled as if nothing had happened. "I'll say it again. You have talent in being a provoker." Back when Zeradol digested the Bizarro sorcerer potion, even he didn't dare to pretend to be Amon in front of me. There wasn't a hint of anger in his tone. He didn't mention why Zeradol didn't dare to do so, but with his gaze sweeping across Klein, it was as if he had fallen deep inside a glacier, his body freezing in the process. This was how his actual body felt. Even though he was separated by a marionette, the back of his neck and back still had goosebumps. Without needing Saron Einhorn Medici to say anything else, Klein understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Anyone who dared to use such a method to scare him would suffer the punishment of steel and blood on the spot. Looking at the Red Angel evil spirit in front of him who had a converged aura but was giving off a feeling of an extremely high level of superiority, Klein couldn't help but inwardly mutter, if it wasn't for the fact that the Bizarro sorcerer potion had been digested to a certain extent, I would have thought that your willpower was as strong as steel and that your strength has returned to the level of at least a sequence 1. And now, I can basically confirm that, under your calm demeanor, you're hiding a strong fear towards Amon. This also means that your current level is at most at sequence 2. Besides, I was already mentally prepared to lose a marionette. In order to quickly digest the potion, I had to take the risk. If Danitz was here and he was given the opportunity to shout out "coward" twice, he could probably quickly digest the provoker potion even if he had drunk 4 or 5 bottles, without further agitating the Red Angel evil spirit. Klein smiled and took off the monocle. Back in the Solomon Empire, Zeradol should already be an angel. How would he still need to digest the Bizarro sorcerer potion? "I'm talking about the young Zeradol," Saron Einhorn Medici said casually. "This is consistent with the description from the grandpa in Leonard's body." Klein nodded indiscernibly and focused on the main topic at hand. "You've already finished off the Demoness of White? What do you think?" The Red Angel evil spirit laughed and said, "Also, one must be polite. Since Katerina calls herself the Saintess of White, then you shouldn't call her a demoness anymore." Polite, a hunter emphasizing manners with me. At that instant, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched, expressing the ludicrousness of the matter, but he ultimately held back. From the looks of it, provoking isn't limited to ridiculing and cursing others. Danitz, who only knows how to curse using one word, is a disgrace to hunters. As he thought, Klein said, "I've already fulfilled my promise. I think you don't mind giving me a small reward." "Reward?" The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed and asked, Klein ignored his attitude and continued. I wish to communicate with the Demoness of White. I want to ask her something. Just this request? The Red Angel Evil Spirit asked in amusement. Klein nodded. That's right. No problem. Sauron Einhorn Medici raised his right hand and grabbed at his glabella. From there a blurry figure was pulled out. It was none other than Saintess of White Katarina, whose facial expression was filled with horror. Can we have a private conversation? Seeing this, Klein looked around. The Red Angel Evil Spirit immediately laughed and said, Do you need a room where the two of you can be together? Think about it with that brain of yours. Even if you want to hide the questions you would like to raise from me, I can still find out through Katarina's spirit. That is, of course, unless you don't plan on returning her to me? Or are you a little boy who needs things to follow a ritual? Klein made the marionette reply with a deadpan expression. I have a way to make her forget my questions. This was both the truth and a lie. The truth was that he could use Vin Rambise's manipulators beyond her characteristic to complete the job. However, it was relatively difficult and the chance of failure was very high. Furthermore, the negative effects weren't minor. The reason why he lied was because he had no intention of doing so. This would expose many important matters. He only had one purpose in saying this: to make the Red Angel Evil Spirit suspect that the answers obtained weren't the truth, and that there were key hidden parts beneath the surface. From that, he would ignore the value of the answers obtained on the surface. This worked wonders on people who were highly suspicious. Of course, there was no hope of success. After all, the entity opposite him was the Red Angel who was master of conspiracies. Not bad. After Sauron Einhorn Medici heard Klein's reply, his body suddenly vanished, projecting itself onto the glass window. Klein glanced at the blood that had already coagulated on the gray stones, feeling somewhat wistful as he brought the somewhat muddle-headed Demoness of White Katarina far away from the glass and into a dark alley. He then took out candles, essential oils, and herbal powders. He set up an altar and prayed to the Evernight goddess, hoping that he could use ritualistic magic to complete the mediumship. This was a skill he had mastered when he was still a Nighthawk. As the ritual was completed, an immense and terrifying power descended from an indescribable height, causing the surroundings to become unusually quiet. Klein's eyes instantly darkened, as it was like the dark night was compressed. He then saw more things around Katarina's spirit, flickering light and blurry mind storms. He easily passed through those obstacles and faced the Demoness of White's body of heart and mind. Has the cooperation between the Demoness sect and George III come to an end? Without being careless, Klein began from a less sensitive question to observe Katarina's condition. The dazed and confused look on Katarina's face faded a little as she nodded with a pure smile. Yes. Then why are you still in Backlund? Klein asked further. Katarina replied solemnly, I'm in pursuit of Trissy. She took an important sealed artifact from us. What's the sealed artifact? Klein suddenly recalled the sapphire ring that Demoness Trissy had once worn on her hand. It was intricately made. Demoness of White Katarina said with a pious expression. It has something to do with the awakening of Primordial. Apart from its high level at grade 0, it doesn't have any special abilities. Indeed, it has to do with the Primordial Demoness. You people even changed Trissy's name to Trissy Cheek. Klein didn't reveal that he knew the true name of the Primordial Demoness. Instead, he asked, Do you know where the other 8 mausoleums of George III are? Katarina frowned slightly and answered in a manner meant to garner sympathy. They're separately located in the southwest suburbs of Backlund, Awa County, East Chester County. This Demoness of White first gave a simple account of the locations of the 8 mausoleums before introducing their specific locations and situations in detail. The 8 mausoleums have already been repaired. They temporarily deactivated the teleportation tunnel. Even if they have the corresponding charms, there's no way to open them again. It's almost impossible to find them directly from the outside world. Other than Prince Grove, Duchess Georgina, the 2 angels of the royal family, and George III, no one else can enter. Well, some of those places were places where Conas Kilgore often went hunting, so it matches my guess. This means that the demoness of white isn't lying. I'll make a confirmation above the gray fog later. If this is really the case, it would be quite troublesome. With the current situation, be it Prince Grove or Duchess Georgina, they would definitely be in the sights of the angels. The biggest hurdle is entering the ruins. Once entry is gained, what follows won't be that dangerous. War has already broken out, and there's a need to fight against the Phasacians. Demigods are a limited resource, so there's no way George III can have every ruin be guarded by a saint, with the option of an angel to provide reinforcements. As Klein's thoughts raced, he first posed a question. The royal family has 2 angels? In fact, that's not the case. It's very likely that George III is also one, Katerina replied honestly. One of those 2 angels is the founder of the Lone Kingdom, Protector William I, who has survived since the 4th epoch. He is a sequence 1 hand of Order of the Arbiter pathway, while the other is the former Duke of Southville, Dlink Augustus. He is a sequence 2 balancer. As for how many grade 0 sealed artifacts the royal family has, I'm not sure. The founder on the 10-pound note is still alive. I have the feeling that history has seeped into reality again. After some thought, he nodded and asked, "Why are you working with George III? For a conqueror beyond her characteristic. It's already in our hands." Katerina's expression became a little excited. Conqueror was the name of the Red Priest Pathways Sequence 1 potion. Then, will it belong to the primordial demoness, or belong to the upper echelons of your sect? Klein asked thoughtfully. Who are the higher-ups of your sect? It will be sacrificed to primordial. However, we have to find the sealed artifact that Trissy took away first. Currently, it has been kept by the Saintess of Black. All the higher-ups of our sect have colors as their code names. Katerina answered truthfully. After understanding more details, Klein terminated the spirit channeling, cleaned up the altar, and allowed the demoness of white spirit to return to the glass window from before. As for himself, his body suddenly turned transparent. With the help of teleportation, he disappeared from this region, rendezvousing with his actual body and his other marionette. After watching Gehrman Sparrow leave, the gloominess and confusion on Katerina's face suddenly vanished as her expression became extremely astute. She then entered the glass window, which had turned dark again. A few seconds later, Sauron Einhorn Medici and Demoness of White Katerina walked out of the mirror together. The latter's figure was clear and filled with flesh. She showed no signs of death. Are you saying that he was asking about the other 8 secret mausoleums of George III? The power of the spirit channeling came from Evernight. The red angel evil spirit stroked his chin and turned to ask Katerina. The Demoness of White nodded slightly and said, "That's right." Heh! The red angel evil spirit immediately laughed. So he doesn't want George III to become the Black Emperor. Katerina's eyes darted around as she revealed a smile. But it's impossible to succeed. No matter how fast he advances or how much help he receives, there's no way he can resist the combined forces of the royal family, the military, and that organization. No, if it's just the Augustus family, with his level and strength, he won't be able to do anything, unless Evernight personally descends. Having said that, this Demoness of White asked in a seemingly casual manner, "I'm very puzzled. Why didn't you kill me directly after grasping the absolute advantage over me?" The red angel evil spirit glanced at her as the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "Do you think you have the right to be my true target?" Upon hearing the red angel evil spirit's reply, Demoness of White Katerina's expression instantly froze, unable to contain her anger. Sauron Einhorn Medici laughed and continued, "You must have become a demigod at the end of the 4th epoch. It's been more than 1,000 years, but you haven't become an angel. Don't you feel inferior? As for that fellow just now, he had to rely on Isaac Eggers to face you head-on in the beginning. He was as weak as a chick that had just hatched. But now, in less than a year, he has already advanced to sequence 4 and obtained godhood. He has the ability to match your strength. Don't you have any thoughts about this? Didn't you think that the past 1,000 years were a waste? Even a dog might open the gates to angelhood after living for more than 1,000 years. I know what you're thinking. You're very jealous, and on the other hand, you also have a twisted desire. You want to prove yourself by sleeping with him. You demonesses are really laughable. On the one hand, you insist that you were originally men so as to prevent yourself from losing yourself, thus resulting in you losing control. On the other hand, you have to showcase the charm of a woman and try your hand at extreme pleasure and intense love. But we hunters have no such problem. Regardless of what gender we were in the beginning, all we need to do in the future is war, war, war. Primordial really is a twisted fellow. Letting a pure woman take the path of a demoness would be so much better. However, generation after generation, you pass the damage down. And for what? Isn't the main goal merely to seek revenge on fate? Every word of the red angel evil spirit was like an arrow that stabbed into the heart of the demoness of white. It made her beautiful and exquisite face twitch, and her smooth, raven black, long hair seemed to grow thicker. Sauron Einhorn Medici glanced at Katerina and immediately chortled. Don't tell me that you're losing control because of my provocation? What a nostalgic feeling. The red angel evil spirit paused for a moment before saying, You can leave now. If there's anything, then remember to recite my honorific name. Of course, I will come to you directly if I have to. Demoness of white Katerina's expression returned to normal. She frowned slightly and asked in disbelief, You're letting me leave, just like that? The red angel evil spirit chuckled. Why? Do you want to sleep with me? It's not impossible if the timing is right. But there's something very important that needs to be done right now. Don't worry, since you've already recited my honorific name and given me a drop of your blood. You'll be under my watch, and you can be affected by me at any moment. Have you already forgotten the differences between an angel and a saint? Don't you know how powerful a real high-level figure is? Heh, unless you directly pray to Primordial and receive a response. Otherwise, you'll never be able to free yourself from my gaze. Well, in normal circumstances, an angel can do such a thing, but that's only limited to the situation of you only chanting my honorific name. If you don't believe me, I'll let you seek the help of an angel. Demoness of white Katerina listened with a gloomy expression before finally smiling. I'll keep your teachings in mind, Lord Medici. Sauron Einhorn Medici's eyebrows twitched. You don't seem so compliant. I can even imagine how you were when you faced Gehrman Sparrow. But I don't care. I forgot to tell you. It's best if you immediately confirm the condition of your bloodline descendants. Don't you find it suspicious that Gehrman Sparrow managed to find you so easily? Katerina's face turned slightly pale, but then it grew serious. She slowly nodded and said, I understand. With that said, she immediately retreated and entered the glass window again. It was unknown where she was headed for in the illusory, stacked mirror world. With the demoness of white disappearing, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on the left side of the red angel evil spirit's left cheek and made a sound. What an excellent actress. She made it seem like she wasn't good at controlling her expression, showing her restlessness and lack of intelligence as though it was easy for her ulterior motives to be discovered. That's right. That way, there's a high chance that we would belittle her and let our guard down against her. The red angel evil spirit's right cheek also cracked open in a hideous manner. Tisk, demonesses are indeed very cunning. However, I've never underestimated any prey. The red angel evil spirit used his normal mouth to say, She wants to desensitize me and make me belittle her, but it's impossible. The bloody gash on his left cheek opened and closed and replied, Then why were you captured by a listed tutor? That's because of the two of you. The personality that belonged to Medici pouted and said, It had nothing to do with belittlement and desensitization. The blood-colored crack on his right snorted and said, How does it feel like to become someone else's prey? The mighty god of war, the red angel beside the creator. Not bad. Medici's expression darkened a little, but his words seemed to contain some self-complacency. The personality that belonged to Sauron said with the left cheek, You really like to bluff in order to achieve your goals. Back then, Alista and company managed to see through your lies, which was why they managed to seize the opportunity. And just now you were bluffing Katerina. You're only capable of releasing your aura, relying on traps and surprise attacks to bring about a certain amount of damage. There was no way you could quickly finish her off, but you pretended that you had returned to your Sequence 1 state, tricking her into reciting your honorific name and handing over her blood. Medici pouted again and said, "A bluff is also a normal playstyle in poker. The effect is pretty good, isn't it?" At this point, the Red Angel chuckled and said, "Furthermore, it's not just a bluff. What I'm most fond of is to mix in a truth or two every few bluffs, allowing me to wait for fellows who think they've seen through my disguise to step into a trap. It's just like the mistakes you two idiots made back then. But you were the first to die." The two sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's face cracked at the same time. Without any hesitation, Medici said, "That means I'm the strongest, worthy of having the most attention." With that said, the three personalities of the Red Angel evil spirit fell silent at the same time. After a few seconds, the blood-colored crack that represented Einhorn opened and closed. Gehrman Sparrow's connection with Evernight is tighter than I imagined. He should have noticed Katerina's true state just now. Medici chuckled and said, "It's all right. This is something she has tacitly allowed in the first place. Back when the Great Smog of Backlund happened, the ones who participated in the operation are all gone. Only that demoness named Trissy is still alive. Isn't that enough to explain something?" Sauron and Einhorn didn't speak further as they allowed the bloody crack on the cheeks to wriggle and heal. The Red Angel evil spirit then reflected himself on the glass window and disappeared from the area around the Bell of Order. Above the grayish-white fog, inside the ancient palace. Looking at the spinning topaz pendant in his hand, Klein nodded indiscernibly. He had already used spirit dowsing to confirm Katerina's answers, and he came up with a concrete conclusion. Right on the heels of that, he began his dream divination based on what he knew of the 8 secret mausoleums. He saw the corresponding areas and their blurry states. This made him understand that entry was impossible via normal methods. Even the process of prying without interference had difficulties in locating the interior of the mausoleums. This is very troublesome. Also, when I was channeling the demoness of White Girl spirit, it was quite different from the time when I did it for Kona's Kilgore and Vin Rambus. She had too many expressions, and her answer was more proactive. Is this something special about demonesses, or is it due to other factors? With a thought, he beckoned with his hand to draw out a piece of paper that was stained with Vice Admiral Ailment's blood. He wrote down the corresponding sentence and made a dream divination to search for his target. In the blurry world, Klein saw Tracy, who had escaped from her spider webs, looking out the window. There was a dark and illusory storm around there, making it impossible for him to know where it was. Tracy has escaped. She doesn't look sad. She only feels a certain amount of anger and confusion. Her relationship with the demoness of white is so terrible? Or could it be, just as he was feeling puzzled, he saw a black flame suddenly ignite and melt his dream away. He opened his eyes and confirmed that he could no longer use the blood in his hand to divine the location of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. This meant that a demigod powerhouse had used a mysticism technique to sever the connection between the two. Could it be that the demoness of White Katerina isn't dead yet? Right. When the Red Angel evil spirit answered me, he was using rhetorical questions. He didn't admit it at all. I was channeling the spirit of a living person. Klein was instantly enlightened as he hurriedly made another divination. Finally, he confirmed that the demoness of white really was still alive. Indeed, the Red Angel evil spirit's true target isn't the demoness of white. Also, combined with the feedback from the progress of my potion's digestion, is it right for me to say that the Red Angel evil spirit is weaker than I imagined? He hasn't even recovered to the level of Sequence 2, and he was unable to quickly finish off the demoness of white. He could only rely on other means to subdue her? After pondering for a moment, Klein realized he couldn't come to a conclusion. He quickly reined in his thoughts and stopped considering the problem. This was because he had already obtained the information he needed from demoness of White Katerina. Klein put down the piece of paper that was stained with Vice Admiral Ailment's blood and suddenly chuckled. Severing the connection between the blood and the body preventing powers of divination and prophecy from using it as a medium. I wonder if it will work when rubbing it on the surface of Grozel's travels? After looking at the piece of paper for a few seconds, Klein temporarily gave up on the idea of testing it, because there was no need for it. His focus quickly shifted to the other 8 mausoleums of George III. Ordinary lines of thought shouldn't work. The things that I can come up with are definitely things that the angels and saints under George III can figure out as well. If it wasn't for the fact that the gods have already tacitly allowed this matter, exposing this matter by printing it on flyers might have been effective. Teleportation nexus. The Tudor ruins. As he thought about it, a thought suddenly came to his mind. He had an idea. In the magnificent palace above the gray fog, Klein stretched out his right hand and tapped the edge of the long, mottled table as he muttered silently. The 5 large family clans of the Tudor dynasty are Amon, Abraham, Antigonus, Jacob, and Tamara. The one who helped Alista Tudor become Blood Emperor were the kings of angels, Adam, Amon, and Abraham. Can it be inferred that, during the time of the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire, there were the consuls, Amon and Abraham, standing beside Alista? If that's the case, Blood Emperor Alista Tudor didn't have plans on switching paths in the beginning. When he secretly constructed the mausoleums, he likely would have sought the help of one or more of the following: Amon, Abraham, and Antigonus. As for Bethel Abraham, he's Mr. Door, and he grasps the apprentice pathway. When it comes to teleportation, even a true deity might not be as good as him. So, could the teleportation nexus in the Tudor ruins be set up by Bethel Abraham? There's a high chance of that. Yes, only important figures like Mr. Door can enter and exit a secret ruin at such a level. Even my divination above the gray fog is unable to pinpoint its location. Likewise, it's difficult for an angel who wields concealment to enter it directly. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was leaning more and more towards his own guess being closer to that of reality. I wonder if Mr. Door left behind any relevant information to provide accurate coordinates or methods of entry. This would require Miss Magician to ask her teacher again. Sigh. I really hope that Miss Magician can become a traveler as soon as possible. That way, she wouldn't need to rely on writing letters to contact her teacher. She could teleport over directly. Yes, she can do it now. But the act of being able to record so many traveling spells would scare her teacher and arouse suspicion. It's really troublesome. If there are no records left behind by the Abraham family, do I have to attempt to converse with Mr. Door? Not only is this troublesome, but it's also dangerous. Most importantly, Miss Magician isn't even sequence 5 yet. She hasn't been able to clearly hear, much less respond to Mr. Door. It's impossible for me to turn her into my marionette or descend onto her body. Early on, Klein had seriously considered communicating with Mr. Door through Miss Magician when he first pulled her above the gray fog. Later, after he came to learn more, he grew increasingly apprehensive about the idea, and he didn't dare take the risk. Furthermore, the level he was at now lacked the measures that spelled sufficiency and security. As his thoughts churned, he suddenly sighed and said a word: patience. At sea, on an island with relatively high pirate activity. Furs raised her glass and took a sip of the transparent and colorless liquid in anticipation. Her face scrunched up as if she had tasted something hard to swallow. Isn't this Lanty-proof too inferior? Why are they having so much fun drinking this? Furs put down her cup, raised her right hand, and fanned her mouth. She softly muttered, "Apart from the alcohol content, it doesn't have any other strengths. Oh right, it's also cheap." After drinking a mouthful of cold water from another cup, Furs picked up a fountain pen and wrote in a rather poor quality notebook. The pirates here are only in pursuit of strong liquor while keeping an eye on the price. To them, being drunk is more important than anything else. 3 pirate friends that I know have told me that this port city was built by them. At first, they only docked their ships here to hide their loot and settle their families. Later on, the bankrupt, adventurers, and tax fugitives came to this place and settled down. They also plowed the lands on the island and built houses. Finally, an entrepot market was formed, and the merchants at sea swarmed over like sharks smelling blood. At this point, Furs looked up at the three pirates curled up in a corner. "Do you have anything else to say?" The three burly pirates trembled at the same time and said with a mournful expression, "No, really, we have nothing. I have to say that it feels pretty good to imitate Mr. World's attitude when it comes to dealing with pirates." Furs sighed and shook her head. She retracted her gaze and continued writing. "There's a liberal mood here. If the women are interested in any man, they can, like the men, offer a price. Similarly, it works when a man catches the eye of another man, or when a woman catches the eye of another woman. According to my three pirate friends, due to the long periods of repression and boredom while drifting out at sea, it's inevitable for some people to experiment with certain forbidden taboos. In this aspect, they've been very honest and even described their experiences. In addition, they informed me of things that I never dared believed. Pirates actually advocate the concept of democracy and justice. This has completely overturned my understanding. But on careful thought, it doesn't seem difficult to understand. At least they didn't say that they were pursuing justice. The explanation from my three pirate friends is that when a person with his weapons doesn't have absolute, overwhelming strength, it's always the case of there being tyranny from the majority on a pirate ship. Furthermore, a large ship requires a lot of people to run it. When these factors are combined, it makes the pirate crew very particular about democracy. There will always be a captain who will be voted by his or her crew now and then to be banished or even killed. I believe that if a captain possesses absolute strength, the pirate crew would definitely develop another style of governance. At this point, Furs looked out the window again and saw that, under the blue sky and white clouds, buildings made of wood and rocks formed a dense circle around a market. From time to time, she could see a few children in tattered clothes skipping past. Upon hearing the extremely lively commotion, Furs wrote again, "There's no urban planning here at all. Everyone casually builds their houses and expands their borders. As a result, many roads only allow for one person to walk through. There's no sunlight at all. My first reaction is that once a fire breaks out, the outcome will be extremely terrifying. Backlund once had a similar tragedy. However, my three pirate friends told me that this isn't something worth worrying about, because it's humid and often rains here. People with special powers never keep it under wraps. This place is still under the influence of war. Although it's chaotic, it gives people a sense of tranquility. Also, what they're most afraid of isn't the king of the five seas, Nast, or all sorts of horrifying legends, but rather of the crazy adventurer Gairman Sparrow. Every pirate is warned by their peers not to drink too late into the night. They shouldn't take a walk in the middle of the night or use small alleys. That's because it might lead to them going missing. And the murderer is rumored to be that gentleman. Is this a form of hunting?" As she wrote, Furs's expression gradually turned solemn. She hurriedly pulled out another stack of paper and added on the content. "There's a unique coldness that wafts through the hospital at night, and the darkness outside the window is much thicker than other places. No one knows why that young lady who lives in a single ward gets her family members to bring her mushrooms and weeds. No one knows where these things end up. In short, there were no signs of any fires in the ward, and there's no abandoned junk outside. This makes the nurses suspect that the patient is secretly eating mushrooms and weeds." Standing in front of the mountain, Afternoon Town, which was divided into three regions of the top, middle, and bottom, had a camp set up by the City of Silver. Derek Berg clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth, softly chanting, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After piously chanting, he stood up and picked up the ancient bronze cross that was covered with sharp spikes, walking towards the bonfire outside. As the unshadowed crucifix couldn't coexist with other mystical items, his giant hammer named Thunder God's Roar could only be temporarily left to Chaim and Joshua to carry with them. As the City of Silver's expedition team gathered, Klein, who was in Backlund, had already arrived above the gray fog. He picked up the sea god scepter and, with the help of one of the crimson stars burgeoning and contracting, he saw the situation in Afternoon Town, and he expanded his vision towards the giant king's court. If he didn't use the prayer light and the sea god scepter, Klein was unable to expand his field of view by relying only on the crimson stars. As his gaze moved, a beautiful but deep dusk gradually appeared in his eyes. In the area where dusk was frozen, there were countless palaces, countless towers, and many majestic city walls. They were magnificent and opulent, resembling a miracle found in myths and legends. Furthermore, they were frozen in time. The giant king's court. As he tried to zoom in with his vision, Klein realized that he was unable to see the exact situation beneath the dusk. As expected of the divine kingdom of an ancient god, and it's not the kind that has been abandoned or hidden, it's no wonder that the kings of angels chose this place for a secret gathering. I hope that Little Son's prayer after entering the giant king's court will help me see it more clearly. Klein nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, he focused a portion of his attention on Shepherd Elder Lovia. He discovered that this lady had an illusory silver armor covering her entire body. This should be the evil spirit she grazed. I haven't seen any effects from the true creator yet. Klein slowly let out a breath and patiently waited for the subsequent developments. After a while, under the lead of Chief Colin Iliad, the 9-man expedition team, including Derek Berg, left the afternoon town camp. They followed the stairs paved with gray stones and walked towards the peak of the mountain. They were at least sequence 6 Beyonders, and most of them belonged to the warrior pathway. They moved at relatively fast speeds, clearing a few waves of monsters that were mainly rotten giants. Finally, they arrived at the region shrouded by dusk. They were shocked by the grand and epic building, and no one spoke for a short period of time. This was also the first time they had encountered a place where there were no flashes of lightning, a place that was illuminated by natural light. Demon Hunter Colin narrowed his eyes. He took out a small metal bottle and drank the liquid inside. After their evolution over the many generations, they were more accustomed to the dark environment with frequent lightning. They were instinctively afraid of such a situation that was in a state of frozen twilight. It was both a point of hope and fear. After drinking the prepared potion and mentally preparing himself, Colin Iliad and Shepherd Lovia led the members of the expedition team as they stepped into the region illuminated by the sunset. Before Derek could sense anything, he saw the unshadowed crucifix in his hand drop, revealing a corporeal form formed from pure light. However, the light emitted by the corporeal body was no longer pure. It was tainted with an orange-red color unique to dusk. Right on the heels of that, Derek felt his condition plummet. It was as if he was at the weakest point of the day, ready to welcome the approaching night. The towering building stood quietly in the frozen dusk. There wasn't any sound in the area, as though it was just an oil painting. After passing through such an environment, Derek Berg became even more high-strung than when he had explored the depths of the darkness. The hair on his back stood on end. After entering a place shrouded in dusk, the entire exploration team, including Chief Colin Iliad and Shepherd Elder Lovia, couldn't help but show signs of exhaustion and looking worn out. It was as if they had reached the end of their lives. And as they proceeded forward, rotting giants ran out of different buildings in increasing numbers and increasing strength. With one side weakened and the other side strengthened, it became difficult for them to advance. After several intense battles, the City of Silver's expedition team finally broke through the lockdown and barricades of the monsters and came to an extremely quiet area. There wasn't any sound at all, and that only served to leave their scalps tingling. With regards to this, Demon Hunter Colin Iliad had no choice but to break the silence and remind everyone. This means that we have truly entered the Giant King's Court and are about to approach the core region. The danger level will only increase and not decrease. Upon hearing this, a few members of the expedition team began to waver due to the influence of the twilight. From their point of view, although they didn't dare to stay in one place in the earlier stages most of the time, afraid that they would be surrounded by the rotting giants, they had ultimately eliminated all the monsters in a tiny area. They felt that they could rest for a while and obtain many Beyonder characteristics, mystical ingredients, and potion formulas. This expedition could be said to have been very fruitful, leaving them no reason to continue delving deeper. What they should do was seek out a suitable building and set up an advance camp to make preparations for a second expedition. Faced with such a suggestion, Colin Iliad didn't say much. He only emphasized that the objective of this explorer was to figure out the general situation of the Giant King's Court as much as possible. so as to accumulate sufficient information for the subsequent operations. Then, he let one of the members named Antiona to placate those who had wavering wills. As the shepherd elder Lovia also supported the chief, a small number of the members of the expedition team quickly adjusted their mindset and quietly followed the chief forward. After a while, they saw a huge stone staircase. It was entirely grayish-white, but it was dyed with an orange-yellow glow. It was gorgeous and silent. Every step of the staircase was relatively high. If it were any ordinary human, they would definitely find it very difficult to walk. Fortunately, the shortest member of the expedition team, Elder Lovia, was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and she could muster strong winds. On the huge staircase, it was so majestic that one had to look up to see the city walls at the top. There were many signs of burn marks and damage on the walls, and some places were impaled with arrows that were as thick as ordinary trees. The several-meter-long arrows had even caused some rocks to crumble. In the middle of the city wall was a door that was tens of meters tall. Its color was closer to grayish-blue, and there were golden nails embedded in it. There were 2 guards standing outside that exuded an extremely oppressive stance simply by looking at them. They were 5 to 6 meters tall, wearing exquisite, sturdy silver full-body armor. One of them held a great sword, while the other held a great axe towards the ground. Behind the armored visor, there was a ball of orange light that looked like a single eye. Silver Knight! Demon Hunter Colin raised his right hand and swung his sword horizontally to stop the members of the expedition team behind him. He had long removed the 2 swords on his back and applied different concoctions on them. Silver Knight! Derek Berg's eyelids twitched as he felt his heart palpitate. He had recently come into contact with information that only the upper echelons of the City of Silver knew about. He knew that the Giant Pathways Sequence 3 was called Silver Knight. He also knew that the City of Silver lacked the correct potion formula, but it had the corresponding Beyonder characteristic. What horrified Derek was that the guards of the Giant King's Court Corps were actually 2 Sequence 3 demigods. This was a level higher than the City of Silver's strongest combat force. This was only the area of the royal court's entrance, so it was questionable what they would encounter if they ventured deeper. After the initial shock, Derek couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Perhaps he could find the potion formulas after the Giant Pathways Sequence 4 in the Giant King's Court. That way, the chief could become a Silver Knight and greatly increase the strength of the City of Silver. When the time came, they could explore the Giant King's Court at a deeper level, find more potion formulas, hunt more monsters, and obtain even higher level Beyonder characteristics and magical materials. Subconsciously, Derek looked around and discovered that the reactions of the other members of the expedition team, such as Joshua, Hyam, and Antiona, were basically identical to his. They were both nervous and fearful, but also somewhat hopeful. At this moment, Shepherd Elder Lovia took 2 steps forward and stood beside Colin Iliad. She looked up at the gray-blue door and the 2 silver knights who were in an unknown state and said, "If there was only one, then we would have a chance of finishing it off." What she really meant was that, now that there were 2 silver knights, even if they were willing to suffer heavy casualties, they were unable to clear the enemies. After all, even if the chief could control his mythical creature form and normally battle a Sequence 3, the environment here didn't permit him to make similar attempts. The decadence that the twilight had brought might make something that could previously be resisted into something impossible to withstand. Colin Iliad nodded and glanced at both Lovia and Derek Berg before observing the area ahead. "From the looks of it, as long as we don't get close to that door, the 2 guards won't attack us. Perhaps we can try to lure one of the silver knights away to finish it off?" the female warrior named Antiona suggested after some deliberation. She had long, wine-red hair, and her facial features weren't considered exquisite. However, when combined together, she looked extremely elegant and beautiful. In this expedition, her main mission was to rely on a sealed artifact she wielded to treat her teammates' psychological problems and fight against enemies of the psyche domain. Her exact thoughts were to wait for the members to lure one of the Silver Knights away before using the terrain and their combined efforts. As for the chief and Elder Lovia, they could work together to deal with the remaining one as soon as possible. This was a textbook solution that the City of Silver had used in situations they had encountered. Even if there's only one silver knight, it will be very difficult. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that the silver knight you lure away won't directly reveal its mythical creature form. Demon Hunter Colin firmly rejected her suggestion. Ignoring the fact that the silver knight had powerful beyond her powers, as long as it revealed its mythical creature form, most of the members of the City of Silver's expedition team wouldn't be able to look at it directly and would be affected. There was no way they could run circles with it. Without waiting for the rest of the team members to speak, Colin Iliad looked back and said, "Let's take another path." Derek found some information in the World of Reflections in Afternoon Town. It recorded a tunnel behind the giant King's Court. Shepherd Elder Lovia cast her gaze on Derek Berg. She was indifferent, calm, and without any emotions. Derek subconsciously raised the unshadowed crucifix higher, restraining his indescribable shivers. "All right," Lovia agreed with Colin Iliad's suggestion. Hence, the expedition team retreated from the huge stone staircase and headed left. Before long, they saw a rugged trail. On the right was a towering cliff, and on the left was a bottomless chasm that was tainted with the glow of the sunset. Of course, it was only a trail for giants. To the members of the City of Silver's expedition team, it was still relatively spacious. As they proceeded forward, Derek and company's spiritual perception were triggered as they subconsciously looked to the side. At the edge of the cliff, grayish-blue swollen palms stretched out from the orange clouds and grabbed onto the ground. They were densely packed and difficult to count. If they were all giants, even if they were sequence 7 or 6 giants, they were able to destroy the City of Silver's expedition team here relying on sheer numbers. Just as Colin Iliad was about to swing his sword, Derek suddenly had a strange, subtle feeling. He quickly raised the unshadowed crucifix higher and pressed one of his fingers onto a particular thorn, causing bright red blood to seep out. The pure cross emitted a bright twilight glow, as though it had returned to the state of noon. They surged towards the edge of the cliff, enveloping the gray-blue giants that attempted to climb up. The giants froze at the same time as their bodies began to fade, quickly melting away. They weren't real giants, but that of wraith and shadows left behind after the tragic deaths of those giants. Therefore, the unshadowed crucifix had sensed them. It was a saint-level sealed artifact of the Sun Domain, the nemesis of wraiths, shadows, and evil spirits. After easily killing these monsters, the City of Silver's expedition team warily continued proceeding forward. After a while, they finally circled around the mountain wall and cliff and saw a dark forest. In the forest, the trees were tens of meters tall and were extremely thick. However, their barks were peeling off and the trunks rotting. The leaves were withered, giving the feeling that they were waning. The leaves were supposed to be entangled together, but they formed a barricade in midair, blocking the light of dusk, darkening its interior. But at that moment, due to the large number of collapsed and fallen trees, the orange-red glow had already scattered across most of the areas within the forest that were visible with the naked eye. Derek looked ahead and silently calculated how much longer he could use the unshadowed crucifix. He said to the chief and his teammates, "This is the waning forest where the ancestors of the giants are buried. In other words, the giant king's parents." Colin Iliad stared at the forest and said, "It has already been destroyed. Even if there are still remnants of danger, it won't be too powerful. We can try exploring it." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek replied without hesitation. "My cross can deal with the environment here. I'll walk in front." He remembered that Mr. World had reminded him that there might be some kind of corruption lurking in the forest, and that the unshadowed crucifix could provide him with an effective warning. The grizzled Colin nodded gently and said, "Be careful of your surroundings." Derek took a silent breath and took a large stride forward and walked towards the waning forest. At the same time, he used the convenience of walking ahead to softly recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. Then Klein, whose gaze that had been blocked by the dusk and had been disconnected for some time, could finally see the actual situation. However, he was unable to significantly expand his range of sight. The forest that should have been engulfed in darkness and in decline was filled with the orange-red light of dusk. The light was intense and burned like fire, but it couldn't help but carry a sense of brilliance with it that couldn't be ignored. With the unshadowed crucifix that seemed like pure light condensating in his hand, Derek Berg slowly walked ahead. The grizzled demon hunter Colin, who was walking behind him to the left, held 2 straight swords in his hand. Hyam, who was walking behind him to the right, held the Thunder God's roar hammer. This 2-meter-tall half-giant was prepared to switch the hammer for the sealed artifact with Derek at any time. The radiance emitted by the unshadowed crucifix became increasingly dim, as though the sun had already set in the horizon, leaving only a sliver of golden light. Of course, no one from the City of Silver had ever seen such a scene before. They could only use the descriptions from ancient literature to imagine it. Similarly, this was the first time they understood what a sunset meant. Whoosh! As the exploration team ventured deeper, a wind began to blow in the nearly frozen waning forest. It was as if countless living beings were weeping deep within the forest. However, Derek and company didn't feel any effects of the wind. Whoosh! The sound of the wind intensified, making his heart tremble. Derek suddenly felt a chill run down his neck, causing his hair to stand on end. His body and mind turned cold. Generally speaking, it was human instinct to shrink their necks, raise their arms, and defend their backs at such moments in time. They would then half-turn their bodies, observe the situation, and be ready to attack. However, Derek didn't do so because in a dangerous environment, rashness would often result in terrible situations. Furthermore, he had the chief and his teammate behind him. He had full faith in them that they would react in time. Thus, he had handed his life to them. With a swoosh, a silvery white blade wrapped by a small snake-like electric bolt flew across the side of Derek's neck, vaporizing a blurry and twisted figure into the light of dusk. At the same time, the unshadowed crucifix was triggered by something. It suddenly broke out of its gloomy and dim state, making the light it emitted to once again become bright and pure. Dawn seemed to come to the surrounding area immediately as indescribable black shadows began to show themselves in the light of dawn before quickly melting away. After everything calmed down, Derek looked ahead and asked curiously, "What are these? They don't look like wraiths, shadows, or evil spirits." Demon Hunter Collins surveyed the area and slowly said, "A remnant aura of some sort. They seem to have combined with the power of dusk, causing a certain anomaly. I've never seen such monsters." Derek tightened his grip on the unshadowed crucifix and moved his other finger, which hadn't been stabbed, onto the thorns. Relying on the unshadowed crucifix, which was the nemesis of the evil around them, the expedition team proceeded rather smoothly. Before long, they arrived deep in the waning forest. Through the trees they could vaguely see a seetor and orange-red clouds in the distance. The damage here wasn't too serious. The branches and leaves remained suspended in midair, blocking the frozen dusk, making the environment darken. After carefully circling around the place, the area before Derek's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw 2 grayish-white, mottled tombstones. Before he could carefully observe them, the rays of dusk that shone through the gaps of the leaves had produced a strange refraction effect at the same time, interweaving themselves into a gigantic figure that was nearly 10 meters tall. This figure was very blurry and contained an everlasting and imperturbable air to it. It was like a reflection from a mythical era. Its skin was grayish-blue, and it wore silver-gray armor that seemed to be stained with blood. Its face was glowing like the setting sun, as though it was a manifestation of its eyes. Just its existence alone had caused the surrounding trees and the void to bend, making everything around it to begin waning uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this scene, a thought surfaced in everyone's mind without any explanation. Giant King, Ancient God Ormer. Goosebumps appeared on the skins of the members of the expedition team, Joshua, Hyam, and Antiona. Bit by bit, the goosebumps emitted grayish-blue colors. At the center of their eyebrows, flesh and blood were squirming, as if a monster was about to bore out. They had collectively been put into the state of being on the verge of losing control. They didn't even see the mythical creature form. Merely approaching the figure had led to signs of losing control as the severity of it increased. Derek Berg was relatively alright because the pure light of the unshadowed crucifix had enveloped him, giving him a warm feeling, allowing him to temporarily withstand the waning effect. At this moment, Colin Iliad had already bent down. He held two swords that were smeared with ointment, and he ran towards that terrifying figure like a hurricane at high speeds. However, this demon hunter didn't charge in a straight line. His footwork was ingenious as he moved left and right, approaching his enemy in a zigzag-like manner. The gigantic figure that stood in the twilight looked at everything with its sunset-like eyes. It seemed emotionless, like a statue carved out of stone. Suddenly, the glow on its face flashed. It then bent down and heavily pounded its fists on the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently as a fissure opened up. It made Derek and the others lose their balance as they staggered and almost fell. As for Demon Hunter Colin, he had leaped up ahead of time to a height of more than 10 meters, and he cleaved downward with his two swords in a domineering manner. At that moment, the figure that seemed to come from a mythical legend pulled out an illusory sword from the fissure in the ground. The giant sword that seemed like a manifestation of dusk itself was suddenly swung forward. The orange-red storm of light suddenly took form and swept towards Demon Hunter Colin, as well as Derek and company who were right behind him. Wherever the light passed, the trees would wither and the soil would turn to sand. Everything began waning in an irreversible manner as a path was drawn out. Boom! The twilight storm was blocked by invisible walls, causing the forest to shake. At some point in time, Shepherd Elder Lovia had appeared beside Derek. In front of him was a tall and illusory figure covered in silver armor. The figure with a dark red glow near its eyes genuflected and stabbed an illusory greatsword into the ground, creating an unusually strong and invisible wall. Bam! At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin's two swords slashed at the nearly 10-meter-tall figure that possessed the aura of an ancient god, sending off countless sparks. The silver-white figure didn't suffer any damage. The silver-gray armor that was covered in blood spots only dimmed a little. With the force of the rebound, Colin once again soared up. He flipped in midair and launched his attack again. In the waning domain, he didn't dare release his mythical creature form, because it was very likely that there was no way of reversing it. Seeing that the phantom that stemmed from a mythical legend had been blocked, Derek hurriedly followed the sudden tremor and heat from the unshadowed crucifix in his palm, and he pressed his finger against a spike. His blood surged into the cross along with the pain. A vigorous and bright light churned out, flying into the air and turning downwards, instantly enveloping the figure in silver-gray armor. His eyes were like a miniature setting sun. In the holy, solemn, and pure light, the gigantic and illusory figure stopped moving, as if it had encountered its natural enemy, and the silver-gray armor that was tainted with the light of dusk began to melt. Seizing this opportunity, the evil spirit knight in front of Shepherd Elder Lovia pulled out the illusory greatsword from the ground. With several silver rifts that oscillated between disappearing and reappearing, they instantly struck the enemy. Demon Hunter Colin's two swords cleaved downward, as though they were emitting rays of the light of dawn that enveloped the head of the ancient figure. Joshua, Chaim, and the others didn't hesitate to unleash their strongest attacks. After 3 rounds, the illusory figure that seemed to have transmigrated from time had finally begun to crumble, being reduced to burning orange dots of light. When Demon Hunter Colin landed on the ground, he deliberated and said, "That should have been the remnants of the Giant King's will to protect this area. After many years of melding with the environment, it has a certain degree of strength and a form. It's a type of evil spirit. What secrets are hidden here?" Upon hearing the chief's words, everyone cast their gazes forward, towards the place where the terrifying phantom had barred their way. The atmosphere was rather heavy. Fortunately, it was only an evil spirit that was restrained by the unshadowed crucifix. It was just a tiny portion of its remnant will and had almost no strength left. After thousands of years, it's still as terrifying as ever. What would a real ancient god be like? Why would he have such a strong will to protect this? Is it because it's where his parents are buried? As Derek heaved a sigh of relief, He followed the chief and company towards the tomb while being plagued with puzzlement and curiosity. There's no need for me to do anything. I have to say, this unshadowed crucifix really is very useful in the Giant King's court. It's so good that I'm wondering if it's Adam's goal. Above the gray fog, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and lowered the sea god's scepter that had been raised higher. He then cast his gaze at the place where the Giant King's remnant had continued protecting for over thousands of years. The first thing he saw was two ancient mottled tombstones. On them were the words Father and Mother in Jotun. They contained a mysteriousness that could stir the powers of nature. It allowed one to directly feel the mixed emotions of nostalgia, sadness, pain, and guilt without realizing that they were infected and making them feel depressed. Behind the stone pillar was a grave, but it had already been destroyed, revealing two black coffins underneath. It was unknown who had opened the lids of the coffins, as though a confirmation had been made. This made the two grayish-white skeletons lying inside become bathed in the light that penetrated through the leaves, dyeing them with an orange-red color that resembled blood. These two skeletons had the shape of humans. One was less than 1.9 meters tall, while the other was less than 1.8 meters tall. One of the two humanoid skeletons wasn't more than 1.9 meters tall, while the other was less than 1.8 meters tall. It looked ordinary, but it delivered an unimaginable blow to Klein, who was above the gray fog. At that moment, it was as though he had returned to the time when he saw the door of light and the cocoons. Although the emotions he felt were different, the shock was almost identical. This isn't the corpse of a giant. This definitely belongs to a human. The parents of the Giant King Ormer were humans? Klein's pupils dilated suddenly, as though they were thirsting to let more light in for him to see it more clearly. However, no matter how he observed or scrutinized the skeletons, he couldn't find any characteristics of giants from the two grayish-white skeletons. Their limbs were perfectly proportional, and their bones had two eye sockets. They were definitely not underage giants. After a brief moment of silence, Klein lowered his hand with the sea god's scepter once again as thoughts flashed through his mind. Perhaps they're parents that aren't related by blood. Maybe the ancestors of the giants are humans. In the first epoch where chaos and madness reigned, some humans fused with the Beyonder characteristics, mutating into cruel, irrational, and bloodthirsty giants. On the one hand, their descendants inherited their physical happy face. The other hand, they gradually recovered mentally. Hence, they stabilized themselves to become a savage and bloodthirsty race. Among them, Giant King Ormer was the first batch of mutants, but he had managed to maintain a certain level of rationality, hence becoming an ancient god. The source of all of this does resemble the origin myths, the original creator. After his thoughts settled into a theory, he began making connections while coming up with more questions. Why does the Giant King want to label the waning forest as a forbidden area and not allow any living creatures to enter? He doesn't wish for the fact of humans being the ancestors of giants to be known? But if that's really the case, he could have just cremated his parents' remains. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, what's with that strong sense of guilt? Who opened the tomb? The ancient sun god who killed the Giant King? The god of dawn, Badheil, or the other subsidiary gods of the Giant King's court? Also, since the ancestor of giants was human, what about elves, sanguine, and other supernatural beings? The ancestors of dragons are actually lizards? In the middle of the second epoch, were there factors regarding their different origins that led to the conflict between the different factions of the quasi-human and the mutants? As Klein didn't have enough clues or information, it was difficult for him to make any judgment or think of any more possibilities. He could only forcefully rein in his thoughts and focus his attention on the City of Silver's expedition team. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin led Lovia, Derek, and company to the stone tablet and saw the remains in the tomb. They also fell into an indescribable silence for a long time. Finally, Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove, asked hesitantly, "These are the parents of the Giant King?" From this City of Silver's Dawn Paladin's point of view, the two corpses were indeed not as tall as giants. They were even inferior to him from back when he had just become an adult. If they were identified as young giants, then the proportions and facial features of their bodies didn't match. Joshua's question reverberated in the surroundings, but no one answered. After a few seconds, Demon Hunter Colin slowly said, "That's why it's a secret." He didn't mention his thoughts or theories. Does this mean that giants are actually a branch of humans, a result of the transformation brought about by Beyonder characteristics? Upon hearing this, the wine-red-haired Antiona said thoughtfully, "The ancestors of the giants are humans?" Derek felt a little dizzy from the shock. He felt that there was a huge gap between the two. With this thought in mind, he recalled his companions who had lost control, especially those from the giant pathway. He slowly and vaguely believed that it wasn't impossible. Those who lost control usually became abnormally large. Their skin was covered in grayish-blue color, and there was a huge crack in the middle of their brows that sucked in their pair of eyes. Perhaps, Demon Hunter Colin answered briefly. The members of the City of Silver's expedition team fell silent once again. In this atmosphere, Derek glanced at Shepherd Elder Lovia and realized that this member of the six-member council had a calm expression. It was neither solemn or confused. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin looked around and said, "Split up into groups of 2 to 3 people and search the surrounding areas. Let's see if there's anything to be found." The members of the expedition team snapped back to their senses and began carefully exploring the area according to the chief's instructions. Unfortunately, this waning forest didn't have anything of value other than trees, tomb tablets, or tombs. Without further delay, Derek exchanged sealed artifacts with Chaim to prevent his Beyonder characteristic from being purged by the unshadowed crucifix. Then, they followed Demon Hunter Colin out of the waning forest, circled around the protruding boulder along the mountain, and found the gigantic cave that was 30 meters tall. Outside the cave, a stone stele had already shattered into pieces and was growing weeds. Under the orange glow of the twilight, there was an indescribable sense of waning death. After entering the cave, the City of Silver's expedition team followed the weathered stone slabs and the peeling murals. They walked between the withered weeds and rough gravel, and they warily explored the area. With every step they took, they would feel that their lifespans were weakening and were becoming dehydrated. After an unknown period of time, the City of Silver's expedition team finally saw a grayish-blue door which was open. On both sides of the door were pieces of iron-black fragments that seemed to belong to some sort of armor. "There should have been guards here," Colin said simply. He took out a bottle of medicine and gulped it down. His light blue eyes were quickly tinged with a layer of dark yellow, and 2 complex dark green symbols appeared in his pupils. After carefully observing the grayish-blue door for a while, he nodded and walked into the dark hall. All of them passed through the door and came inside. The hall seemed to be held by an invisible hand as it rose up after a loud thud. More than 10 seconds later, the hall stopped moving. Outside the door, a magnificent palace propped up by stone pillars appeared. It looked like the residence of the guards. Derek subconsciously looked around and swept his gaze across the various items in the hall. He saw 2 murals with ancient characteristics. The main character of a mural was a giant who wore full-body silver armor and emitted an obvious glow. At the location of his eyes, there was a blob condensed from the dawn of light. In the middle of another mural stood a lady dark brown hair. She was a female giant in a long leather skirt. She held a wheat head and fruits and was surrounded by fields ready to be harvested, clear lake waters, fruit-bearing trees, and bright mushrooms. God of Dawn Badheil, Goddess of Harvest Omabella. Derek came to a realization as he nodded slightly. He then retracted his gaze and saw the chief staring at the mural that represented the Goddess of Harvest. His expression was still as heavy as before. Is the chief hoping that the City of Silver would also have a real harvest? As Derek thought, he followed the orders of Shepherd Elder Lovia, forming a team with the others. They then searched for valuable items and checked if there were any hidden passageways. About 7 to 8 minutes later, they gathered together and followed Chief Colin Iliad into the main door of the hall. Colin Iliad stabbed the 2 swords into the gap between the stone slabs in front of him. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on both sides of the door. With just a bit of force, it opened its mouth with a heavy rumble. The orange and splendid light of dusk silently shone in, allowing the City of Silver's expedition team to see palaces and the numerous towers that delivered a strong visual impact. The scale, magnificence, and epic feeling of a myth felt more obvious and shocking due to the close proximity between them. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths and forgot about anything else, fully immersing themselves in the scenery. It was the same for Klein above the gray fog. This was the King's Court of the Giants. This was a real divine kingdom. After about 10 seconds, Demon Hunter Colin pulled out his swords and half-turned his body, saying to Shepherd Lovia, "Try checking out the situation on both sides. I can't see what lies ahead too clearly." The two dark green symbols in his eyes slowly dissipated. Lovia acknowledged his order and took 2 steps forward to the door. Outside, there was a platform with staircases on both sides. In front of them stood a railing formed from grayish-white stone pillars that faced the tallest building in the area. There was a huge blue-gray door with countless mysterious symbols carved on both sides of it. It looked extremely dignified. The corridors, stairs, and other objects connected the multitude of palaces and towers together. They were magnificent and brilliant. Lovia's silver-gray hair floated up as the stone that was bathed in the light of dusk protruded out, forming a grayish-white doll. The doll didn't have any spirituality. It was like a strung puppet as it walked to the left. It followed the staircase and walked down one level after another amidst the rich orange light to help the expedition team confirm the situation. Suddenly, its body stopped as fine silver light burst out from within, turning it into countless fragments. Shepherd Lovia wasn't alarmed. She followed the steps from before and created another stone golem, making it head to the right. This time, the stone golem walked to the end of the staircase and stopped at the entrance of the palace below without anything happening along the way. Demon Hunter Colin watched intently the entire time before saying, "Let's go to the right, but we have to be careful as well." Although he didn't find any danger, the fact that he couldn't discern the actual situation using his Beyonder powers meant that there were many problems. With such a reminder, Derek and company became even more and more tense. The groups of 3 began to slowly walk down as they watched each other's backs. As they walked along the high stairs, Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove, suddenly heard a series of tapping sounds coming from behind him. It was as if there was a person following them in silence. And at this moment, Shepherd Elder Lovia was to his side. From the corner of his eye, he could tell that the footsteps were definitely not coming from her. A chill ran down Joshua's spine as he hurriedly said in a deep voice, "There are footsteps behind me." Lovia turned her head and allowed the 5-meter-tall silver knight to appear in front of her. It sized up Joshua's back with its scarlet fiery eyes. After a few seconds of silence, the shepherd elder shook her head. "There's nothing there." Lovia's response made Joshua even more wary. He looked at the other members of the expedition team and anxiously asked, "Did any of you hear any abnormal footsteps?" With Thunder God's roar and a broadsword in hand, Derek recalled for a few seconds and shook his head in denial. Hyam, who held the unshadowed crucifix in his hand, looked at the sealed artifact that was still glowing and replied, "Perhaps it's your hallucination?" "No, I heard it very clearly." The scarlet-gloved Joshua frowned and expressed his opinion. Upon hearing this, Demon Hunter Colin, who was walking right in front, half turned around and calmly instructed, "Hyam, Aunt Iona, check on Joshua's condition." "Yes, Your Excellency." Hyam immediately walked to Joshua and pressed the unshadowed crucifix, which appeared to be a manifestation of pure light against his teammate's forehead. However, this sealed artifact didn't undergo any changes. Immediately following that, the wine-red-haired female warrior, Aunt Iona, came to the side of Joshua and raised her left hand. There was a pale gold bracelet around her wrist. On it were 3 small bells covered in golden scales. The tinkling sounds that sounded calmed Joshua's heart. He was no longer as tense and impatient. "No problem." Aunt Iona cast her gaze towards the chief, Colin Iliad. 2 complex dark green symbols appeared in Colin's eyes. He looked at Joshua for a few seconds before nodding and saying, It might not be an illusion, but you have to be careful if any abnormalities arise within you. Seeing the chief supporting him, Joshua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. All right. After the doubts were temporarily put away, the City of Silver's expedition team continued down the staircase that was covered in the glow of sunset one level after another. Suddenly, everyone heard a groan. From the corner of his eye, Derek Berg saw Joshua raise his hands and strangle his neck. As he was a Dawn Paladin, he had immense strength. Just as he let out a grunt, his hands snapped his neck. With a gloomy and twisted expression, Joshua collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief. The person who killed him was himself. Although Derek and the others didn't manage to react in time, their years of training and the experience they had gained from exploring the depths of the darkness made them instinctively take up battle positions, wary of any subsequent attacks. Then they heard a muffled grunt. It was from Shepherd Elder Lovia. The facial muscles of the woman with long silver-gray hair tightened as obvious twitching and squirming appeared, as though another face had grown out. She plopped to the ground on the wide staircase as she grimaced with indescribable pain. Her hands moved slowly but uncontrollably as she clenched her neck. Just as Lovia was about to exert her strength, two swords that were smeared with silver-gray ointment reached out and pried her palms apart. Demon Hunter Colin, who was already prepared, reacted in time. Lovia's body twitched as she lowered her head even further. Opening her mouth, she spat out pieces of torn flesh and incomplete organs. She took a deep breath, as though she had finally recovered. Then, she propped her elbow on the ground and took a step forward, prostrating herself and swallowing the flesh and blood organs that she had just spat out in a pious and humble manner. Demon Hunter Colin, who had several old scars on his face, quietly watched the scene without stopping her. Finally, Lovia looked up and said with her unfocused gray eyes, "It was degeneration, a form of degeneration that everyone has. Do you have a solution?" Colin asked without any change in his tone. Lovia nodded without hesitation. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she used her right hand to grab her left index finger. With a loud snap, she pulled it out and stuffed the blood and bones into her mouth. As she chewed, she muttered, "The Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows, the degenerate nature of all living things, the honorific name of the true Creator." Derek's eyelids twitched when he heard that. He suddenly felt that something subtle was happening around him. The orange glow became more saturated and closer to the color of blood. Above the gray fog, the fool Klein's expression instantly turned solemn. Although he couldn't see anything through his true vision, he could vaguely sense that there was a gaze cast over from afar, causing it to interfere with his observations, thus weakening his clarity and range. In addition, that gaze gave him a strange sense of familiarity. It's difficult to not be familiar with it. The first half of my life after I transmigrated was to deal with him, his son, his oracle, his wish to descend, the items left behind by him, his crazy ravings, and all sorts of murals related to him. At that moment, Klein was completely certain that the entity who had begun to focus on the City of Silver's expedition team was none other than the true creator. Frankly speaking, when Lovia began to recite the honorific name of that entity, Klein wanted to directly smite her with lightning storm and eliminate the problem before it appeared. However, he ultimately held back the urge because he wasn't confident that he could finish off the shepherd in one strike. The evil spirit that Lovia had grazed was likely at the level of a Sequence 3. Although it had died a long time ago, its current combined strength was still at the level of Sequence 4. It likely wasn't a problem for her to withstand Lightning Storm, which was close to but not at the angel level for some time. And once the fool couldn't easily kill Lovia, it would be a sign of fear in the eyes of Demon Hunter Colin. In addition, Klein believed that Colin Iliad was happy to see Shepherd Elder Lovia chant the true creator's honorific name. He wanted to use this to put the fool in check and achieve some semblance of balance. This was actually an act of disrespect in front of deities, making it very easy to anger those great existences, but there was nothing that Colin Iliad could do. He couldn't simply trust the fool and the true creator, so he could only try his best by probing them while staying on the edge of a cliff. Only by doing so would the city of silver not suddenly be destroyed like the cities that had been buried deep in the darkness, covered with the dust of history. What a pity. If the unshadowed crucifix was in my hands now, I'd have the chance to instantly kill that Silver Knight evil spirit by using all my strength to activate the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. It's a fundamental restraint. Klein sighed silently and could only accept this development. He hadn't discovered anything unusual with Joshua until this city of silver warrior with scarlet gloves strangled himself. Only then did he see his spirit turn dark and gloomy. Just as the shepherd elder had said, this was a form of degeneration that he originally had. It was no different from losing himself because of money and beauty, making it very difficult for external forces to detect it. That staircase should have remnant godhood powers that represent degeneration. They're embedded into the environment, making it difficult to discover and resist. Previously, the stone golem had no spirituality, so it wasn't affected. From the honorific name, the true creator wields control over degeneration. Just his gaze alone is enough to disperse the corresponding powers. Klein adjusted his mental state and continued to observe the subsequent developments. During this process, he couldn't help but consider a question. Was the true creator like him now, watching the movements of the City of Silver's expedition team in his divine kingdom? On Earth, this is called a fellow viewer watching the same livestream. If I were to send gifts, would the true creator gift even more? By making this teasing remark, he tried to ease the nervousness and concern that he felt from having the true creator cast his gaze over. That was a true god. Be it Adam or Amon, they weren't even qualified to be on par with him. At that moment, Shepherd Lovia had already stood up, and her left index finger had also grown back. She looked at Chief Colin Iliad and said, "This region will no longer suffer from degeneration." This meant that the staircase wasn't that dangerous anymore. Normally, the expedition team would ignore Joshua's corpse. Whether they advanced or retreated, they couldn't afford to waste any time. If they stayed in an extremely dangerous area for too long, the other members would have an accident. However, since the six-member council's elder Lovia used a tone of certainty to indicate that there were no problems nearby, they could rest and deal with it. Derek put down Chaim's broadsword and walked to Joshua's side. After staring for a few seconds, he bent down to pick up his scarlet glove and wore it on his left palm. He still remembered that Joshua was always bragging about the mystical item he had obtained during an expedition. He could also clearly recall that when he left the afternoon town camp, he had said that he would be forced into a marriage after the expedition, with no idea as to who his wife would be. Yet, an hour later, this teammate had turned into a cold corpse. To the people of the City of Silver, this was something that happened frequently. No one cried or broke down. However, there was an emotion that had already seeped into their bones and blood. It was heavy and mixed with grief. They watched as Derek raised his left hand and aimed it at Joshua's corpse. A blazing flame flew out, enveloping the teammate who had been fighting alongside them earlier. After the cremation, Demon Hunter Colin put away the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out. The rest of the team members grabbed a handful of ashes and placed them into a hidden pocket in their clothes. Amidst the silence, they continued down the stairs and arrived at the bottom of the staircase. There was a towering palace bathed in the glow of dusk. Behind it was a corridor and staircase that led to another area. The palace door was open, and it was pitch black inside. Not a single ray of light could shine inside. Demon Hunter Colin carefully observed for a while before saying, "Just like in the outside world." What he meant was that the group should use various means to maintain a lit environment and not allow themselves to fall into a state of absolute darkness. Hence, Chaim activated the unshadowed crucifix, allowing it to envelop all of his teammates. At the same time, Antiona lit a lantern and held it in her hand, in case the cross suddenly lost its effectiveness. The group entered the palace and walked through the abnormally empty hall. Their footsteps reverberated into the distance, but there weren't any echoing sounds. As he walked, Derek suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy as he felt a strong sense of sleepiness. At this moment, he heard the chief's low growl. "Don't fall asleep." Derek suddenly woke up, snapping out of his fatigued state of not being able to open his eyes. At that moment, a female warrior's body went limp and fell to the ground, as though she had fallen into a deep slumber. Then, she disappeared into thin air and disappeared in front of everyone. Demon Hunter Colin and Shepherd Lovia exchanged looks for a while before shaking their heads and leading the team forward. During this process, they would hurt themselves from time to time, using pain to stay awake. Finally, they passed through a bunch of arches and saw the darkness that couldn't be dispelled up ahead. With the help of the light from the team, they discovered that it was a hall with countless murals drawn. In the middle of the hall was a long dark red table. Situated around it were high-back chairs with intricate patterns. Derek felt a baffling sense of familiarity. He immediately came to a realization that this was somewhat similar to the scene at the tarot gathering. Suddenly, balls of light lit up and murmurs sounded around them. Around the hall stood stone pillars that didn't support the dome. Scarlet flames were ignited one after another, illuminating the surroundings in an abnormal manner. The murmurs grew louder, as if they had finally passed through a long and distant space and arrived at their destination. The hall was so lively that it was as if a gathering was held. Around the dark red table, blurry and illusory figures suddenly appeared. A total of 11 figures sat on different high-back chairs. As the flames flickered, Derek and company subconsciously looked at the long dark red table. The first thing they noticed was the figure closest to them. The figure wore a simple linen robe, and had a head of long silver hair and indiscernible facial features. It made Colin, Lovia, and Derek find the figure oddly familiar. In an instant, they felt as though a bolt of lightning struck their minds, illuminating their blurry memories. Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Just as the pupils of the team from the City of Silver dilated, the figure turned around and looked at them. A pair of indifferent eyes immediately occupied their vision as extraordinary mysterious rings appeared. In a daze, Derek saw a figure in front of him. He was a handsome, radiant, and energetic man. He wore a pure white robe and had short golden hair. With his appearance, the surroundings became abnormally bright. The warm feeling was like a ray of light, instantly filling every spot. Derek felt as though he had seen the day, as mentioned in legends, momentarily forgetting where he was or what he was doing. The man took a step forward and his blurry figure overlapped with Derek. Then, Derek sat beside the dark red long table, occupying one of the high-back chairs. He had become the handsome and radiant man who was attending a secret gathering. At the same time, the grizzled City of Silver chief, Colin, whose face was covered in old scars, encountered the same blurry and illusory figure. The figure was 7 to 8 meters tall. He was wearing silver full-body armor, and his eyes were glowing like the light of dawn. He raised the long sword in his hand, letting it press against Colin Iliad's forehead like a scepter. Demon Hunter Colin struggled for a moment, but he quickly calmed down when he was enveloped by the orange light. With that, he and the giant in front of him merged into one. He strode towards the dark red table and sat on the second seat on the right. Shepherd Lovia encountered a man in a long black robe. He had black curly hair over his shoulders and a pair of eyes that seemed to be covered in shadows. It was difficult to see his face clearly, but the silver threads, complicated patterns, and gorgeous accessories were directly reflected in her mind. Lovia trembled and couldn't help but lower her head, allowing the layers of black wings on the man's back to wrap around her. She became the man and walked to the end of the dark red table. There were 2 high-back chairs with complex patterns placed there. Lovia chose the left one. The remaining members of the City of Silver's expedition team also encountered similar situations, but the figures they faced were different. After they found their seats on both sides of the dark red table, the area around the empty high-back chair at the seat of honor became darker, outlining a female figure that seemed to be shrouded in fog. Right on the heels of that, a voice that seemed to transmigrate from ancient times echoed in the ears of the attendees. We are trying to redeem ourselves, and also maintain the balance of this world. Dissociation and deviation are undoubtedly the most basic order. This is also in line with his thoughts. I can't deny that we all have our own sinister thoughts and desires, but this is very normal. Death and spilling blood are inevitable. In the name of Rose's redemption. Above the gray fog, Klein listened attentively. He couldn't wait to hear more of the content said by the voice. However, whether it was the scene or the voice, it began to loop. It was as if it had only been fixed at a section lasting less than a minute. This is the scene of the establishment of the Rose redemption? Previously, the Red Angel evil spirit said that this was an extremely secretive organization established by a group of corrupted angels. Now, it seems like that isn't the case. The person who said that was probably not Medici, but either Sauron and Einhorn. They actually didn't know much about Rose's redemption. Klein mumbled inwardly as he cast his gaze back at the City of Silver team that were repeating the actions like puppets. Approaching the table, sitting down, listening, and leaving. When the torches around the hall lit up one after another, Klein had already found something unusual with his true vision. He saw the murals on the wall come alive and rapidly expand, overlapping with the hall. It made the table, chairs, and floor tiles that had been cold for thousands of years warm up once again. It made the figures that had once been in this secret meeting cross the borders of time, reviving at their fixed seats, allowing the words from the past to reappear. Many of those figures were familiar to Klein. One of them was the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. This king of angels, who was still a member of the Rose Redemption, was the most lifelike among all the illusory figures. Combined with how the scenes were looping, Klein began to suspect the person who left the murals was Tail Devourer Ouroboros. In the previous temple ruins, there were murals left behind by him. Likewise for the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. In the Giant King's Court, there are similar murals and signs of those powers. I wouldn't believe it if anyone were to say it's not him. Just how much does this king of angels like murals? He draws them wherever he goes. Klein couldn't help but lampoon Ouroboros in his mind. The second figure he noticed was sitting beside the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. He was dressed in black armor that seemed to be splashed with blood. He had red hair that resembled fire, looking young and handsome. The reason why he paid attention to this figure was because he had seen it in his dreams. In addition, it was also the most arrogant person among all the figures. Not only did it sit back in its chair, but it also placed its feet on the dark red long table. It didn't mind that the surrounding people were high-level figures of the same status. Red Angel Medici. These are the kings of angels who participated in the secret gathering. Who else is involved? As Klein's thoughts raced, he decided to first rescue the people from the City of Silver who couldn't exit the looping cycles of fate. He had a lot of experience in this aspect. Yes, the medium to the loop is the hall itself. However, there's no need to attempt to destroy it. As long as it can temporarily break the cycle of fate, the dusk outside will seep in and dispel any abnormalities. They belong to the divine kingdom itself. In terms of status, they can only be stronger or on par with the power left behind by Ouroboros. After observing for a few seconds, Klein quickly came to a conclusion. After flipping a gold coin for a divination, he immediately spread his spirituality towards the crimson star representing the sun. Derek Berg's spirit body immediately tore through the cycle of fate, creating an invisible crack. The orange glow from the light of dusk outside the palace immediately surged into the hall from the window up high. Without waiting for Little Sun to figure out his situation, for fear that the true creator would lock onto him, Klein didn't hesitate to let him return to the real world. Derek snapped out of his daze and realized that he had unknowingly sat down at the side of the dark red table. He looked up blankly and saw the chief, Elder Lovia, Hyam, Antiona, and the others. He realized that there were still certain traces of confusion on their faces. Thinking back to his experience just now, Derek was alert as he deliberated and said, "The cycle of fate." Indeed, Colin Iliad, who had experienced this before, nodded slightly and stood up. He looked around, and his gaze landed on the largest mural that he had seen lately. The mural depicted the same exact hall. There were similar columns, torches, the dark red table, complicated high-back chairs, and object layout. As for those high-back chairs, there were 11 figures sitting in them. At the very end were 2 seats, and along the table, 5 on the left and 4 on the right. The City of Silver team's eyes also followed the chiefs and took in the corresponding scene. The 5 figures on the left were the beautiful silver-haired man, the red-haired and arrogantly seated man, an elder wearing a hood that exposed only his mouth, winkles, and beard, a dignified middle-aged man dressed in black armor, and a handsome man dressed in white robes. The 4 on the right were a black-robed mummy wrapped in bandages, a middle-aged man with facial features resembling the natives of the southern continent, a giant covered in silver armor, and a supple, beautiful, and dignified lady. The 2 high-back chairs at the very end were a man with dark black curly hair and a woman shrouded in fog. At that moment, a guardian raised his right hand and pointed at the handsome white-robed man. His figure is made up of mysterious symbols. These symbols represent white angel, auguses. Before the guardian could finish his sentence, he suddenly let out a tragic cry as golden flames spewed out from his body. He instantly became a charred corpse, as if it would be reduced to ashes the moment it was touched. It made Demon Hunter Colin and Shepherd Lovia incapable of saving him in time. Don't try to distinguish those symbols. They contain immense power, Colin hurriedly warned the others. And above the gray fog, Klein was thinking of another matter. White Angel auguses. That's the eternal blazing sun's true name? If not for the fact that the giant king's court itself isolates itself from projected powers, just using Jotun to read this name will attract his attention and incur divine punishment. Amidst his thoughts, Demon Hunter Colin stabbed his swords in front of him, creating an invisible barrier. Then, this City of Silver chief identified the symbols and labels that formed those figures. He began reading it slowly and firmly from the left. Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. War Angel, Medici. Wisdom Angel, Haraburgen. At this point, the invisible barrier that was constantly shaking suddenly stopped. This was because this name was no stranger to the people of the City of Silver. This was the true name of the Dragon of Wisdom. Could it be that the Dragon of Wisdom later became the Wisdom Angel next to the Lord? Similar questions arose in everyone's hearts. But Klein discovered something strange. The history of the City of Silver had records of the name Haraburgen. The language they used on a daily basis was Jotun, a language that could mobilize the surrounding forces of nature. This also meant that, in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, someone in the City of Silver had definitely read or written the name Haraburgen before, but there was no response from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The Church of Knowledge and Wisdom still wasn't able to find the forsaken land of the gods. At this moment, Colin Iliad controlled his emotions and continued reading. Wind Angel, Leotaro. White Angel, auguses. Dark Angel, Sasrar. Evernight Goddess, Ammonizes. God of Combat, Badheil. Earth Mother, Omabella _ God of the Dead, Salinger. God of Spiritual Creatures, Tolsna. Although Klein had expected this, he was still somewhat stunned. The former Rose Redemption was frighteningly powerful. Amongst the 7 deities today, 6 of them were members. There was also Death, the god of spiritual creatures, and 3 kings of angels. This made him recall what the Red Angel Evil Spirit had once said. Rose Redemption has a close relationship with the birth of the true creator. It's impossible for you to imagine that certain people were once members of Rose Redemption, but they've since left it. In the past, Rose Redemption could be called the Deity Alliance. But such an organization could only develop itself quietly under the might of the ancient sun god. It had to hide, and secretly scheme in the Palace of Dusk. How powerful was the ancient sun god in the past? Klein couldn't help but let out a breath as he felt deeply poignant. He examined his own tarot club and realized that, compared to the Rose Redemption, it was like child's play. Even if he counted the auxiliary members, Will Osepton, Pallas Zoroast, Azek Eggers, and Rionette Tynker, there was no way to compare with the Rose Redemption at its peak. No, even if I compare it with the current watered-down version of Rose Redemption, there's still a huge gap between it and the Tarot Club. After all, its leader and convener is only a Sequence 4 saint. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he turned his attention to the 11 figures. Based on their images, titles, and true names, I can confirm that the Wind Angel, Wisdom Angel, and White Angel are the current Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the eternal blazing Sunday. They really betrayed the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, and they even feasted on the deity they served. The god of combat and Earth Mother are indeed survivors of the Giant King's court. One of them is the eldest son of the Giant King, and the other is his queen, their mother and son, so that way, the fact that Phaenopotter didn't directly declare war on the Lord of Storms to help Fasak makes things a little odd. It requires some thought. Also, the goddess was indeed a former subsidiary god of the Annihilation demonic wolf, the goddess of misfortune Ammonizes. After that ancient god perished, not only did she grasp the authority of the Evernight and successfully ascend to the throne of Sequence 0, she also single-handedly destroyed all the descendants of Phlegria, sealed the Antigonus family's angel within the nation of the Evernight, and used the Mother of the Sky's body as her vessel for a descent. That's ruthless. As a blessed of Evernight, Klein subconsciously raised his head to look around when he thought of this, afraid that his inner thoughts would leak out to the outside world. After entering the foggy town and learning that Antigonus and the Mother of the Sky were the descendants of the ancient god, Phlegria, Klein had a certain idea as to the true identity of the Evernight goddess. After all, in the history of the City of Silver, it clearly stated that the Annihilation demonic wolf controlled the authority of the Evernight and had many strange powers. Combined with the Antigonus family's possession of the Seer pathway, and the Mother of the Sky of the Nation of the Night clearly belonging to Evernight, Klein suspected that the Annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria was an ancient god that had mixed two non-neighboring pathways beyond her characteristics. Therefore, he was extremely crazy and almost irrational. His goal was to destroy and corrupt everything. Hence, he guessed that the Evernight goddess might have something to do with the ancient god Phlegria. From Grozel's travels, he learned that one of the two subsidiary gods of the demonic Wolf King had gone missing after he perished, while the other had submitted to the Phoenix ancestor. Furthermore, that true name corresponded to Death of the Fourth Epoch, Mr. Azek's father. With that, he could vaguely connect the goddess of misfortune Ammonizes to the Evernight goddess. However, due to his temporary status as a blessed of Evernight, he didn't dare think too much about it. Instead, he focused his attention elsewhere. At this moment, when he saw her real name, he wasn't too shocked. Instead, he felt relieved and felt as though he were on firm ground. In addition, he was even more fearful of the Evernight goddess, because she didn't want the ancient god, Phlegria, to be revived. The goddess controlled the various matters of the Seer pathway, preventing Beyonders who aren't cleared by her to advance further. That's right, that ecclesiastic in Afternoon Town mentioned who tempted Dark Angel Sasrer, the left hand of God, and the deputy of the divine kingdom, but he couldn't say the name as if it had been erased. Isn't this a demonstration of concealment powers? Other than a place like the Giant King's court, there's no way to say the names Evernight Goddess and Ammonizes together. Even if one did, no one would be able to hear it. There are two people who convened Rose Redemption. One is Dark Angel Sasrer, and the other is the goddess. Apart from the venue where the ploy was conceived, it's filled with the forces of concealment. In other words, the goddess had single-handedly directed the fall of the ancient sun god, started the cataclysm, and ended the third epoch. Compared to her, be it Adam or Amon, they are still far from her. How could such a true deity be so easily trapped by Adam's arrangements and be unable to interfere with matters of the real world? Although it's not a conspiracy where something the goddess yearns for the most is used, making her willingly walk into a trap, how can the goddess, who wields the powers of concealment and plotted the death of the City of Silver creator, be unprepared? Also, what does "this is also in line with his thoughts" mean? Who does he refer to? After understanding so much hidden history, will I digest the scholar of your potion on the spot once I drink it? With this in mind, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples, forcing himself to focus his thoughts elsewhere. When that ecclesiastic phantom mentioned the fourth king of angels, it self-destructed. Was it because the remaining three became true gods? However, the residents of the City of Silver would occasionally use the names Badhile and Harabergen, so why wasn't there an anomaly? What is the difference? The strongest among the kings of angels, the left hand of God, Sasrar. Why did he disappear into the rivers of history? Perhaps he is one of the present-day evil gods, the true creator, the dark side of the universe, or the mother tree of desire. There are remnants of the godhood of degeneracy outside the hall. Was this left behind by him? Yes, the birth of the true creator is related to the Rose redemption. How will he react when he sees the murals in this hall? With a thought, Klein cast his gaze at Shepherd Elder Lovia. The lady looked a little lost. She didn't seem to understand the titles and names, but she recognized a portion of them. For example, Angel of Fate Ouroboros. She had become a believer of the true creator in the temple ruins left behind by Ouroboros. Derek also stole a glance at Elder Lovia, but he didn't notice any obvious changes in her emotions. As the son of the Tarot Club, Derek was one of the people present who knew the situation of the outside world the most. Furthermore, he had long known who the kings of angels were. He suspected that three of them had later become deities. At this moment, he was the least confused and perplexed. He was only slightly shocked at Rose Redemption's level. This was more exaggerated than he had imagined. It's no wonder the Lord perished. Derek was first enlightened before he felt his heart turn heavy. At this moment, he swept his gaze and saw the chief's face turn pale and ugly. He even muttered a few words softly. "This is impossible, impossible. As far as I can remember, the chief has never lost his composure like this. Did he think of the Lord perishing due to Rose redemption? He can't accept that he will never return? However, he had long learned of this from me." Just as Derek was feeling puzzled, he discovered that, aside from his tightly pursed lips, the chief's expression had returned to normal. In the minds of the other members of the exploration team, the prophecy they had previously learned in Afternoon Town appeared. "Omnipotent Lord, I repent," tempted Sasrar. The kings often came to the palace belonging to the dusk to conspire. It was already too late by the time I discovered all of this. Degeneration, bloodshed, darkness, rot, murders, corruption, and shadows had already drowned this piece of land. A huge calamity will begin here. Chaim, who was holding the unshadowed crucifix, took a long while to calm his emotions. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "This is the place belonging to the dusk. These are the subsidiary gods and kings of angels during the second epoch. They plotted everything, causing a huge calamity to happen. They made the Lord forsake this land." Colin Iliad pulled out the two swords in front of him and half turned around, calmly replying, "Most likely. If we can figure out what exactly happened back then, do we have a chance to please the Lord and let him look at this land again?" Upon hearing the chief's answer, Aunt Iona asked anxiously. At that moment, Derek seemed to see a trace of pity and sadness in the chief's eyes. He heard him acknowledge and say, "Perhaps. Then let's continue exploring." The other team members pleaded with burning eyes. This was the closest the City of Silver had gotten to having a glimmer of hope over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years. None of them wished to let it go, even if they had to sacrifice their lives for it. Colin Iliad slowly surveyed the area and said, "Don't forget the principles to uphold during explorations. Don't act rashly at any time. Having confirmed that this place is related to redemption, we can always come a second time, a third time, or even more. There's no need to be so impatient." Upon hearing his words, the other members of the exploration team calmed down. They replied one after another, "Yes, Your Excellency." Under the arrangements of Demon Hunter Colin, the remaining members split up into small groups and carefully searched the hall. They didn't discover anything else that was valuable beyond the murals. Of course, it wasn't that there was no such thing. This was, after all, a divine kingdom of an ancient god. What seemed like an ordinary long table, chairs, stone pillars, and torches might have special effects when taken outside. Furthermore, those effects could last for a very long period of time. Alas, it wasn't convenient for the City of Silver's expedition team to bring them around, as they lacked practical value. As for the other murals, they were profiled from different angles of the main murals. When combined, they formed a three-dimensional scene. After completing the search, Derek and company gathered again and followed the chief to the exit at the back of the hall. There was a gray-blue door with a single pane. With a 10-meter-tall door between the two of them, Colin Iliad carefully observed for a while before finally saying, "There's a powerful guard outside." Upon hearing the chief's words, Shepherd Lovia immediately raised her question. Just like the two silver knights at the front gate of the king's court, it won't take the initiative to attack targets outside a certain range. Colin Iliad nodded slightly and said, "At least that's how it seems to be at the moment." They were already near the exit, but the guard outside had no reaction. This meant that the other party didn't possess real intelligence or spirituality. It was very likely that they were objects that came to life. Without waiting for the other members to speak, Demon Hunter Colin continued, "Huge, heavy." After obtaining the corresponding information, the City of Silver's group formed a tacit understanding. A team opened up a distance from the exit, but they faced towards the door. It was protected by Shepherd Elder Lovia. As the bait to attract the guards, a team took the corresponding holy oil from the chief and smeared it across the ground at the exit. Hyam, who held the unshadowed crucifix, and Demon Hunter Colin stood by the side of the door and used the stone columns to hide. Then Colin Iliad sheathed one of his swords onto his back and took out a small metal bottle, gulping down the liquid inside. His aura rapidly faded away and wasn't obvious anymore. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to discover his existence. This was another setup. Hyam was in the open, while the demon hunter was hidden. After another 10 seconds, Shepherd Lovia stretched out her right hand and grabbed at thin air. Her silver-gray hair was dyed a deep blue color. The wind howled as the grayish-blue door opened. Right on the heels of that, heavy footsteps could be heard, causing the entire hall to shake. A giant, covered in iron-colored armor, rushed into the hall with a halberd in hand. Its exposed parts didn't show any flesh or blood, as though they were made of metal. Behind the black mask was a dark red glow. If it didn't move and stood there, it wouldn't be any different from a statue. Tap, tap, tap. The shaking in the hall became more and more obvious. The giant statue suddenly threw out the halberd in its hand, stirring up a hurricane that tore towards Derek and company at the door. Boom! The halberd struck an invisible barrier as the illusory ripples rapidly spread out. In front of Shepherd Lovia, an illusory figure that wore silver armor had appeared at some point in time. It stabbed its great sword into the crack on the floor. Tap, tap, tap. The giant statue didn't stop as it ran into the hall. At that moment, a whistling sound was heard under its feet as its massive body jerked backward. It had stepped on the spot that was smeared with holy oil. As the giant statue fell, the crimson light in its eye suddenly bloomed as an invisible force appeared and held it up. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot out from the unshadowed crucifix, accurately hitting the giant statue's only eye. The dark red color dimmed. Demon Hunter Colin leaped up and held the same sword with both hands, plunging it down like an eagle swooping down at its prey. Dawn appeared as they converged on the straight sword, making it exceptionally huge. It even exceeded Colin Iliad's height. With a poof, the bright sword pierced through the gap in the giant statue's armor, stabbing into its eye. A flood of light from the dawn rushed in. With his hands still gripping the hilt of his sword, Colin Iliad exerted more force. As the giant statue fell to the ground, he pulled out his sword and leaped to the side. The giant statue lay at the door as its body emitted cracking sounds until it finally all movement. Without looking at it again, Colin turned to look outside the door. After a few seconds, he said, "There are no other guards for now. We can handle this statue." Derek and company quickly surrounded the giant statue and skillfully searched for materials. Above the gray fog, Klein watched the entire battle from the sidelines and was deeply impressed by the City of Silver's teamwork. According to his observation, it was unknown what metal the giant statue was made of. Its surface was covered with armor that had shocking defensive strength. It could completely ignore most attacks in battle, and it was very difficult to deal with. Furthermore, this giant statue didn't have any spirit. In other words, it was immune to the beyonder powers of the corresponding domain, such as spirit body threads control, hypnotism, frenzy, and nightmare. It was like a walking fortress that made one suspect that it was the work of the goddess of harvest. Klein believed that, if he were in their shoes, with the core powers of a bizarro sorcerer being useless, he could only rely on his two marionettes' powers to deal with the giant statue. He had no idea how the battle would develop. The distortion and disorder powers of an Earl of the Fallen might be effective, but I might not be able to finish it as fast as the City of Silver's expedition team. A team of Beyonders with a tacit understanding would be able to produce the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Yes, that chief's confidence in timing as well as his decisiveness in his attack was also key. Klein nodded slightly, feeling a sense of admiration. If this were really a live stream, then he might not be able to help but send a gift as a tip. Of course, there was a high chance that it was just a thought. After taking away the most valuable item on the giant statue, the City of Silver's expedition team proceeded forward. They followed the corridor outside and entered another hall. Just like that, they weaved through the layers of palaces, towers, and different corridors, in an attempt to find more clues, as well as the entrance to the sea as described by the outsider, Jack. Regardless of whether they believed the boy's words, they couldn't help but look forward to the dark blue sea behind the giant king's court. On the other side of the sea, there were kingdoms where humans flourished. There were no monsters hidden in the darkness. The sun rose and set, and lightning only appeared when it rained. People had all sorts of food there. During this process, the City of Silver's expedition team didn't encounter many enemies. Most of them were statues that had come to life. A small number of them were evil spirits formed by the combination of remnant emotions and the power of dusk. The latter was unable to put up any resistance against the unshadowed crucifix. That's normal. The fool Klein above the gray fog nodded slightly, expressing his acceptance of the current situation. After the giant king perished, this place already belonged to the ancient sun god. It's unlikely that there will be a large number of giant powerhouses and mystical items left behind. When the kings of angels were conspiring, they definitely eliminated any unnecessary troubles ahead of time. Once the ancient sun god was eaten up, the ownership of this place was a mystery. Perhaps it was abandoned. In short, there aren't many foreseeable demigods or items. Well, without the unshadowed crucifix, those evil spirits will be very troublesome. The City of Silver's expedition team might not be able to advance so smoothly, making it impossible for them to advance so far unless an angel leads a team or activates a Grade 0 sealed artifact. When the unshadowed crucifix returned to Derek, the City of Silver's expedition team was already very close to the tallest building in the giant king's court. The dusk here was extremely dense, as though it came from that palace. Once we leave this hall, we should come to the wing of the giant king's residence. Demon Hunter Colin got his bearings and direction before pointing ahead. Shepherd Elder Lovia nodded. Finally, there was some irresistible hope in her expression. Derek's heart beat faster, and he could no longer control his excitement. Then he was placated by Antiona. After composing themselves, the people from the City of Silver entered the hall in front of them and saw that there were oil paintings hanging on both sides. These oil paintings depicted different giants. Some held bone flutes, some carried wind chimes, while others carried a 7-stringed guitar that matched their height. As the City of Silver's expedition team arrived, the giants in the oil paintings suddenly came to life. They began playing their instruments, producing a beautiful tune. The light of dusk in the hall lit up a little. More and more food appeared on the long tables around them as they glowed with a tempting glisten, effusing a very tempting fragrance. Roasted chicken, roasted goose, fish with honey based. Is this a dinner banquet for the giant king's court? But aren't the sizes of those chickens, geese, goats, and fish too large? The work of the goddess of harvest. With a glance, Klein confirmed that the food that appeared was an illusion. After all, the giant king's court no longer had any ingredients, nor did it possess anyone who could envision or create them. This is normal food? Hyam, who was holding Thunder God's roar, stared straight at one of the long tables. His Adam's apple bobbed. Maybe. Derek sniffed and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Apart from the black-faced grass, they had never seen normal food. The meat that the monsters roasted was of different colors, but they also tasted equally as bad. Could even poison them. Demon Hunter Collins stared for a few seconds before sighing. They're all fake. Don't come into contact with them, or there might be unnecessary accidents. Other than Lovia, the team from the City of Silver retracted their gaze with great difficulty. They followed the chief all the way to the exit of the hall. After a series of inspections, Colin Iliad inserted his swords into the ground and pushed open the heavy door. A crack appeared as rich orange light shone inside. As the gap grew bigger, the towering palace gradually became clear. Then, the people from the City of Silver heard a crashing sound. At this moment, Colin drew out a sword and suppressed the restlessness in his team members' hearts. He then drew out his other sword and slowly walked out of the hall. Derek and the others followed cautiously. After completely bathing in the light of dusk, they looked to the left at the same time. There were railings formed from stone pillars. Beyond the railings, there was an orange-red cloud that was gently ebbing at the distance. On the endless swath of dark blue, they emitted crashing sounds. There was no need for anyone to explain. At the same time, the members of the City of Silver's exploration team recalled the records in the book and Jack's description. A term flashed in their minds. The sea. The dark blue, boundless sea that ebbed gently and seemed to contain infinite life was presented to members of the City of Silver's expedition team. It was no longer a record written down in ancient books, nor was it a combination of words spoken by outsiders. Although it was still very far away, it seemed like contact was possible. The wine-red-haired Antiona watched in a daze. She opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but in the end, all she said was the words, "The sea." Just as she finished speaking, a silver crack suddenly appeared on her forehead. The crack shot up rapidly, instantly splitting Antiona into two halves. Warm and bright red blood gushed out, splashing across Derek's face. Without a sound, more silvery white light shot out from her body, splitting her body into countless small pieces of flesh. The reveling face full of hope was like a puzzle that had fallen to the ground, splattering everywhere. It was only at this moment that Demon Hunter Colin reacted. He brandished his two swords and slashed them diagonally outwards, as though he was dealing with invisible enemies. Clang, clang, clang. Silver light flashed, and the sound of metal reverberating echoed. The morning sun around Colin Iliad shattered and scattered in chaos. At this moment, the silver phantom behind Shepherd Lovia had already taken a step forward and stabbed the blurry giant's sword into the ground. Clang, clang, clang. As they surrounded the people of the City of Silver, the streaks of silver light appeared in different spots, trying their best to cut through the invisible barrier around them like insects struggling in amber. Clang, clang, clang. The dense, sometimes thick silver light constantly appeared, causing the defensive powers of the expedition team to tremble, as though it would shatter at any moment. However, be it Demon Hunter Colin, Shepherd Lovia, or Derek, they couldn't find any traces of the enemy. The fool above the gray fog was just about to give a certain reminder when the chief of the six-member council seemed to realize something and crossed his two swords in front of him. Clang. The gigantic silver beam struck the two swords, causing Demon Hunter Colin's feet to sink into a solid stone slab. He took this opportunity and roared, "Unshadowed domain!" Upon hearing the chief's reminder, Derek didn't hesitate and stabbed his finger on the thorns of the unshadowed crucifix, doing so without any regard for the pain. As his blood oozed out, clear, bright, pure, and blazing light suddenly exploded, enveloping the entire area between the two buildings. There wasn't a single shadow in this area that could hide. Nothing else could be hidden. Light had become the ruler of this region. A huge figure quickly outlined itself on the side of the giant king's palace. It was wearing silver full-body armor and was nearly 5 meters tall. The flickering light behind the mask was either deep red or orange. And unmistakably, there was a single vertical eye there. This was a giant who was still alive. He didn't wait for the enemy to enter a certain range before attempting to attack, implying that he had sufficient intelligence. Unlike the other silver-armored knights, the giant's bracer had bright patterns on it. On the right was a blood-red color that circled around his arm, and at the same spot on the left, it was adorned with black spots. The giant knight raised his broadsword and pointed at everyone in the city of silver. He said in a thunderous voice, "How dare you barge into the king's court and disturb Lord Sasrar's slumber? Sasrar? Dark Angel Sasrar?" The fool Klein above the gray fog was alarmed when he heard that. He subconsciously sat up straight. The former left hand of God, the deputy of the divine kingdom, the leader of the kings of angels, one of the 2 leaders of Rose Redemption, hadn't disappeared into the river of history. He was sleeping deep in the giant king's court, sleeping in the residence of the giant king. Why did he choose to enter a state of slumber? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he subconsciously cast his gaze towards the palace that the giant knight was guarding. It was the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court. The dusk's light seemed to transform into something corporeal that covered its surface, dyeing it with a clear sense of decline. It gave off the feeling that the sun had set and an eternal eventide was coming. On both sides were steeples, while on the other side were spires. The front door was a double door that opened outwards, with gray and blue as the main colors. Its height exceeded 10 meters, and it was covered with symbols, labels, and patterns. It looked stately and mysterious. There was a pitch-black socket on the left side of the door at a height of 3 to 4 meters tall. It was equivalent to an adult's fist. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly thought of the dream divination he had done in the past. Back then, he had seen the same scene, and the medium he had used for the divination was the giant's key he had obtained from Vice Admiral Iceberg. Is that the key to opening the giant king's residence? As he extended his hand, he tried to use his true vision to pass through the obstruction of the building to see the situation inside the palace. Unfortunately, he failed. The iron-black key, which was the size of a 7-string guitar, landed in front of him. At this moment, Demon Hunter Collins suddenly said before the giant knight attacked, "You're a court chaser?" The giant knight's broadsword didn't cleave down. Instead, he paused for a second and said in a low voice, "After all this time, to think that there's someone who can still remember court chasers. I'm the leader of all the chasers, the light color Murskogen, and I later followed Lord Sasrar. I once hunted powerful dragons, elves, devils, demonic wolves, phoenixes. Today, you are honored to die under my blade." This light color didn't soften his attitude. He hunched his body slightly and held his sword with both hands. Like a flying meteor, he rushed towards the people from the City of Silver with heavy footsteps at high speeds. Due to the existence of the unshadowed domain, he could no longer hide his body like before. Just as Colin Iliad, Lovia and company determined that Murskogen's attack would arrive in a second, this giant knight suddenly stopped his silver broadsword slash midway. Demon Hunter Colin, who wasn't in Lovia's evil spirit's defensive circle, suddenly had a premonition of danger. Without any hesitation, he lunged to the side. Boom! A silver ray of light suddenly emerged from the spot where he had been standing, destroying everything from within. This attack was so strange, like it was generated by the void itself. At the same time, there was also a change in Colin Iliad, who had ducked to the ground. His clothes were torn into pieces and cloth by his rapidly expanding muscles. In just a blink of an eye, this demon hunter had turned into a grayish-blue giant with bluish-black lines warped around him. At his forehead was a deep black crack. Every inch of him contained immense power, infinite mystery, and a strange psyche influence. If a Beyonder under sequence foresaw this scene, they would definitely suffer from a strong backlash. Their brains might suffer an excruciating pain that would cause them to lose their minds. Even their spirituality would be corrupted. And if they couldn't withstand such an influence, going crazy, losing control, or even sudden death were certain outcomes. This was the incomplete mythical creature form of a demigod. Originally, Colin Iliad didn't dare to release this form due to the influence of the twilight in the Giant King's court. But now, he realized that in the unshadowed domain, the feeling of decline had weakened significantly. He then raised the two swords that had enlarged in size as well. With them covered in the light of dawn, he fought fiercely with the light color Murskogen in the domain that was enveloped in light and shadows. Clang, clang, clang. The three swords of the giants clashed and separated from time to time. Although Colin Iliad was at a disadvantage, he still managed to withstand the barrage of attacks from the King's Court Chasers' leader. From time to time, he would feel a strong sense of danger. Then, without any warning, he would either duck or roll in another direction. And at this moment, silver beams of light would always appear from the inside and outside. Derek had already closed his eyes. Ignoring the loss of blood, he tried his best to maintain the unshadowed domain. Hyam and another Dawn Paladin similarly didn't dare open their eyes. They helped shepherd Elder Lovia and slowly moved the group towards the palace without exiting the protective domain. If not for the help of the silver-armored knight Evil Spirit, they would have long been diced into small pieces of flesh and blood by the storm of light that swept the area. That light color Murskogen alone had placed the City of Silver's expedition team into a precarious position, with no chance of counterattacking. As expected of the leader of the King's Court Chasers, this should be the strongest force beneath subsidiary gods, or in other words, angels. Compared to the Demon Hunter, the Silver Knight has several more terrifying beyonder powers. Above the gray fog, the Fool Klein held the Sea God Scepter and carefully observed the battle. He quickly figured out the aspect in which light color Murskogen was powerful in. Firstly, his defensive power can be transformed into a full-body silver armor set. Secondly, it can be used to hide and conceal himself with the light, hiding any malicious intent. Thirdly, the condensed Sword of Dawn isn't something that can be maintained for a short period of time. It can be used as a normal weapon, sufficiently sharp and good at cleansing. Fourth, it can create some sort of thin silver-white sword. It has the ability to teleport, and it can bypass most barriers to attack the target directly, and even cause it to erupt from within the target's body. Furthermore, this thin silver-white sword condensed without any warning, making it difficult to predict. This is a saint who's extremely good at fighting head-on. If it wasn't for the rich experience and strong intuition of the City of Silver's chief, he would have been in danger due to the suppression effect from being of the same pathway when fighting in his mythical creature form. If it were me, I might have already been killed. Of course, I wouldn't fight head-on with the leader of the King's Court Chasers. From the current situation, because the evil spirit needs to protect its shepherd, there's no way for it to directly participate in the battle. The City of Silver's expedition team has almost no chance of winning. Yes, they're already slowly retreating. Very rational. If it really doesn't work, perhaps Mr. Fool will have to deliver lightning punishment, however. The true creator should still be watching. My lightning storm might not be able to quickly resolve Murskogen. Klein's thoughts raced when he suddenly thought of a problem. How did light color Murskogen, who wasn't an angel, survive since the end of the second epoch? He's neither a demoness, vampire, nor undying. And from him possessing reason, as well as the ability he displays in battle, he doesn't have beyonder characteristics of other pathways mixed in him.